Hi, Simon from Snyk here. At Snyk, we specialize in dev-first security. And what that means is enabling developers properly to find and fix vulnerabilities both in your application's open source libraries and in your container images. You can come and find more at snyk.io. That's SNYK.io. Now, we since last year acquired DevSecCon. So at Snyk, it is our absolute privilege to be here and also to make sure we amplify and absolutely push DevSecCon to continue to be the premier DevSecOps event around the world. Come visit our virtual booth in the Brella application and come and talk to us about how you can enable your company to work in a dev-first security way. Thanks for listening and enjoy the conference.
Hi, I'm Matthias Madou, the co-founder and CTO at Secure Code Warrior. So we specialize in helping developers to ship secure code with confidence, and you can find us at www.securecodewarrior.com. So we are thrilled to support DevSecCon24 because we love to see this wonderful community coming together, and we want to be involved no matter what. So visit our virtual booth for more information. So that virtual booth includes some interactive activities, prizes, and challenges. See you there.
Hi, I'm Chris Weisopel, CTO and co-founder of Veracode. We specialize in application security for modern development pipelines. You can find us at veracode.com, that's VERACODE. We are happy to support DevSecCon24 because we believe application security experts and developers need to come together to secure modern software development. Come visit us at our virtual booth, speak with our AppSec experts about all things relating to secure development, and participate in our password program. Hope to see you there.
Detectify is a scalable web app security service that automates thousands of security tests to help you write safer code and release secure applications. Detectify's security scans are non-intrusive and can run safely in staging and production environments. Instead of performing version tests, Detectify checks your app using real exploits, simulating a hacker attack with harmless payloads. The service is continually updated with new security tests thanks to Detectify Crowdsource, a global community of security researchers. Detectify equips you with the tools you need to fix critical security issues. Getting started with Detectify only takes a couple of minutes. Just verify domain ownership, run your first scan, and access your first security report. So what are you waiting for? Fix vulnerabilities, build your security skill set, and release safer apps with Detectify. Go hack yourself and start your free trial at detectify.com.
Hi, this is Brandon Eyring with Zero North. I lead the sales development team. Thanks for joining us at DevSecCon24, the event. It's definitely a cool place for leaders in the development and security communities to get together, and the speakers and the topics are right on point. While you're here, feel free to stop by the Zero North virtual booth, get some information on the solutions that we offer, but don't take our word for it. Come see a demo for yourself and enter to win a cool prize. Thanks, and we'll see you there.
Hi, DevSecCon. My name is Heidi Waterhouse, and I work for LaunchDarkly. We're a company that does feature management or feature flags as a service. We have a virtual booth here, so if you'd like to stop by and see how that works out, we'd love to talk to you about it. I want to say that as you're thinking about security, I want you to think about how feature flags could actually make your security more effective and more cost effective, because I know that we're all thinking about how to do more with less. And one of the ways to do that is to make it really easy to control your features at a modular level. So stop by and talk to us about that, and we'll be happy to see you. Have a great conference, and I hope you get a lot of wonderful content out of it. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Fernando Cardozo. I'm Solutions Architect at Trend Micro, a global cybersecurity company and leader in cloud workloads protection. Join me on DevSecCon24 on June 15 for a 15 minutes talk as I will outline the importance of cloud security posture management for cloud service and compliance. Demonstrate how you can quickly set up a CSPM solution and introduce it into your infrastructure as a code pipeline using security plugins in the VS Code or in the CI/CD pipeline. You don't want to miss it. Watch the live DevSecCon conference 24 or click in the Trend Micro virtual booth to see our schedule for talks. Let's help organization with the DevSecOps culture. See you there.
Hey DevSecCon, what's up? My name is Idan Tendler, CEO and co-founder of Bridgecrew. We help security engineers automate their public cloud security by streamlining remediation throughout the CI/CD. With our platform, you could scan for misconfigurations from your infrastructure as code to your runtime, but we also provide the fixes. So for each misconfiguration, you will find the fix delivered as code as pull request in the platform. We're super proud to be part of this event and to contribute back to DevSecCon and to the community. Come visit us at our virtual booth and also at bridgecrew.io, and you have to try the platform. It's for free. Have a wonderful day.
Hey, what's up, DevSecCon? Scott Gerlach, CSO and co-founder from StackHawk here. Big thanks to DevSecCon for letting us help sponsor. StackHawk is a dynamic application security testing tool built for developers. And when I say built for developers, I mean you can run it on your laptop, like your linter. You can run it in CI/CD. You can run it in staging. You can run it in pre-prod. You run it anywhere you want. We want you to be able to identify, find, and fix those problems before they become vulnerabilities. Please check us out at StackHawk.com. I hope your DevSecCon online is great. Thank you to DevSecCon for hosting a virtual event. It's awesome to be able to connect with our peers during social distancing time. I hope you find some great talks today and learn a bunch. When you're all done, check out StackHawk.com, sign up for early access, and get some scanning running. Have a great day.
Hi, Simon from Snyk here. At Snyk, we specialize in dev-first security. And what that means is enabling developers properly to find and fix vulnerabilities both in your application's open source libraries and in your container images. You can come and find more at snyk.io. That's SNYK.io. Now, we since last year acquired DevSecCon. So at Snyk, it is our absolute privilege to be here and also to make sure we amplify and absolutely push DevSecCon to continue to be the premier DevSecOps event around the world. Come visit our virtual booth in the Brella application and come and talk to us about how you can enable your company to work in a dev-first security way. Thanks for listening and enjoy the conference.
Hi, I'm Matthias Madou, the co-founder and CTO at Secure Code Warrior. So we specialize in helping developers to ship secure code with confidence, and you can find us at www.securecodewarrior.com. So we are thrilled to support DevSecCon24 because we love to see this wonderful community coming together. And we want to be involved no matter what. So visit our virtual booth for more information. So that virtual booth includes some interactive activities, prizes, and challenges. See you there.
Hi, I'm Chris Weisopel, CTO and co-founder of Veracode. We specialize in application security for modern development pipelines. You can find us at veracode.com, that's VERACODE. We are happy to support DevSecCon24 because we believe Application security experts and developers need to come together to secure modern software development. Come visit us at our virtual booth, speak with our AppSec experts about all things relating to secure development, and participate in our password program. Hope to see you there.
Detectify is a scalable web app security service that automates thousands of security tests to help you write safer code and release secure applications. Detectify's security scans are non-intrusive and can run safely in staging and production environments. Instead of performing version tests, Detectify checks your app using real exploits, simulating a hacker attack with harmless payloads. The service is continually updated with new security tests thanks to Detectify Crowdsource, a global community of security researchers. Detectify equips you with the tools you need to fix critical security issues. Getting started with Detectify only takes a couple of minutes. Just verify domain ownership, run your first scan, and access your first security report. So what are you waiting for? Fix vulnerabilities, build your security skill set, and release safer apps with Detectify. Go hack yourself and start your free trial at Detectify.com.
Hi, this is Brandon Eyring with Zero North. I lead the sales development team. Thanks for joining us at DevSecCon24, the event. It's definitely a cool place for leaders in the development and security communities to get together, and the speakers and the topics are right on point. While you're here, feel free to stop by the Zero North virtual booth, get some information on the solutions that we offer, but don't take our word for it. Come see a demo for yourself and enter to win a cool prize. Thanks, and we'll see you there.
Hi, DevSecCon. My name is Heidi Waterhouse, and I work for LaunchDarkly. We're a company that does feature management or feature flags as a service. We have a virtual booth here, so if you'd like to stop by and see how that works out, we'd love to talk to you about it. I want to say that as you're thinking about security, I want you to think about how feature flags could actually make your security more effective and more cost effective, because I know that we're all thinking about how to do more with less. And one of the ways to do that is to make it really easy to control your features at a modular level. So stop by and talk to us about that, and we'll be happy to see you. Have a great conference, and I hope you get a lot of wonderful content out of it. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Fernando Cardozo. I'm Solutions Architect at Trend Micro, a global cybersecurity company and leader in cloud workloads protection. Join me on DevSecCon24 on June 15 for a 15-minute talk as I will outline the importance of cloud security posture management for cloud service and compliance. Demonstrate how you can quickly set up a CSPM solution and introduce it into your infrastructure as a code pipeline using security plugins in the VS Code or in the CI/CD pipeline. You don't want to miss it. Watch the live DevSecCon Conference 24 or click in the Trend Micro virtual booth to see our schedule for talks. Let's help organization with the DevSecOps culture. See you there.
Hey DevSecCon, what's up? My name is Idan Tendler, CEO and co-founder of Bridgecrew. We help security engineers automate their public cloud security by streamlining remediation throughout the CI/CD. With our platform, you could scan for misconfigurations from your infrastructure as code to your runtime, but we also provide the fixes. So for each misconfiguration, you will find the fix delivered as code as pull request in the platform. We're super proud to be part of this event and to contribute back to DevSecCon and to the community. Come visit us at our virtual booth and also at bridgecrew.io, and you have to try the platform. It's for free. Have a wonderful day.
Hey, what's up, DevSecCon? Scott Gerlach, CSO and co-founder from StackHawk here. Big thanks to DevSecCon for letting us help sponsor. StackHawk is a dynamic application security testing tool built for developers. And when I say built for developers, I mean you can run it on your laptop like your linter. You can run it in CI/CD. You can run it in staging. You can run it in pre-prod. Run it anywhere you want. We want you to be able to identify, find, and fix those problems before they become vulnerabilities. Please check us out at StackHawk.com. I hope your DevSecCon online is great. Thank you to DevSecCon for hosting a virtual event. It's awesome to be able to connect with our peers during social distancing time. I hope you find some great talks today and learn a bunch. When you're all done, check out StackHawk.com, sign up for early access, and get some scanning running. Have a great day.
Hi, Simon from Snyk here. At Snyk, we specialize in dev-first security. And what that means is enabling developers properly to find and fix vulnerabilities both in your application's open source libraries and in your container images. You can come and find more at snyk.io. That's SNYK.io. Now, we since last year acquired DevSecCon. So at Snyk, it is our absolute privilege to be here and also to make sure we amplify and absolutely push DevSecCon to continue to be the premier DevSecOps event around the world. Come visit our virtual booth in the Brella application and come and talk to us about how you can enable your company to work in a dev-first security way. Thanks for listening and enjoy the conference.
Hi, I'm Matthias Madou, the co-founder and CTO at Secure Code Warrior. So we specialize in helping developers to ship secure code with confidence, and you can find us at www.securecodewarrior.com. So we are thrilled to support DevSecCon24 because we love to see this wonderful community coming together. And we want to be involved no matter what. So visit our virtual booth for more information. So that virtual booth includes some interactive activities, prizes, and challenges. See you there.
Hi, I'm Chris Weissopel, CTO and co-founder of Veracode. We specialize in application security for modern development pipelines. You can find us at veracode.com, that's VERACODE. We are happy to support DevSecCon24 because we believe application security experts and developers need to come together to secure modern software development. Come visit us at our virtual booth, speak with our AppSec experts about all things relating to secure development, and participate in our password program. Hope to see you there.
Detectify is a scalable web app security service that automates thousands of security tests to help you write safer code and release secure applications. Detectify's security scans are non-intrusive and can run safely in staging and production environments. Instead of performing version tests, Detectify checks your app using real exploits, simulating a hacker attack with harmless payloads. The service is continually updated with new security tests thanks to Detectify Crowdsource, a global community of security researchers. Detectify equips you with the tools you need to fix critical security issues. Getting started with Detectify only takes a couple of minutes. Just verify domain ownership, run your first scan, and access your first security report. So what are you waiting for? Fix vulnerabilities, build your security skill set, and release safer apps with Detectify. Go hack yourself and start your free trial at detectify.com.
Hi, this is Brandon Eyring with Zero North. I lead the sales development team. Thanks for joining us at DevSecCon24, the event. It's definitely a cool place for leaders in the development and security communities to get together, and the speakers and the topics are right on point. While you're here, feel free to stop by the Zero North virtual booth, get some information on the solutions that we offer, but don't take our word for it. Come see a demo for yourself and enter to win a cool prize. Thanks, and we'll see you there.
Hi, DevSecCon. My name is Heidi Waterhouse, and I work for LaunchDarkly. We're a company that does feature management or feature flags as a service. We have a virtual booth here, so if you'd like to stop by and see how that works out, we'd love to talk to you about it. I want to say that as you're thinking about security, I want you to think about how feature flags could actually make your security more effective and more cost effective, because I know that we're all thinking about how to do more with less. And one of the ways to do that is to make it really easy to control your features at a modular level. So stop by and talk to us about that, and we'll be happy to see you. Have a great conference, and I hope you get a lot of wonderful content out of it. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Fernando Cardozo. I'm Solutions Architect at Trend Micro, a global cybersecurity company and leader in cloud workloads protection. Join me on DevSecCon24 on June 15 for a 15-minute talk as I will outline the importance of cloud security posture management for cloud service and compliance. Demonstrate how you can quickly set up a CSPM solution and introduce it into your infrastructure as a code pipeline using security plugins in the VS Code or in the CI/CD pipeline. You don't want to miss it. Watch the live DevSecCon Conference 24 or click in the Trend Micro virtual booth to see our schedule for talks. Let's help organization with the DevSecOps culture. See you there.
Hey DevSecCon, what's up? My name is Idan Tendler, CEO and co-founder of Bridgecrew. We help security engineers automate their public cloud security by streamlining remediation throughout the CI/CD. With our platform, you could scan for misconfigurations from your infrastructure as code to your runtime, but we also provide the fixes. So for each misconfiguration, you will find the fix delivered as code as pull request in the platform. We're super proud to be part of this event and to contribute back to DevSecCon and to the community. Come visit us at our virtual booth and also at bridgecrew.io, and you have to try the platform. It's for free. Have a wonderful day.
Hey, what's up, DevSecCon? Scott Gerlach, CSO and co-founder from StackHawk here. Big thanks to DevSecCon for letting us help sponsor. StackHawk is a dynamic application security testing tool built for developers. And when I say built for developers, I mean you can run it on your laptop, like your linter. You can run it in CI/CD. You can run it in staging. You can run it in pre-prod. Run it anywhere you want. We want you to be able to identify, find, and fix those problems before they become vulnerabilities. Please check us out at StackHawk.com. I hope your DevSecCon online is great. Thank you to DevSecCon for hosting a virtual event. It's awesome to be able to connect with our peers during social distancing time. I hope you find some great talks today and learn a bunch. When you're all done, check out StackHawk.com, sign up for early access, and get some scanning running. Have a great day.
Hi, Simon from Snyk here. At Snyk, we specialize in dev-first security. And what that means is enabling developers properly to find and fix vulnerabilities both in your application's open source libraries and in your container images. You can come and find more at snyk.io. That's SNYK.io. Now, we since last year acquired DevSecCon. So at Snyk, it is our absolute privilege to be here and also to make sure we amplify and absolutely push DevSecCon to continue to be the premier DevSecOps event around the world. Come visit our virtual booth in the Brella application and come and talk to us about how you can enable your company to work in a dev-first security way. Thanks for listening and enjoy the conference.
Hi, I'm Matthias Madou, the co-founder and CTO at Secure Code Warrior. So we specialize in helping developers to ship secure code with confidence, and you can find us at www.securecodewarrior.com. So we are thrilled to support DevSecCon24 because we love to see these wonderful community coming together. And we want to be involved no matter what. So visit our virtual booth for more information. So that virtual booth includes some interactive activities, prizes, and challenges. See you there.
Hi, I'm Chris Weissopel, CTO and co-founder of Veracode. We specialize in application security for modern development pipelines. You can find us at veracode.com, that's V-E-R-A-C-O-D-E. We are happy to support DevSecCon24 because we believe application security experts and developers need to come together to secure modern software development. Come visit us at our virtual booth, speak with our AppSec experts about all things relating to secure development, and participate in our password program. Hope to see you there.
Detectify is a scalable web app security service that automates thousands of security tests to help you write safer code and release secure applications. Detectify's security scans are non-intrusive and can run safely in staging and production environments. Instead of performing version tests, Detectify checks your app using real exploits, simulating a hacker attack with harmless payloads. The service is continually updated with new security tests thanks to Detectify Crowdsource, a global community of security researchers. Detectify equips you with the tools you need to fix critical security issues. Getting started with Detectify only takes a couple of minutes. Just verify domain ownership, run your first scan, and access your first security report. So what are you waiting for? Fix vulnerabilities, build your security skill set, and release safer apps with Detectify. Go hack yourself and start your free trial at detectify.com.
Hi, this is Brandon Eyring with Zero North. I lead the sales development team. Thanks for joining us at DevSecCon24, the event. It's definitely a cool place for leaders in the development and security communities to get together, and the speakers and the topics are right on point. While you're here, feel free to stop by the Zero North virtual booth, get some information on the solutions that we offer, but don't take our word for it. Come see a demo for yourself and enter to win a cool prize. Thanks, and we'll see you there.
Hi, DevSecCon. My name is Heidi Waterhouse, and I work for LaunchDarkly. We're a company that does feature management or feature flags as a service. We have a virtual booth here, so if you'd like to stop by and see how that works out, we'd love to talk to you about it. I want to say that as you're thinking about security, I want you to think about how feature flags could actually make your security more effective and more cost effective, because I know that we're all thinking about how to do more with less. And one of the ways to do that is to make it really easy to control your features at a modular level. So stop by and talk to us about that, and we'll be happy to see you. Have a great conference, and I hope you get a lot of wonderful content out of it. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Fernando Cardozo. I'm Solutions Architect at Trend Micro, a global cybersecurity company and leader in cloud workloads protection. Join me on DevSecCon24 on June 15 for a 15-minute talk as I will outline the importance of cloud security posture management for cloud service and compliance. Demonstrate how you can quickly set up a CSPM solution and introduce it into your infrastructure as a code pipeline using security plugins in the VS Code or in the CI/CD pipeline. You don't want to miss it. Watch the live DevSecCon Conference 24 or click in the Trend Micro virtual booth to see our schedule for talks. Let's help organization with the DevSecOps culture. See you there.
Hey DevSecCon, what's up? My name is Idan Tendler, CEO and co-founder of Bridgecrew. We help security engineers automate their public cloud security by streamlining remediation throughout the CI/CD. With our platform, you could scan for misconfigurations from your infrastructure as code to your runtime, but we also provide the fixes. So for each misconfiguration, you will find the fix delivered as code as pull request in the platform. We're super proud to be part of this event and to contribute back to DevSecCon and to the community. Come visit us at our virtual booth and also at bridgecrew.io, and you have to try the platform. It's for free. Have a wonderful day.
Hey, what's up, DevSecCon? Scott Gerlach, CSO and co-founder from StackHawk here. Big thanks to DevSecCon for letting us help sponsor. StackHawk is a dynamic application security testing tool built for developers. And when I say built for developers, I mean you can run it on your laptop, like your linter. You can run it in CI/CD. You can run it in staging. You can run it in pre-prod. You run it anywhere you want. We want you to be able to identify, find, and fix those problems before they become vulnerabilities. Please check us out at StackHawk.com. I hope your DevSecCon online is great. Thank you to DevSecCon for hosting a virtual event. It's awesome to be able to connect with our peers during social distancing time. I hope you find some great talks today and learn a bunch. When you're all done, check out StackHawk.com, sign up for early access, and get some scanning running. Have a great day.
Hi, Simon from Snyk here. At Snyk, we specialize in dev-first security. And what that means is enabling developers properly to find and fix vulnerabilities both in your application's open source libraries and in your container images. You can come and find more at snyk.io. That's SNYK.io. Now, we since last year acquired DevSecCon. So at Snyk, it is our absolute privilege to be here and also to make sure we amplify and absolutely push DevSecCon to continue to be the premier DevSecOps event around the world. Come visit our virtual booth in the Brella application and come and talk to us about how you can enable your company to work in a dev-first security way. Thanks for listening and enjoy the conference.
Hi, I'm Matthias Madou, the co-founder and CTO at Secure Code Warrior. So we specialize in helping developers to ship secure code with confidence, and you can find us at www.securecodewarrior.com. So we are thrilled to support DevSecCon24 because we love to see this wonderful community coming together. And we want to be involved no matter what. So visit our virtual booth for more information. So that virtual booth includes some interactive activities, prizes, and challenges. See you there.
Hi, I'm Chris Weissopel, CTO and co-founder of Veracode. We specialize in application security for modern development pipelines. You can find us at veracode.com, that's VERACODE. We are happy to support DevSecCon24 because we believe application security experts and developers need to come together to secure modern software development. Come visit us at our virtual booth, speak with our AppSec experts about all things relating to secure development, and participate in our password program. Hope to see you there.
Detectify is a scalable web app security service that automates thousands of security tests to help you write safer code and release secure applications. Detectify's security scans are non-intrusive and can run safely in staging and production environments. Instead of performing version tests, Detectify checks your app using real exploits, simulating a hacker attack with harmless payloads. The service is continually updated with new security tests thanks to Detectify Crowdsource, a global community of security researchers. Detectify equips you with the tools you need to fix critical security issues. Getting started with Detectify only takes a couple of minutes. Just verify domain ownership, run your first scan, and access your first security report. So what are you waiting for? Fix vulnerabilities, build your security skill set, and release safer apps with Detectify. Go hack yourself and start your free trial at Detectify.com.
Hi, this is Brandon Eyring with Zero North. I lead the sales development team. Thanks for joining us at DevSecCon24, the event. It's definitely a cool place for leaders in the development and security communities to get together, and the speakers and the topics are right on point. While you're here, feel free to stop by the Zero North virtual booth, get some information on the solutions that we offer, but don't take our word for it. Come see a demo for yourself and enter to win a cool prize. Thanks, and we'll see you there.
Hi, DevSecCon. My name is Heidi Waterhouse, and I work for LaunchDarkly. We're a company that does feature management or feature flags as a service. We have a virtual booth here, so if you'd like to stop by and see how that works out, we'd love to talk to you about it. I want to say that as you're thinking about security, I want you to think about how feature flags could actually make your security more effective and more cost effective, because I know that we're all thinking about how to do more with less. And one of the ways to do that is to make it really easy to control your features at a modular level. So stop by and talk to us about that, and we'll be happy to see you. Have a great conference, and I hope you get a lot of wonderful content out of it. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Fernando Cardozo. I'm Solutions Architect at Trend Micro, a global cybersecurity company and leader in cloud workloads protection. Join me on DevSecCon24 on June 15 for a 15-minute talk as I will outline the importance of cloud security posture management for cloud service and compliance. Demonstrate how you can quickly set up a CSPM solution and introduce it into your infrastructure as a code pipeline using security plugins in the VS Code or in the CI/CD pipeline. You don't want to miss it. Watch the live DevSecCon Conference 24 or click in the Trend Micro virtual booth to see our schedule for talks. Let's help organization with the DevSecOps culture. See you there.
Hey DevSecCon, what's up? My name is Idan Tendler, CEO and co-founder of Bridgecrew. We help security engineers automate their public cloud security by streamlining remediation throughout the CI/CD. With our platform, you could scan for misconfigurations from your infrastructure as code to your runtime, but we also provide the fixes. So for each misconfiguration, you will find the fix delivered as code as pull request in the platform. We're super proud to be part of this event and to contribute back to DevSecCon and to the community. Come visit us at our virtual booth and also at bridgecrew.io, and you have to try the platform. It's for free. Have a wonderful day.
Hey, what's up, DevSecCon? Scott Gerlach, CSO and co-founder from StackHawk here. Big thanks to DevSecCon for letting us help sponsor. StackHawk is a dynamic application security testing tool built for developers. And when I say built for developers, I mean you can run it on your laptop, like your linter. You can run it in CI/CD. You can run it in staging. You can run it in pre-prod. You run it anywhere you want. We want you to be able to identify, find, and fix those problems before they become vulnerabilities. Please check us out at StackHawk.com. I hope your DevSecCon online is great. Thank you to DevSecCon for hosting a virtual event. It's awesome to be able to connect with our peers during social distancing time. I hope you find some great talks today and learn a bunch. When you're all done, check out StackHawk.com, sign up for early access, and get some scanning running. Have a great day.
Hi, Simon from Snyk here. At Snyk, we specialize in dev-first security. And what that means is enabling developers properly to find and fix vulnerabilities both in your application's open source libraries and in your container images. You can come and find more at snyk.io. That's SNYK.io. Now, we, since last year, acquired DevSecCon. So at Snyk, it is our absolute privilege to be here and also to make sure we amplify and absolutely push DevSecCon to continue to be the premier DevSecOps event around the world. Come visit our virtual booth in the Brella application and come and talk to us about how you can enable your company to work in a dev-first security way. Thanks for listening and enjoy the conference.
Hi, I'm Matthias Madou, the co-founder and CTO at Secure Code Warrior. So we specialize in helping developers to ship secure code with confidence, and you can find us at www.securecodewarrior.com. So we are thrilled to support DevSecCon24 because we love to see this wonderful community coming together, and we want to be involved no matter what. So visit our virtual booth for more information. So that virtual booth includes some interactive activities, prizes, and challenges. See you there.
Hi, I'm Chris Weisopel, CTO and co-founder of Veracode. We specialize in application security for modern development pipelines. You can find us at veracode.com, that's VERACODE. We are happy to support DevSecCon24 because we believe application security experts and developers need to come together to secure modern software development. Come visit us at our virtual booth, speak with our AppSec experts about all things relating to secure development, and participate in our password program. Hope to see you there.
Detectify is a scalable web app security service that automates thousands of security tests to help you write safer code and release secure applications. Detectify's security scans are non-intrusive and can run safely in staging and production environments. Instead of performing version tests, Detectify checks your app using real exploits, simulating a hacker attack with harmless payloads. The service is continually updated with new security tests thanks to Detectify Crowdsource, a global community of security researchers. Detectify equips you with the tools you need to fix critical security issues. Getting started with Detectify only takes a couple of minutes. Just verify domain ownership, run your first scan, and access your first security report. So what are you waiting for? Fix vulnerabilities, build your security skill set, and release safer apps with Detectify. Go hack yourself and start your free trial at detectify.com.
Hi, this is Brandon Eyring with Zero North. I lead the sales development team. Thanks for joining us at DevSecCon24, the event. It's definitely a cool place for leaders in the development and security communities to get together, and the speakers and the topics are right on point. While you're here, feel free to stop by the Zero North virtual booth, get some information on the solutions that we offer, but don't take our word for it. Come see a demo for yourself and enter to win a cool prize. Thanks, and we'll see you there.
Hi, DevSecCon. My name is Heidi Waterhouse, and I work for LaunchDarkly. We're a company that does feature management or feature flags as a service. We have a virtual booth here, so if you'd like to stop by and see how that works out, we'd love to talk to you about it. I want to say that as you're thinking about security, I want you to think about how feature flags could actually make your security more effective and more cost effective, because I know that we're all thinking about how to do more with less. And one of the ways to do that is to make it really easy to control your features at a modular level. So stop by and talk to us about that, and we'll be happy to see you. Have a great conference, and I hope you get a lot of wonderful content out of it. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Fernando Cardozo. I'm Solutions Architect at Trend Micro, a global cybersecurity company and leader in cloud workloads protection. Join me on DevSecCon24 on June 15 for a 15 minutes talk as I will outline the importance of cloud security posture management for cloud service and compliance. Demonstrate how you can quickly set up a CSPM solution and introduce it into your infrastructure as a code pipeline using security plugins in the VS Code or in the CI/CD pipeline. You don't want to miss it. Watch the live DevSecCon conference 24 or click in the Trend Micro virtual booth to see our schedule for talks. Let's help organization with the DevSecOps culture. See you there.
Hey DevSecCon, what's up? My name is Idan Tendler, CEO and co-founder of Bridgecrew. We help security engineers automate their public cloud security by streamlining remediation throughout the CI/CD. With our platform, you could scan for misconfigurations from your infrastructure as code to your runtime, but we also provide the fixes. So for each misconfiguration, you will find the fix delivered as code as pull request in the platform. We're super proud to be part of this event and to contribute back to DevSecCon and to the community. Come visit us at our virtual booth and also at bridgecrew.io, and you have to try the platform. It's for free. Have a wonderful day.
Hey, what's up, DevSecCon? Scott Gerlach, CSO and co-founder from StackHawk here. Big thanks to DevSecCon for letting us help sponsor. StackHawk is a dynamic application security testing tool built for developers. And when I say built for developers, I mean you can run it on your laptop, like your linter. You can run it in CI/CD. You can run it in staging. You can run it in pre-prod. You run it anywhere you want. We want you to be able to identify, find, and fix those problems before they become vulnerabilities. Please check us out at StackHawk.com. I hope your DevSecCon online is great. Thank you to DevSecCon for hosting a virtual event. It's awesome to be able to connect with our peers during social distancing time. I hope you find some great talks today and learn a bunch. When you're all done, check out StackHawk.com, sign up for early access, and get some scanning running. Have a great day.
Hi, Simon from Snyk here. At Snyk, we specialize in dev-first security. And what that means is enabling developers properly to find and fix vulnerabilities both in your application's open source libraries and in your container images. You can come and find more at snyk.io. That's SNYK.io. Now, we since last year acquired DevSecCon. So at Snyk, it is our absolute privilege to be here and also to make sure we amplify and absolutely push DevSecCon to continue to be the premier DevSecOps event around the world. Come visit our virtual booth in the Brella application and come and talk to us about how you can enable your company to work in a dev-first security way. Thanks for listening and enjoy the conference.
Hi, I'm Matthias Madou, the co-founder and CTO at Secure Code Warrior. We specialize in helping developers
Well, hello everyone. Welcome back. Hope everyone got back from the meal. Hope you got back from the trend micro capture the flag activity. Some things for what we're going to have for today later on. We're going to have the biggest security talent pool talk that you've never heard of by Mike. He's going to join us in just a few moments. Then a couple of more talks, the hacker Hippocampus. Going to have a meal break. During that time, we're going to have an activity on the community corner. So there's going to be a Secure Code Warrior coding challenge and more tournament as well. So if you want to break out into any of those activities, you're welcome to. We're going to have a 15 minutes break and a few more talks as well as an Ignite talks. We're going to have a few lightning talks going on as well. So happy to join you. My name is Diron. I'm going to add Mike now so we can say hello. And hey there, Mike. How are you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm good. Yes. What aim is that for you?
What time is it? It's 4 o'clock here in the afternoon here in Sydney.
Ah, nice. How's the weather?
It's actually been a really beautiful day. Not a cloud in the sky. The sun's just about to start setting.
Awesome. Well, are you ready for your talk?
I sure am. Yeah, very excited.
All right, let's get you added. There we go. Should see your screen now, and you are off to go.
Awesome.
Good luck, Mike.
Thanks very much. Okay, so it's great to be here with you all. Very excited. I'm going to be talking to you about the biggest security talent pool that you've never heard of. Although some of you might have heard of it before. If you have, I hope you'll learn something today from what I've got to share. So this is a bit of an unusual talk at a DevSecOps, DevSecCon event. I'm not going to be getting into any tactical, any kind of technical areas, but I'm looking at a really broad sort of strategic level about some of the personnel that you might be missing out on, some of the people that could be adding a lot to your company over the coming weeks and months. So let's see if my slides work. On to slide 2. So yeah, a bit about me. I'm the founder and CEO of Exceptional, which is a technology matching platform connecting autistic job seekers with businesses that need top talent. And this business was really inspired by my sister, Sarah. Now, she is on the autism spectrum, has some amazing strengths, is a real talent when it comes to singing, really into music. But I've watched her for her whole working age. She recently turned, a few years ago, 40. So she's had over 20 years of that period of working life when she struggled to find and keep work. And there was a moment about now 3 years ago when she was working as a cleaner, and she was through that shift following instructions very, very literally. And yet after that moment, she was actually let go from that position. The employer didn't take the time to understand her and understand that she takes instructions very, very literally, and end up letting her go. And that was really a kind of tipping point for me, if you like. I'd seen that happen several times in her work, and finally I decided I had enough. I wanted to start a company that showed you could really utilize the strengths of someone like my sister and deploy them as a business opportunity, if you like. And the idea for Exceptional was born out of that moment. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to tell you a bit about this talent pool, and then I'm going to give you some specific examples of people that have excelled in companies that are employing in that area. And finally, I'm going to give you some practical tips of what you can do to bring about some change. So firstly, what is this talent pool? Well, some of the people in it that come to me, often have double degrees, often in 2 different areas, in adjacent areas, which makes them quite broad, but also in the area where those 2 degrees overlap, there's a real niche, a new understanding that's often developed. And yet a number of people that have these double degrees end up working as bus drivers, delivering groceries. There's nothing wrong with that. I'm not saying that that's not a good career to have. In fact, one of the angel investors of Exceptional is a bus driver as one of his many careers. But for these individuals that I'm referring to, this was for them not what they wanted to be doing, and they were not able to get into the technology jobs that their degrees were pushing them towards for various reasons that I will get into. So this pool, alongside those that have degrees and double degrees, there's also people that are self-taught, who learn from home, online learning, And up to a few years ago, that was really looked down upon. Now more and more companies are willing to accept people that are self-taught, that have done that sort of online learning versus more traditional ways of educating. So things are starting to change for this group. One of the reasons that they struggle to get in is challenges with interviewing, poor interview technique, or in fact, I'm now starting to see it as deficits from the interviewers who are not understanding these particular candidates. Other strengths that they have include being really loyal to employers, being really hyper-focused on solving problems, on getting to the bottom of issues, being really, really precise, and being amazing at learning and improving themselves as they go. And yet, in some cases, varies across different countries, but too often they are 12 times less likely to be employed, which is, as you can imagine, a real big challenge for them. One of the individuals in this talent pool, probably the most famous, is Anthony Hopkins, the actor. And he was diagnosed as being on the autism spectrum in his 70s, quite late in his career. And he said that actually explained some of the intricacies, some of the ways he was so good at acting, and also helped him understand some of the ways he goes about getting deep into the characters that he understands. So this talent pool that I'm talking about is the group of people on the autism spectrum, autistic people. And according to the CDC in the US, they number 125 million globally. That's based on a prevalence of 1 in 59, although other countries vary slightly. They're often around that mark. So we may find it might be slightly more, slightly less as the years go on. But it does seem to be, as we deepen our understanding of autistic people and the condition, then actually the number seems to be going up. In Australia, where we're based, there are around 350,000 people, and 76 million across Asia. The UK Autistic Society did an assessment of their members, and they deduced that around 10% have an interest in or skills for the tech industry. So we take that broad number as being the group that we're focusing on, although we're just beginning to step outside of beyond placing people purely in tech roles into other areas as well. And so if you take that 10% figure, apply it to 125 million, you get 12.5 million. And then that's all people, so just under half are of working age. These are very, very broad statistics applied on a global level, but it gives you an approximate picture. We're talking around 6 million people. On the other hand, I constantly hear for people in the security world that there's a gap in talent. There's disagreements about how much, and when that gap is kind of peaking. I just heard a recent report from one firm analyzing leaders across the tech industry that said 78% of leaders say that they can't find enough people in the security field. One projection is for there being a gap of 3.5 million globally. There's different debates about where it is, but it's generally agreed, it seems to me, to be in the order of the millions. And what we're seeing that as coming alongside the 6 million people I just talked about, this 3.5 million talent gap, and we're coming together and connecting the two with a proven process that works. And we're definitely not saying that all autistic people should be in cybersecurity. There's definitely other areas that I'm looking in. In fact, we think autistic people, the ones that we know, are giving us a glimpse that they can do anything that they put their minds to. But what we're seeing in cyber is an incredible lining up with some of the strengths that we keep seeing across this group. And we keep hearing of people that are really excelling as well. Now, autistic people sits within a broader sphere of neurodiversity. Now, what is neurodiversity? Is a collection of conditions that affect the brain, neurological conditions that have both challenges and strengths. So you'll see on there, autism is one of those. Others include ADHD, dyslexia, dyspraxia, other things. Some of them you may have heard of, some of them may be new to you. But what we're beginning to realize is that the commonalities between these with autism is that they often present barriers to getting work But when people get work, they often present really, really unique skills. And you'll see on this slide, the lines, the phrases underneath each condition are some of the strengths in those areas. And for Exceptional, we started focusing on autistic people, and now we've begun to expand to provide services to help other neurodiverse people get work. And we're starting to realize what a massive group this is. In fact, some experts believe it numbers 1 billion. 1 in 7 people on the planet fit in this group. 17% when you add them all up together. And let's just stop and think about that number for a moment. Imagine if you're someone that is hiring, or your team is hiring someone new. Imagine if you were unintentionally discounting 1 billion people from that job, some of whom could potentially be the best people for that job. And that's a really shocking thing, and something that is worth changing your recruitment, changing your workplace in small but ways that actually have an impact. So what are the strengths of this group? I've touched on some of them, and I'll just go through a few specific examples. One is a real ability for deep focus. Some of the people I've met in the security world tell me that often when there's on a major system, when there's a real big problem and some vulnerability has been discovered, you've got to lock the doors and not leave until it's solved. And I've heard of examples of that being multiple days. Our talent pool have an amazing ability to focus on that sort of time frame and really just keep going until the problem is solved. Secondly, they can be amazing at problem solving, getting to the bottom, not just faster, as it says here, but also more creatively, thinking outside the box. JP Morgan have an autism hiring program in the US that they've since expanded to more than 10 countries. And if a bank does something in multiple countries, then they must believe that it's really impacting their bottom line. And with their Autism at Work program, they deduced that their employees were 48% faster and 92% more productive. And often people we work with have a superior memory, ability to recall facts and processes, ways of doing things. So it could be, someone working on a system recalls a vulnerability that they saw on a past system that mirrors this one, 5-10 years ago, remembers that and can apply it here. That memory also means that individuals have a real ability to get into a niche topic, understand an area in real detail that makes them often real subject matter experts. What fascinates me is that in the medical field, they used to see that kind of niche interest area as a negative. People getting too narrowed into one particular area. But actually nowadays, it's seen as a positive that people are focusing on something in such detail that they're the person you go to when you want to solve that problem. They're the person you go to when you want to get a real deep understanding of how to prevent problems coming up in that area. And so fourthly, a real attention to detail, ability to spot patterns in data. One of the people that we placed at a bank, on day one, she could see ways that systems could be improved, and that some of the current systems were, adding in, making people lose time because of the way they're doing things. And she saw that because of her ability to look at patterns and look at systems and see that detail that others missed. And finally, that high integrity. The people that we work with really stick it out with their employers. And there's a real high retention rate as people, really, really continue on in the work that they're doing. They want to do that well and stick with their employers, something that a lot of people are looking for today. So I'll give you 3 examples of people that I know or I've met who are autistic and really doing amazing work. The first one is Temple Grandin. She's a lady that I had the privilege of meeting last year when she came out to Melbourne in Australia. And Temple is working in the animal husbandry industry. So it doesn't sound directly relevant to cybersecurity, but I'll get there. Give me a moment. This is a drawing that she did early on in her career. And this is a drawing of a cattle dip that cows go through when they're being cleaned. And you'll see it's circular. And what she did, she spent hours observing cattle in fields and noted that when they were calm, they walked in circles. And when they were upset, they would stampede and they'd run in a straight line. And the traditional cattle dips were in straight lines. And so every now and then, one of the cattle would get upset and they would bolt into the water. And often, sadly, they would drown. And then they'd have to stop the whole process and to get that cattle out, often for several hours to sort things out, particularly if machinery got broken or if several cattle were affected. And Temple realized if you put the dip in a circle, then that would calm the cattle. They would think that they were in a more calmer situation walking around in those circles. And second thing she did, you'll see the sides are kind of quite straight. Those are the walls. And in the past, they would have fences that would have gaps between them like this. And the cattle would look through the gaps and they might see a car or a reflection in a mirror or somebody's red clothing, a red t-shirt, and they would get upset. And then that would also cause them to bolt. So what she did, she put walls that were solid, had no gaps in them. And all these things added up to mean that the cattle, the process was better for the farmers. In fact, there's a fantastic Claire Danes movie made about Temple's life. And at the moment, Claire Danes portrays, Temple said that that Claire Danes really portrayed this moment well when she went into the owner of the rancher's office and said, you've got to follow my suggestions. Otherwise, you'll be losing hours on the production. And you can see this moment when he realizes this person's really onto something that's going to have a positive impact on the business. And although this seems to be not a cybersecurity connected thing, I'm not suggesting that Temple should work in cybersecurity, but for me, this shows that she saw a kind of vulnerability, a risk in the system, and took steps to using her unique insight to really get rid of that. We see that applying to security, to AppSec, where the people they're working with often have that ability to think outside the box and to voice their ideas and to be really frank with the ways that they can see systems that should be perhaps changing to be more curved than they are currently straight. The second example of someone I want to tell you about is Anthony. Now, he came to us now about 2 years ago. And at the time, he was really struggling with interviews, despite himself having multiple degrees, and including a PhD in physics. And he told me he didn't think he would ever get a job in a company that was a household name. And so we put him through our customized interview process where we get people to show their strengths, to play games, do puzzles, to really understand how their brains think. I remember Anthony was going through this activity called the Triangle Program, which is a pretty simple piece of software that takes 3 sides of a triangle and 3 inputs, and it outputs the type of triangle. So let's say you input 3, 3, and 3, the program will tell you that it's an equilateral triangle. You give it 5, 5, and 1, it will tell you that it's an isosceles. And so on and so forth. And what Anthony did is he started asking questions like, actually clarifying questions. Does this apply also to 3D geometry? What about if you're mapping onto a sphere? He said to me, Mike, because looking at triangles mapped on a sphere, they actually act quite differently. And I just thought that was such an insightful way of thinking that I called over the hiring manager who was in the room. He came over, asked Anthony to explain his questioning to the hiring manager. And he was so blown away that Anthony ended up getting a job, ends up being deployed with one of the biggest banks in Australia, and has since been promoted as well. And what fascinated me was how for Anthony, he was just asking clarifying questions based on his abilities and his knowledge in physics. But for the hiring manager, it really showed him insights into how Anthony thinks that wouldn't come across in a traditional interview. And the third person that I want to tell you about is Tim. And he came to us via actually a TV show that was tracking job seekers in their job seeking journey. And Tim came to us, and one of the puzzles that we put to him in the interview process was a dice puzzle. And what we tend to do, actually, when we play it in person, I have the dice somewhere on my table, but I've put them away. When we play it in person, we'll roll the dice and we'll use a formula that the interviewer comes up with on the dice to come up with a result. And the person going through has to problem solve by thinking through what that formula might be, trying different cases. And you'll see, often they will start with an example like adding up the dice and then multiplying them, and then doing other, adding 2, subtracting 1. This one, all the top 3 answers come up with 13, but the bottom one doesn't. So this one actually is a multiple of addition of the dice, and then one of them is being multiplied. Let me see from memory. I think it's 6, and then adding on 3 times the middle dice, which is 15 minus 2. Yeah, that gives 13. And then 1 plus multiple of 3 of the 5 is 16. Minus 3 again is 13. So using that you can deduce that, but that's not quite how quickly I'm giving you the answer there. But when we do this game, then we give hints, we give suggestions, and try and understand how an individual thinks, particularly someone going for a job in the tech area where they need to apply mathematical skills, numerical thinking, problem solving. And Tim was actually the first person that once he got this puzzle and the different ways we played it, he wanted to turn it back on me as the interviewer. He wanted to have a go at coming up with his own algorithm, and quickly came up with ones that I couldn't work through. But it really showed how well he got this activity. And now, funnily enough, he's being deployed in one of the client work that he's doing is working on an app for Exceptional to help us provide this puzzle in interviews to people more broadly. But there are many other companies like us, like the examples of Tim and Anthony, that are deploying people who are neurodiverse in technology and in cyber jobs in particular. One other example from this board, which really was relevant for the coronavirus time, was GeoSynergy on the right. They're a firm up in Brisbane, and we placed an individual with them who was several hundred miles away, actually in a different state. And he was interviewed remotely, assessed remotely, put through these puzzles remotely from home, and now he's working remotely. In fact, he's never in person, as I understand, met his employer. They work over Slack. And that happened actually back in January, just before coronavirus, and really got a lot of interest during this time. And we did a survey of the people we work with. 92% of them would prefer to work all or part of their time from home. This is a group that, sadly, for too long, have experienced, for years, have experienced social isolation because of being locked out of the job market. But now this presents an opportunity for them to get back into the workforce. Another organization which has been for decades embracing neurodiversity is the GCHQ in London. The Government Communications Department. It says on their diversity inclusion webpage, without neurodiversity, we wouldn't be GCHQ. It's so fundamental to everything they do. Going back to the 1940s and 1950s, during the Second World War, they had code breakers who were neurodiverse, people that really thought differently. And they've come to realize over the decades that they really need to support and hire from this group. And in fact, now all their processes are very neurodiverse friendly, and particularly targeted at adding to this, to their pool that are from this group. Another example of an organization hiring in this space is the New South Wales government, where we're based in Australia. They are, in fact, the largest employer in the Southern Hemisphere. 400,000 people work for the New South Wales government. When you consider how many people are in the Southern Hemisphere, that is about 1 in 2,000. So actually a really significant employer. And this is Gladys Berejiklian and Gareth Ward, the Minister for Disability. They recently announced just in March that they are targeting an additional 10,000 people with disabilities that they want to hire to increase their percentage up to 5.6% by 2025. And they're really taking efforts to hire from this group. one thing that we're doing with them is one of their departments finding people to work in their cybersecurity division. And yeah, it's been interesting to see how they've gone. Initially, they wanted people of a certain skill level and experience, and then they started to realize that actually this is such a hard type of person to find, type of skill, that they became more flexible, willing to take people that were had the propensity to work and be trained up in this field rather than having made a career in it already. In the UK, there's a network of organizations that are in the cybersecurity neurodiverse space. They formed a group to really learn from each other. We're hoping that other countries will follow their lead. It's amazing to see how many see this as an important space. This chart really sums up for me the missed opportunity. You see on the right-hand side, that's the chart for people without disability, and the population that are employed, or the proportion that are employed. On the left is the portion of people with disability. For people who are neurodiverse, and for people who are autistic, the number is even less. Some estimates put that down to 20% or even lower. And so, yeah, seeing those differences, it really is concerning, both for the individuals, but also for companies that are looking for top talent. Now, why is that? Well, there are some challenges, some I've touched upon, barriers that prevent people getting in. One is social interaction. I've been using the phrase social isolation so long, it's just slipping off my tongue unintentionally there. But in a sense, this group have experienced social isolation for too long, and that those interactions socially are challenging. And so in an interview moment where you're thrown in a social situation with someone completely new and such high stakes is stressful for all of us, but particularly for people that experience high anxiety, it's even tougher. Recruitment processes are written in a really standardized way to accept, the most people, but they miss out people on the fringes. I heard a fascinating report just last month that said that 35% of CEOs surveyed in the UK are dyslexic, have dyslexia. One of them is Richard Branson. And so with that high proportion of people, it's surprising that for people with dyslexia being the CEOs, it's surprising that applying for a job starts with filling in a form, starts with putting down words on paper, which works for some people, many, but not all. And I'm hoping other CEOs will see this disparity and help lead for change and more alternative paths of getting jobs. Thirdly, challenges with communication, with expressing those incredible things that are going on in someone's brain, and getting them on paper is really hard. I can personally empathize with that. Doing public speaking like this is a challenge for me. I had to, doing my public policy degree at Harvard, I took no less than 4 courses on presenting, on telling stories, on public speaking, because I saw it as an area that I found really hard. And so I can empathize with the people that we work with who really struggle to articulate themselves in interviews. And the final part of that, all these challenges add up to make for this long-term social isolation of unemployment. And someone else that zeroed in on these challenges is a chap called Rhett Greenhagen that's worked in the US military, is autistic himself, and he did a survey of 290 people on the spectrum who are working in security. And the first thing that stood out to me was, wow, he was able to find that many people working in this field. I don't think there's many other fields that we're placing people in where we can quickly and easily find that many people to complete a survey. It's partly a picture of how well connected he is, but also it shows you how many people are in that group. And the 2 challenges he really zeroed in on there, the yellow and the blue, were the biggest 2. One is that social connection I just mentioned. The yellow one, actually the biggest, is the sensory challenges. So things like, we'll get into this in a bit more detail, things like the light. Right now I've got these bright fluorescent lights on so that you can see me. Often when we have a meetup for autistic people working in tech, we'll turn these off. Lights can be really frustrating. Also sounds as well, different sensory noises and signals can really negatively impact some people in the workplace. So often at this stage, when I'm giving a presentation, we will go through an exercise that's a little challenging to do right now, but one that helps you understand the concept of a sensory diet. And that is that all of us, like the way that we take in food and have different preferences for food, we all have a sensory diet, ways that, things that get us excited, things that overwhelm us, and things that calm us down. And for all of us, a lot of us, we manage that quite naturally. Right now, I've got my legs crossed. You can't see below the table, but I do. And a lot of people, when they're speaking on a panel, will cross their legs or they'll cross their arms. And that's actually giving them a kind of like a hug. It's kind of giving themselves that sensory input to calm them down. A lot of people do that subconsciously. But a lot of autistic people need additional help to address sound and other senses. Or they need accommodations. They need the lights turned off, smells not to be seen near the coffee machine. My sister, who is on the spectrum, who I mentioned, she really struggles with noises. And Sarah, one of the developers that we work with, she struggles with coffee smell. And so we just have to make sure that we're not, none of us have our coffee lids off when we're in the office. It's all right today because I'm sitting here on my own, socially isolating. But when we're in the post-COVID time, those things become particularly important again. So what are some of the things that you can do? I've mentioned some practical steps that we've done, but what are specific barriers that you can remove in your workplace? You might be a colleague you might be part of a team, you might be a manager, you might be involved in recruitment, you might be a CEO. It depends on where you are in the company as to what you can do. I've got a picture here of someone in a wheelchair. Generally, we know what the barriers are for people in a wheelchair. Adding in ramps, making sure doorways are wide enough that they can fit through, making sure that there are accessible bathrooms. But for autistic and neurodiverse people, the barriers are still being understood. They're still, we're still all learning about them, but there's still some things that we can learn and that can be changed right now. One of them is the job interview. So I mentioned some of the ways that we've changed job interviews to involve puzzles, and that's one of the biggest steps you can take. Think through this question. Are you assessing a person's skills or their ability to articulate those skills? Someone really thanked us for those puzzles we do, and they said, wow, finally someone that wants to understand my brain rather than getting me to talk about my experience or lack of experience. How can you think through how your company does? Do you get people to talk, or do you get them to do work sample tests? Do you get them to do work sample tests in a really stressful environment, coding up on the whiteboard, or do you allow them space to do that? Do you allow them to go home and take those exercises home? And now, there are challenges. Every company we talk to says, oh, you can't do this because we've got to do things for everybody. And yet we encourage them to think, this is a group that's currently being missed out because of the lines that you've drawn. So how about we go around the lines for a process? Some companies are willing to do that. And then they start to see the stars, the strengths of people that come through. Microsoft is a company that's really understood this well. They have a massive neurodiverse program for hiring people. And Jenny Leigh-Fleury, she said that they discovered for them the problem was the interview. And so they changed their approach to what the process should look like. They worked with a local group to bring candidates in for a week-long program. We offer teamwork and technical exercises and lots of training. And they assess people as they're training them. They see how they learn, how they step up, and they get extra data. And may not be able to do a week long, but even 1 or 2 days can help to slightly reduce the anxiety that someone feels in that kind of 1 hour stressful interview. It gets a longer set of data into individuals. So the interview, think about how you do the interview. Secondly, look more broadly at recruitment. So that goes earlier than the job interview back to the job description. How is the job description locking people out? One way is to be more clearer in the job description about what are the exact requirements. We had one investment bank in Sydney that said to us, oh, you've got to have candidates to have experience in, I think it was Power BI, some analytics platform. And they said, or another, they listed 2. And we said to them, well, what about if someone's done a 3rd or a 4th or a different one? Oh, that's fine too. Okay. So we adjusted it. And then we said to them, well, how long would it take to train someone in Power BI if they'd done none of these? They said, oh, about 2 days if the person was a real whiz in Excel. And then we asked, well, what does being a whiz in Excel mean? Oh, pivot tables. So it's asking these questions to get really clear. What is essential? What is a nice to have that would put a candidate higher up the list, and be really specific. And we find that this clarity actually works for all other types of groups that are returning to the workforce. People from overseas, people, working mothers returning to work. All different groups benefit from this clarity. And next, third biggest thing is thinking about the sensory environment of the work. And this has really changed with people working from home, because if you think about it, your home is probably the sensory environment that is best set up for you yourself. And the people you live with, probably the people that best understand your own sensory diet, your own sensory needs, how you work as a person. So yeah, that's probably one of the reasons why so many of our group enjoy working from home. But if you are asking people to come into the office for all or part of their time, then thinking about the lighting, the sounds, allowing people to wear noise-cancelling headphones, thinking about the smells of the bathrooms or the coffee machine, the food areas. I remember meeting the head of engineering for Google in Sydney, and he said to me, it's all very well. I asked him advice about what Google's doing for interviews, and he said, that's great, we want your help there, but we also need help with the office environment. We want to make sure that it works. And so we've since done consulting work to help improve the Google office here in Sydney, and have helped them to take steps to improve things. And the amazing thing was, one autistic engineer who works there, said to me that he can't go in we did that, he couldn't go in the canteen because it was so noisy. It was such a sensorily stressful environment. And 2 of the non-autistic, neurotypical people who were there, they said to us, actually, I really struggle with the Google canteen at the moment. I find it overwhelming too. So often the steps that you take for this group will improve life and improve work outcomes for everyone you're working with. The one of the acronym I want to really highlight there, ATP. I got this from a man that's made real pioneers with Walgreens in employing people with disabilities. He said, ask the person, ask each individual what works for them. And that's just, such simple but profound advice. And I want to leave a few minutes for questions. I'm getting to the end of my time. But the final thing that I suggest is make sure each individual is set up for the right support structure. We like to think about a triangle of support. People outside the workplace, a job coach, someone outside, and then 2 people inside the workplace that are really providing that support structure. The manager of each individual is the person that has the most potential, that untapped potential, to allow autistic people to enter and then really shine in the workforce. But often you also need a buddy, someone else outside your immediate work to sound ideas off, and someone outside the company as well to provide that third leg of support. So yeah, these are some of the suggestions that I have, and I'd love you to reach out to me if you've got any questions, and also let me know of examples of success, examples that you know of neurodiverse or autistic people who are really shining and leading the way in doing amazing things in their work. So yeah, thank you very much for having me along, and I think I will now open it up for questions if there are any to be asked.
Hey, Mike, it was a great session. Thank you for that.
Thank you.
I did love the real world stories, and you had quite a few as well. All of them with great social impact.
Awesome. Yeah, thank you.
For sure. I always say, be the change you want to see in the world, but it looks like you're taking this like 10 steps forward, being doing that, 24/7 for your job day to day. That's pretty cool. One question I do have is, how do people that are neurodiverse find out about you? Like, is it an easy task to for them to find out about it, or it's like a hard one because maybe they're like you said, maybe a bit social distance, so they wouldn't know about it, and they would probably be looking for those employment opportunities that thanks to your company at Exceptional you can do that. But how do you find people finding out about you?
Yeah, good question. I mean, our website is definitely one way people can find out about us. A lot of people that do come to us have heard through a friend. They are, word of mouth is a real big way of sharing. When they've had success with someone helping them get a job, they'll tell a friend, and yes, that word of mouth. But yeah, we're on we've got social media channels as well. But yeah, our website would be my primary suggestion, which is, I should say what it is. It's exceptional.io.
Awesome. Well, I think this is kind of all the time we have for the questions today. So I'm going to thank you so much for this talk and for, making this social impact. So Mike Tozer from Exceptional, if any of you want to spread the word out or just go check it out, go ahead. And thank you so much again.
Thanks so much for having me.
For sure. Have a great day. All right, also, we're going to be back in a few minutes with another talk. This one is coming up from Chloe. Is it Chloe? Let me check. Yes, this is Chloe Mastagi. We're going to talk about the Hacker Hippocampus. I will put up some slides now until we're back. If you have any questions for Mike, he's on Twitter as well, so you be sure to ping him or ping us if you want. We'll happy to dispatch it forward. And so see you in a couple of minutes in the extra break. Hey everyone, we're back with Chloe Mastagi. Hope I'm pronouncing your name right. Hey, how are you?
Excellent job.
I am. Okay, awesome. One thing today. What time zone are we finding you? Is it morning, night, or?
We're very close to morning. It's almost midnight now. So, yeah.
I appreciate the effort.
Oh, you're most welcome. It's great to be here. Thanks for having me.
Thank you for being here. All right, so we'll kick you off in a sec. I'll just shortly introduce you. So we have Chloe Mestagi, who's VP Strategy at Point3 Security. She'll be speaking about the hacker Hippocampus. And I'm excited for this one. So go ahead.
Excellent.
Should start sharing your screen, and I'll go ahead and broadcast it all over.
Okay. So when you get Q&As, is that going to be via Slack or Brilla?
I'm gonna curate them, moderate through Brilla.
Okay.
But if anything comes up through Slack as well, I'll share too.
Okay, great. Because it's interactive. There's gonna be tons of questions, so you're gonna have a lot of fun.
All right.
I'm gonna actually have you pick my winner. How about that?
Awesome. Can I participate as well?
Yes, you can.
Yes.
All right.
I think we need you to start sharing.
Yep. Let's do this.
Mm-hmm. Awesome. So go ahead and good luck.
Thank you. All right. I guess I'm live. Hi, everyone. My name is Chloe Mestagi, and you're about to dive into a talk that's totally gamified and interactive. Now, there's a way that you can participate, which is you can either DM me answers throughout this whole thing. They have to be the correct answers, and I may select more than one winner to get a 1-month free subscription to Escalate, which is the gamified platform that Point3 provides that many of you maybe have participated in CTFs. So let's get going on this, shall we? So if you don't know who I am, I'm the VP of Strategy over at Point3 Security. I'm also an ethical hacker advocate. For those that are like, what is that? That means I just kind of look around the field and I'm like, what can be changed? How can we make it better? And then I do whatever it takes to get there. When I'm not doing that, I'm also the president and co-founder of WOSEC, Women of Security. I believe you had 2 speakers on here at some point that are from WOSEC. So Tanya, shout out to her, and Alyssa Miller. I'm also the founder of Women Hackers, which is a virtual platform where non-binary and women hackers at all levels come together around the world, and we do workshops, CTFs, and so on. But it's a good place for us to kind of connect with each other and have a safe space. I'm also the Hacker Book Club organizer. Basically, we meet every Tuesday at 5 p.m. Pacific time. And every month we read a new book, and it's usually written by a hacker in the community, and the hacker community reads the book together. And yes, the author does attend, and sometimes those that are mentioned in the book are also in attendance. I'm also a podcaster for ITSP Magazine's The Uncommon Journey with Phil Wiley and Alyssa Miller. And last but not least, that is my website below. And then my Twitter and Instagram is exactly the same. Feel free to follow. I'm always down for chatting with you guys. So what we're going to cover is a few things. We're going to go into the history of gamification, how our brains are stimulated by it, and why gamification helps security teams. And then we'll go how gamification has transformed lives. And then I'm going to do some, well, if you have some remaining questions for me, more than happy to answer them. So what is gamification? So gamification is basically, think of it as games that work on problem solving, processing speed, attention span, and memory. And now we're going to dive into the history. Now, this is the driest part of this entire presentation, and I'm giving you a heads up about it. But if you pay attention very closely, you may win something very special. So take a look at this wonderful chart. This is your chart of gamification. So in 425 BC, dice games were created to fight major famine. 3100 BC, the first board game was created in Egypt. And S&H green stamp was the first time ever marketers actually sold stamps to retailers to use to reward customers. And in 1958, the first video game was actually invented. And Charles Cardo found a consulting firm called Game of Work, and it brings feedback loops, found in sports and into the workplace. And MUD1 is created by Roy Trebashaw at Essex University. It was the first multi-user virtual world game. Now, Thomas Malone publishes What Makes Things Fun to Learn, a study of intrinsically motivating computer games. And in 1981, the first ever 3D video games were released. American Airlines actually was the first airlines that introduced a first frequent flyer program called AAdvantage. Holiday Inn saw what American Airlines did, was like, why don't we do that with our hotels? And they launched their first hotel loyalty program. National Car Rental was like, well, why aren't we doing that with cars? So then they launched their first car rental rewards program. Now, at this point, 30% of American households own an NES. A new generation of gamers is now officially born. And then Richard Bartle publishes Who Plays MUAs, which divides video game players into 4 unique types. And 2002 Serious Gaming Initiative forges the link between the gaming industry, training, health, education, public policy. And in 2003, Nick Pelling coins the term gamification. In 2007, Bunchball created Dunder Mifflin Infinity, a gamified website for the TV show The Office, and it receives over 8 million page views in 6 weeks. In 2009, Quest to Learn accepts a class of 6th graders into a game-based learning environment. In 2010, DevHub adds a point system to its website and it increases user engagement by 70%. And by 2010, Gamification Co. holds the first gamification summit. And you won't believe where it was. Actually, you probably do. It's SF. Let's be real. It's San Francisco. And then in 2012, 45,000 enrolled in a Professor Kevin Werbach's online gamification course through Coursera. Now, in 2012, Mozilla Opens Badges initiative was launched. And this was an open source badges that can be used to mark accomplishments online. In 2012, Gartner predicts 70% of the global 2,000 organizations will have at least one gamified application by 2014. And in 2014, MT Research predicts that gamification will be a $2.8 billion industry by 2016, which is true. But guess what? It went way beyond that. It's actually supposed to be about $11 billion industry by the end of this year. Now, I did tell you this was the most dry part, but this is the time when you get to participate. So on the platform that you are using to ask questions or not, feel free to give your answers on there. I will keep track of it. But also, if you're not on that right now, that's okay. You can also just DM me on Twitter. My DMs are open, and it's at Chloe Mustagi. Now, you ready? So the first one to respond to these questions correctly, you will be submitted into getting a 1-month subscription. So let's do this. In what year did the first video game come out? I feel like I should have Jeopardy music in the background. I think next time I'm going to do that. In what year did the first video game come out? All right, next question. In what country invented the first board game? What country invented the first board game? Next question. And yeah, that was Egypt. What airline did the first frequent flyer program? So what airline was that, you guys, that did the first frequent flyer program that also made, you had a car rental that followed it, you had a hotel chain that followed it. Which airline was it? And then who coined the term gamification? Now, this, believe it or not, is always the hardest one for someone to find out what the answer is. All right. And what was the gamified website by Bunchball for the TV show The Office called? What was the gamified website by Bunchball for the TV show The Office called? And then I think this one is the last question. Gamification is expected to become a blank billion-dollar industry by the end of 2020. What is that wonderful, gigantic number? All right. End of pop quiz. It could be a trick. It shall be a mystery, but let's dive back into the presentation now. And if you guys get what that clip is from, I feel you. We're Monty Python fans. All right. So fact is, overall, InfoSec has always been gamified. Think about it. We have CTS, we have bug bounty, we have hackathons, and many of us became hackers because we wanted to beat games. We want to be better than our peers because they were better than us. Let's be real. They were better than us. So we found ways like cheat codes and other methods of doing so. But most importantly, when we hunt for vulnerabilities, it's a game of how far does the foxhole go? It's a constant, how can I outsmart this and that? And so yes, you get another wonderful chart. And this one's a lot shorter, as you can tell. But pay attention, I think you've learned now. So October 10th, 1995, Netscape launches the first ever cash reward for finding security bugs in the Netscape Navigator 2.0 beta. And then the first DEFCON CTF was in 1996. And then bug bounty programs were being created and managed by companies such as Google, Facebook, and Mozilla. And you're wondering like, wait, I'm a little confused on it. Let me explain. So companies didn't have HackerOne, Bugcrowd, or Snyk. And because they didn't, they had to do it themselves. And this was cool for them, but they also learned a lot of lessons on the way. So then you have Pond2Own, which started in 2007, and then you have the birth of the bug bounty platforms, which changed a lot for us. It actually got us more out there, like for example, Hack the Pentagon, Hack the Army. It was because of these bug bounty platforms that people starting in major enterprises started trusting the hacker community to help them find their vulnerabilities. And it started to change slowly. Oh, what is a hacker? And that's the cool thing about it all. But most importantly, it also showcased that gamification works, and it's what drives humans. Rewards. Just like dogs, we like our treats. 2014 to today, gamification has been trending on the rise, and we see that everywhere. And it's back, another round of pop quiz time. Now remember, either DM or put in whatever area that you want to on the platform on your answer. The first bug bounty program was created in what year? When was the first CTF at DEF CON? And when was, the year. What year was the first CTF at DEF CON? All right, that's it for the pop quiz time. But now we get to dive into my favorite part. Before I got into InfoSec, I was obsessed with the brain in every single fair. So we're gonna dive into how our brains are actually stimulated by it. So we're going to get to know your brain, but the area that I want you to focus on is that green section right there called the temporal lobe on the left side. Then we're going to dive into the other side of the brain. You see there, the amygdala and hippocampus, because those are the two main players when it comes to having gamified. Now, the thing you should note about is that all these questions that I covered, that pop quiz, giving you short response time from learning something very brand new, that was all to stimulate your temporal lobe. So all those pop quiz questions were instant, wanting to find out if you collected any information or data. And the temporal lobe does that. So what the temporal lobe does is that it actually takes the part of your brain where you actually, you have your short-term memories, and it gets put into your brain, so then it becomes something long-term. So the thing is that the hippocampus is the part of the temporal lobe that plays a major role there. The other thing to note about it, it's also where you process sensory input into derived meanings for the appropriate retention of your visual memory, your language comprehension, and your emotion association. This is where gamification thrives, and it's where the amygdala and hippocampus are. So we're going to do another activity. I'm going to say some things out loud, and you're going to fill in the blank. No, these are not the ones that you tweet at me in DMs or put on there. This is for you to do at your own home, and you can wake up your neighbors or wake up your home I don't know what time it is there, but I'm assuming it's either in the middle of the night or first thing in the morning. So let's scare our neighbors, shall we? So shout out the answers after I give a description. Here we go. What is a plant having permanently woody main stem that usually is growing to a high height and developing branches at the same distance from the ground? What is that? It's a tree. Another one, the nutritious orange to yellow root of a plant of the parsley family. What is it, you guys? Carrot. An article of furniture consisting of a flat top supported on one or more legs. A table. So you're kind of seeing here, I could keep going through, there's a few more here, but the thing to note about is that with the temporal lobe itself, I'm reading out a description of something and it's connecting to an image in your brain. So that's what the temporal lobe does. It takes whatever you're hearing and makes it into a picture. So all the descriptions adds an image to your brain, you register the image, and then you are able to figure out what it is. Now let's dive into the next one. So overall, this entire slide, this is going to be the most important thing when it comes to gamification, your amygdala and hippocampus. The amygdala does control your emotional response and helps your brain store memories. This is why, for example, I don't know if you've ever heard this term about amygdala hijack. It happens when you're in a very high stress situation. So say, for example, you get in a car accident. Who's been in a car accident? Okay. So if you've been in a car accident, what happens is that everything can slow down, it seems like everything is going so slow, but at that moment, it's actually going really, really fast. So what is happening in that moment is that you're not able to think about anything really, but what you're being able to notice is that in that moment, you feel like you don't, like your entire brain is focused on that one thing. So that's what can happen when you have something that's highly stimulating. This can happen. And the other issue to note about amygdala hijack is that your prefrontal cortex of your brain, the front part of your brain, is the CEO of your brain. It makes the decisions. The amygdala is completely subconscious. So the only time that registers a fear or a flight mechanism is when you're actually like consciously aware and processing the information. So remember, amygdala is subconscious, doesn't know. The hippocampus is another situation like that. So the prefrontal cortex of your brain that you're actually fully aware of what's going on. All right, so let's go dive into the hippocampus, which works very close to your role in memory, navigation, and emotional response. So overall, the hippocampus, what it does, it takes short-term memories in the hippocampus and they're transferred to a long-term memories in the temporal lobe. Our conscious memories are formed by the hippocampus taking a snapshot of the short-term working memory and committing it to a long-term memory stored in the temporal lobes. So we're gonna do a quick activity. And if you hear my dogs in the background, I am sorry, they decided to wake up and play in the other room. So what I want you to do is look at this list, read it thoroughly twice to yourself, and keep an eye on the order as well. And I'll wait here for a little bit. Okay, I think you've read it through twice now at this point. So this is the next step. I want you to open an email or pull up notes or anything that you can write down, even if you're old school with a piece of paper and a pen, that works perfectly fine too. And by the way, if you're that type of person, I love you because that is how I do my things. It's the only way I remember things, I swear, is if I write it on a piece of paper and a pen. But draft an email, pull it up, and write down the objects that they appeared in order. And you have about 2 minutes to complete this task. So I'm actually going to give you 2 minutes now at this point. So go ahead and start. In the meantime, I'm going to turn off my camera so that I don't have you guys staring at me. Oops. I don't have you guys staring at me while you guys are trying to do your thing. It's very awkward. It's like watching someone eat when you're not eating. So good luck. I'll be back in a second. And yes, I do have a timer on. You guys have 1 minute and 35 seconds now. You have 1 minute and 5 seconds now. You have 50 seconds now. You now have 35 seconds. $25 seconds. And we got 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay, pens down or pencils and take your hands off from your keyboard. Okay, let's do this. How many of you guys got this right? Like all 10 items in the correct order? If you did, wow, congrats. You have an amazing short-term memory and a hippocampus. Now, when it comes to learning, you need to, your long-term needs to be in good shape. And so this is one way how to do it. Now, there's this one thing to note. How people, they actually are these incredible people out there that are able to memorize these things super fast. They would see this list for 30 seconds and be able to tell you exactly what order were the items. Now, how they do that for memory purposes is that they create a very elaborate story. So for example, if I wanted to try to memorize this list in a certain order, I was walking on the streets of London and I was carrying an umbrella. And I looked down below my shoe and there was this really cuddly toy. And I picked it up. And when I picked it up, I noticed that there was like this strange melon-looking tree. And I didn't know what it was. So I kind of wanted to know what it was. So I walked a little bit closer. And as I was walking a little bit closer, I almost slipped and tripped. And I looked at the ground. And I was like, what is this weird pink stuff on the ground? It was yogurt. And I was like, oh my God, I can't believe I almost fell by yogurt. This is terrible. Not as terrible as that time when I saw this parrot and I almost slipped on a banana instead. Oh my God, that day was terrible because I almost broke my laptop and it ruined my red jumper. And that red jumper brings back so many memories when the time that I watched basketball with my father. So having something like a story like that will help you remember these things. So next time someone gives you a list of items to memorize in a certain order, come up with a really crazy story. There's people that will do things randomly and they'll say like, oh, there was an octopus that came in the middle of the street and ate a melon. Now you're always going to remember an octopus eating a melon. Good luck. All right, so how can you improve your hippocampus? Well, research has shown overall, you can take a new route home. Remember, the hippocampus works with basically having a certain route in mode. So your GPS system. So the thing is, like, say, for example, you decide to turn on a different street. This is going to help you completely. So remember this. If you want to change your hippocampus and get even like really use it and flex it a little bit more, take a new route home, get lost somewhere and try to figure out how to get home. Trust me, it's a great way to learn these things. Crossword puzzles. I don't know how many of you guys have like your grandparents or aunts or uncles or yourself or cousins that they have crossword puzzles and they have like the most incredible memory because you're like, how do you remember all these things? Yeah, it's because they're flexing their hippocampus. And last but not least, gaming modules, which is the one thing that we already know because gaming modules is gamification because it's games that work on problem solving, processing speed, attention span, and memory. Now, let's go into my favorite part of the brain, the amygdala. Now, the amygdala, it's an almond-shaped section of nervous tissue that's located in the temporal side lobe of the brain, which is actually responsible for your emotions, your survival instincts, your memory. And like I said, you can't control it. Only the prefrontal, which is this part right here, can, because it's completely subconscious. Now, remember though, say for example, at some point in your life, you were told to be scared of spiders and snakes at a young age. This might have been an adult or a parent, or you saw it on the TV at some point as a young age. So you're always going to be a little bit hesitant with spiders and snakes because you know that they can be poisonous and dangerous. So the amygdala remembers that. And so if you see a spider or snake, you'll immediately will probably be like fear. It will alert your brain. And so you'll either run far away from it or you'll fight back with whatever you have, like a boot or something. So we're going to do a quick test on this. So bear with me. Here's another activity. All right, this is two parts. So the first part is testing your hippocampus. The second part is testing your amygdala. Here we go.
Watch this series of images very closely. Ready? Go. Do you recall seeing any shoes or keys? Probably not. At this speed, 80% of the people we showed this to don't see either the shoes or the keys. We'll slow it down. Did you see them this time? You probably did. Now, we're going to play a different series.
How many of you guys saw the keys and it was keys and shoes? A good number you probably have. And the reason for that is that if you are someone who is detailed oriented, you're going to catch that a little bit more. So congratulations, you do a better job at catching details than most of the population. Now let's go to the second part.
Of images and test you on them after. Ready? Go. Did you happen to notice any snakes or spiders? Chances are you did. In case you're thinking we slowed down the images, I assure you we did not. All we did was substitute the shoes and keys with pictures of snakes and spiders. Why did one set of images jump out at you while the other didn't? To answer that question,
you don't need him to answer the question. I'll just be honest with you. Remember what I said a little bit earlier about your brain and the amygdala? If you're taught at some point about spiders and snakes, guess what? Your amygdala makes things a lot faster. It processes it a lot faster because it's fear. So remember that. And in some ways, that's why when I was doing that timer, when you guys were doing that activity, that timer puts you on more on alert. And so it creates this sudden sense of fear. Not fear in, your normal day feeling of fear, which is like, I'm afraid to go outside. Fear is, and oh my God, it's counting down, it's counting down, it's counting down. So just keep that in mind, is that your amygdala is a really fascinating thing. If you want to study anything about the brain, study the amygdala. It's one of those things that I just can't get enough of. So we're going to dive now into the next part. Why gamification helps security team. And if you know that cartoon, you're amazing. I love that cartoon too. All right. So Gartner said in 2020, gamification combined with other latest technologies and trends will have a significant impact on the design of employee performance, globalization of higher education innovation. Gartner took the words right out of my mouth, but let's dive into some other facts, shall we? Fact number one, within organizations that hold gamification exercises, hackathons, capture the flag, red team, blue team, or bug bounty programs are the most common, and almost all 90% of those that use gamification in the workplace report seeing benefits. Fact number two, more than half, 57% respondents report that using games increases awareness and IT staff knowledge of how breaches can occur. And 43% said gamification enforces a teamwork culture needed for quick, effective cybersecurity. And 77% of cyber managers agree that their organization would be a lot safer if they used gamification. Fact number 3, we are literally in a 3 million shortage. And it's one of those things because to address the shortage in skilled cybersecurity workers, the report also suggests that gamers, those engaged and immersed in online competitions, may be the logical next step to plugging the gap. And nearly all, like 92% of respondents believe that gaming affords players experience and skills critical to the cybersecurity threat hunting, such as logic, perseverance, and an understanding of how to approach adversaries and a fresh outlook compared to traditional cybersecurity hires. Fact number 4, 77% of employees find game-based training to be more effective than traditional training methods. I mean, think about it, you guys. How many of you guys remember what you read in your textbooks back in 5th grade? I thought so. None of us do. Now, if it was hands-on learning, we would probably remember a lot more. Fact number 5, biases, resume, team building, and learning how to improve teams and provide more trainings and investing in employees. These are all reasons why gamification can help. And one of the things is that you can use a gamified platform like Point 3, Escalate. And what you can do with that is you can assess people before you bring them onto your team. Think of this. You wouldn't be judged on how many years of experience you have, or how many certs you have, or what certs you have, or what your name is, what's your background, what's your nationality, what's your ethnicity, what's your gender, what's your sexuality, because these are things that people actually think about, believe it or not. And you probably know that. But think about it this way, where you just take that entire thing out completely and you just put someone right into a place to test out their skills. And based on how they perform, then you can move forward with that person. That is a changing moment, because it's not just that, but we've also noticed that those that were usually underrepresented at their actual companies, they were people that were being ignored, and they didn't see that they were high potential people on their team. So then when they get on the platform, they actually scored sometimes even higher than their managers, or even higher than the people they thought were the best performers. And it's one of those things that we have to look at that now at this point, and we should be looking at that now, because biases exist in this world. So any way that we can cut through the biases of humankind, it'd be the greatest way how to make sure that we can make sure we aren't gatekeepers in this industry anymore. And yes, we do have a skills gap. Certs are not enough. Let's be real. I mean, how many of you guys have certs? Now, did any of those certs actually make you amazing at your job? Think about it. I mean, with a skills gap, we're so prone to burnout and breaches because of it. And it's so much weight on us because we work 24/7, you guys. And so, yeah, there's going to be a skills gap because there's not many of us. We can't clone ourselves yet. I'm still looking for that, though. Fact number 7, let's be real, the military is all in. Think about it. I mean, gamified learning environments are powerful tools for engaged and motivated learning experiences. They are an essential component of cybersecurity training strategy, which is the national imperative. But such environments help produce qualified personnel to meet the demand signal. In other words, strong correlations between gaming and cybersecurity activities, gaming and retention, and gaming and recruitment. And what's the percentage of the companies that adopt gamification in the workplace that report seeing benefits? Yes, this is another one. You can actually DM me on Twitter to let me know what that is so you can get your 1-month subscription. All right. Now let's just quickly go over a couple things, how gamification has transformed lives. So Veronica has a BA in computer science. Now, her story is really fascinating because she actually went into working for youth development for about 5 years. And then she felt kind of bored, and she felt like something was missing in her life. And even though the youth development was something that she really loved, it didn't empower her. And she really liked puzzles, like a lot. And so she came across this ad, and it was join a bootcamp partnership with the DoD and Point 3. And at that time, it just literally asked Are you passionate about puzzles? How do you feel about spending loads of time on one thing to try to fix it? Are you a problem solver? And she responded because she was like, why not? Why don't I give this a try? Because I miss that. So she got accepted, and she basically, the program itself lasted for about 6 months. She got a pen tester role right after the 6 months. And then afterwards, she was a consultant as a pen tester, and then she joined Point 3. But just note that Veronica never came across the idea of being a hacker prior. But there was something about when she saw that ad for the bootcamp partnership with the DoD that made her feel like, maybe this is for me, because I really do like puzzles. And I think this is something that I really want to do. And she actually, it was really funny that what she did was that she looked through her history for many, many years, and she could just tell that she was already looking into web app and like how to access things. And so it was one of those things that she had like an epiphany moment afterwards that this was basically meant for her. Now, Valentina, she lives in Chicago, Illinois. She studied math and computer science. When she was there, she also was like thinking about whether or not she should do a PhD, but she wasn't quite sure if that's something that she wanted to do. But her first job was an economist at a Federal Reserve Bank. But when she was doing her undergrad work, she did an internship in the physics department, and she had to learn the very basics of coding. And she kind of liked it, but she never had the chance to do more of it. But she came across a bootcamp announcement. Yes, it was the same one as Veronica. And she was like, oh, that sounds really cool. So she applied, she got accepted, and halfway through, so at her 3rd month into the 6-month program, she was hired immediately to work for a security company. Now, the thing you should note about her was that she did watch the movie Hackers and was definitely inspired to wanting to become a hacker herself. And of course, I'm always looking for another story of people that their lives have been changed. And that could be through bug bounty. That can be through participating in a CTF. But we hear about these stories from our other peers in the community. So yeah, if you want to share your story, go ahead. And the last pop quiz question, I promise. Which person was inspired by the movie Hackers? All right, so overall, from stories, from brain functioning and history, it is clear gamification is definitely a necessity. So we can all be superheroes every day. And when you're like, what do you mean by that? Trust me, anyone who works in InfoSec, you're doing something that's very good. And the reason for that is, hey, you're keeping each other safe. You're keeping families safe. You're keeping my parents safe. You're keeping my friends safe. And that's the thing that just remember, at the end of the day, no matter what role you have in InfoSec, you're doing something that is really contributing and helping out security for all of us, because let's be real, we all like our personal identifiable information and we like to have things private. So here are some resources for you for the ITSP Magazine podcast, the Hacker Book Club. If you want to join, we love to have you. I also started an ethical hacker rights petition. So I'm trying to get 1,000 signatures, and I've been trying this since I think beginning of March. So please check it out, share it, sign it. We need 1,000 signatures so then I can push it forward and up in the Capitol Hill area. And last but not least, if you don't know what Point 3 security is, feel free to check it out at ittakasahuman.com. Any questions?
Hey there, Chloe.
Hey.
Did you enjoy that?
I did. I got a little distracted throughout. I had my dogs just running in and out of the room. So sorry for that, you guys.
That was good. So many questions and pop quiz.
Yeah, good.
Literally challenged us.
Yeah, so it's interesting because every time I try doing this talk virtually, I change it up a bit. So sometimes I'll ask a little bit more questions. Sometimes I'll like ask less questions to see. So I'm testing everyone. You're all my guinea pigs.
Yeah, you're always pen testing, I guess.
Yeah.
I did feel I picked up on like first year of brain sciences from like a medical degree with all of those brain amygdala kind of like pictures. So thank you for that.
You're welcome.
For sure. I guess my parents always wanted me to be a doctor, so on my way there. So since we talked a lot about gamification, is there like, are you a gamer? Is there a favorite game that you like?
Oh man, okay. Mortal Kombat was one of my favorites.
It's like 90.
Street Fighter, Pac-Man. I was very into the classics, like the retro stuff. I like it.
Cool. So you're like more of a CTF gamer.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
I mean, one of these days I would love to do more games online and everything, but the thing is, like, I don't really have too much time sometimes. And when you have two puppies running around like crazy, it's very hard to find more time.
They're basically gamifying you, I guess. Just play with me, play with me.
Yes, it's chess every single moment of the day. You don't know who wants what, and it's great.
All right. So thank you again for joining us. Thank you for this insightful talk.
Thank you for having me.
For sure. I'll say that this is like an official call out for anyone who has questions for Chloe, or if you want to share a story as Chloe is looking for, just ping her on Twitter or any other media that is suitable for you. I guess she'll be happy to hear more and embed you in her future talks. Well, thank you, Chloe, and I guess have a good night, right?
Yeah, thank you. And thank you guys so much for having me.
For sure. Thank you so much.
All right. Take care, everyone. Enjoy the rest of the conference.
All right. So we are going to go off now to a 15 minutes break. I'll put up the sponsors reel in the meantime, but we have a couple of more interesting talks. We actually have Ignite talks. So a few lightning talks are going to be super short, but super interesting as well. So see you in 15, and don't miss out on coming back. Let's kick it off.
Hi, Simon from Snyk here. At Snyk, we specialize in dev-first security. And what that means is enabling developers properly to find and fix vulnerabilities both in your application's open source libraries and in your container images. You can come and find more at snyk.io. That's SNYK.io. Now, we since last year acquired DevSecCon. So at Snyk, it is our absolute privilege to be here and also to make sure we amplify and absolutely push DevSecCon to continue to be the premier DevSecOps event around the world. Come visit our virtual booth in the Brella application and come and talk to us about how you can enable your company to work in a dev-first security way. Thanks for listening and enjoy the conference.
Hi, I'm Matthias Madou, the co-founder and CTO at Secure Code Warrior. So we specialize in helping developers to ship secure code with confidence, and you can find us at www.securecodewarrior.com. So we are thrilled to support DevSecCon24 because we love to see this wonderful community coming together. And we want to be involved no matter what. So visit our virtual booth for more information. So that virtual booth includes some interactive activities, prizes, and challenges. See you there.
Hi, I'm Chris Weisopel, CTO and co-founder of Veracode. We specialize in application security for modern development pipelines. You can find us at veracode.com, that's VERACODE. We are happy to support DevSecCon24 because we believe application security experts and developers need to come together to secure modern software development. Come visit us at our virtual booth, speak with our AppSec experts about all things relating to secure development, and participate in our password program. Hope to see you there.
Detectify is a scalable web app security service that automates thousands of security tests to help you write safer code and release secure applications. Detectify's security scans are non-intrusive and can run safely in staging and production environments. Instead of performing version tests, Detectify checks your app using real exploits, simulating a hacker attack with harmless payloads. The service is continually updated with new security tests thanks to Detectify Crowdsource, a global community of security researchers. Detectify equips you with the tools you need to fix critical security issues. Getting started with Detectify only takes a couple of minutes. Just verify domain ownership, run your first scan, and access your first security report. So what are you waiting for? Fix vulnerabilities, build your security skill set, and release safer apps with Detectify. Go hack yourself and start your free trial at detectify.com.
Hi, this is Brandon Eyring with Zero North. I lead the sales development team. Thanks for joining us at DevSecCon24, the event. It's definitely a cool place for leaders in the development and security communities to get together, and the speakers and the topics are right on point. While you're here, feel free to stop by the Zero North virtual booth, get some information on the solutions that we offer, but don't take our word for it. Come see a demo for yourself and enter to win a cool prize. Thanks, and we'll see you there.
Hi, DevSecCon. My name is Heidi Waterhouse, and I work for LaunchDarkly. We're a company that does feature management or feature flags as a service. We have a virtual booth here, so if you'd like to stop by and see how that works out, we'd love to talk to you about it. I want to say that as you're thinking about security, I want you to think about how feature flags could actually make your security more effective and more cost effective, because I know that we're all thinking about how to do more with less. And one of the ways to do that is to make it really easy to control your features at a modular level. So stop by and talk to us about that, and we'll be happy to see you. Have a great conference, and I hope you get a lot of wonderful content out of it. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Fernando Cardozo. I'm Solutions Architect at Trend Micro, a global cybersecurity company and leader in cloud workloads protection. Join me on DevSecCon24 on June 15 for a 15-minute talk as I will outline the importance of cloud security posture management for cloud service and compliance. Demonstrate how you can quickly set up a CSPM solution and introduce it into your infrastructure as a code pipeline using security plugins in the VS Code or in the CI/CD pipeline. You don't want to miss it. Watch the live DevSecCon Conference 24 or click in the Trend Micro virtual booth to see our schedule for talks. Let's help organization with the DevSecOps culture. See you there.
Hey DevSecCon, what's up? My name is Idan Tendler, CEO and co-founder of Bridgecrew. We help security engineers automate their public cloud security by streamlining remediation throughout the CI/CD. With our platform, you could scan for misconfigurations from your infrastructure as code to your runtime, but we also provide the fixes. So for each misconfiguration, you will find the fix delivered as code as pull request in the platform. We're super proud to be part of this event and to contribute back to DevSecCon and to the community. Come visit us at our virtual booth and also at bridgecrew.io, and you have to try the platform. It's for free. Have a wonderful day.
Hey, what's up, DevSecCon? Scott Gerlach, CSO and co-founder from StackHawk here. Big thanks to DevSecCon for letting us help sponsor. StackHawk is a dynamic application security testing tool built for developers. And when I say built for developers, I mean you can run it on your laptop, like your linter. You can run it in CI/CD. You can run it in staging. You can run it in pre-prod, Run it anywhere you want. We want you to be able to identify, find, and fix those problems before they become vulnerabilities. Please check us out at StackHawk.com. I hope your DevSecCon online is great. Thank you to DevSecCon for hosting a virtual event. It's awesome to be able to connect with our peers during social distancing time. I hope you find some great talks today and learn a bunch. When you're all done, check out StackHawk.com, sign up for early access, and get some scanning running. Have a great day.
Hi, Simon from Snyk here. At Snyk, we specialize in dev-first security. And what that means is enabling developers properly to find and fix vulnerabilities both in your application's open source libraries and in your container images. You can come and find more at snyk.io. That's SNYK.io. Now, we since last year acquired DevSecCon. So at Snyk, it is our absolute privilege to be here and also to make sure we amplify and absolutely push DevSecCon to continue to be the premier DevSecOps event around the world. Come visit our virtual booth in the Brella application and come and talk to us about how you can enable your company to work in a dev-first security way. Thanks for listening and enjoy the conference.
Hi, I'm Matthias Madou, the co-founder and CTO at Secure Code Warrior. So we specialize in helping developers to ship secure code with confidence, and you can find us at www.securecodewarrior.com. So we are thrilled to support DevSecCon24 because we love to see these wonderful community coming together. And we want to be involved no matter what. So visit our virtual booth for more information. So that virtual booth includes some interactive activities, prizes, and challenges. See you there.
Hi, I'm Chris Weisopel, CTO and co-founder of Veracode. We specialize in application security for modern development pipelines. You can find us at veracode.com, that's VERACODE. We are happy to support DevSecCon24 because we believe application security experts and developers need to come together to secure modern software development. Come visit us at our virtual booth, speak with our AppSec experts about all things relating to secure development, and participate in our password program. Hope to see you there.
Detectify is a scalable web app security service that automates thousands of security tests to help you write safer code and release secure applications. Detectify's security scans are non-intrusive and can run safely in staging and production environments. Instead of performing version tests, Detectify checks your app using real exploits, simulating a hacker attack with harmless payloads. The service is continually updated with new security tests thanks to Detectify Crowdsource, a global community of security researchers. Detectify equips you with the tools you need to fix critical security issues. Getting started with Detectify only takes a couple of minutes. Just verify domain ownership, run your first scan, and access your first security report. So what are you waiting for? Fix vulnerabilities, build your security skill set, and release safer apps with Detectify. Go hack yourself and start your free trial at Detectify.com.
Hi, this is Brandon Eyring with Zero North. I lead the sales development team. Thanks for joining us at DevSecCon24, the event. It's definitely a cool place for leaders in the development and security communities to get together, and the speakers and the topics are right on point. While you're here, feel free to stop by the Zero North virtual booth, get some information on the solutions that we offer, but don't take our word for it. Come see a demo for yourself and enter to win a cool prize. Thanks, and we'll see you there.
Hi, DevSecCon. My name is Heidi Waterhouse, and I work for LaunchDarkly. We're a company that does feature management or feature flags as a service. We have a virtual booth here, so if you'd like to stop by and see how that works out, we'd love to talk to you about it. I want to say that as you're thinking about security, I want you to think about how feature flags could actually make your security more effective and more cost effective, because I know that we're all thinking about how to do more with less. And one of the ways to do that is to make it really easy to control your features at a modular level. So stop by and talk to us about that, and we'll be happy to see you. Have a great conference, and I hope you get a lot of wonderful content out of it. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Fernando Cardozo. I'm Solutions Architect at Trend Micro, a global cybersecurity company and leader in cloud workloads protection. Join me on DevSecCon24 on June 15 for a 15 minutes talk as I will outline the importance of cloud security posture management for cloud service and compliance. Demonstrate how you can quickly set up a CSPM solution and introduce it into your infrastructure as a code pipeline using security plugins in the VS Code or in the CI/CD pipeline. You don't want to miss it. Watch the live DevSecCon Conference 24 or click in the Trend Micro virtual booth to see our schedule for talks. Let's help organization with the DevSecOps culture. See you there.
Hey DevSecCon, what's up? My name is Idan Tendler, CEO and co-founder of Bridgecrew. We help security engineers automate their public cloud security by streamlining remediation throughout the CI/CD. With our platform, you could scan for misconfigurations from your infrastructure as code to your runtime, but we also provide the fixes. So for each misconfiguration, you will find the fix delivered as code as pull request in the platform. We're super proud to be part of this event and to contribute back to DevSecCon and to the community. Come visit us at our virtual booth and also at bridgecrew.io, and you have to try the platform. It's for free. Have a wonderful day.
Hey, what's up, DevSecCon? Scott Gerlach, CSO and co-founder from StackHawk here. Big thanks to DevSecCon for letting us help sponsor. StackHawk is a dynamic application security testing tool built for developers. And when I say built for developers, I mean you can run it on your laptop, like your linter. You can run it in CI/CD. You can run it in staging. You can run it in pre-prod. You run it anywhere you want. We want you to be able to identify, find, and fix those problems before they become vulnerabilities. Please check us out at StackHawk.com. I hope your DevSecCon online is great. Thank you to DevSecCon for hosting a virtual event. It's awesome to be able to connect with our peers during social distancing time. I hope you find some great talks today and learn a bunch. When you're all done, check out StackHawk.com, sign up for early access, and get some scanning running. Have a great day.
Hello, welcome back everyone. For after the 15 minutes break, we are joined in a minute with Samantha Humphries, who's a security strategist at Exabeam. Before we start, I do want to let you know, remind you that we have the Secure Code Warrior virtual coding challenge. There's a tournament going on, so you can check that out as well. And let me add Sam. Hey, Samantha.
Hi,
how's it going?
Yeah, good, thank you. It's Monday morning where I am, so this is my first call of the day, as it were.
Awesome. Well, it's great to see you, and thank you for joining us. So, are you starting off with a tech? Is it BB-8 I see over there?
That is BB-8 in my ceiling. Yes.
That's awesome. You have a talk about sore losers, right? Or is it sore winners?
Sore winners. There are no losers here.
I want to introduce you to a very sore loser I have. He's a different sore loser.
he is definitely a bit of a loser, turns out. You knew, right?
All right, so great company. I'll let you get started. I think we're gonna see your screen now. And thank you so much for joining us, and go ahead.
Thank you for having me. All right, let me get to the right window. So in the next half hour, 40 minutes, this is what I will take you through. So we'll get to know each other a little bit, maybe slightly more difficult than if we were in person, but let's just pretend. It'll be great. We'll talk about what I said I was going to talk about. So hopefully those promises will be fulfilled by the end of the talk. A few fundamentals on SOAR. What is it? Why should you bother? I do have a crazy theory, even at this time on a Monday. When you should automate updating your LinkedIn profile, that could be a thing. And everyone loves measurements. And then we'll have questions at the end. Great. All right, everyone's sitting comfortably. Let's go. So quick, who's Sam? So I've been at Exabeam. This slide has not been updated. My job title is now security strategist. I've been there for just over a year, but I've been doing security since the beginning of time. So I worked in support for a while. I've definitely done incident response for enough years to make me age terribly. My job title was not chief apology officer, strangely enough, but I did spend quite a lot of time saying sorry to people for things that were nothing to do with me. But it's good to have a full guy, I think. I've done product management. I've done product marketing. I really like the cloud. Nephafile means that you like the cloud, nothing strange or illegal. Should you require a DJ at any point, I am available for weddings, bar mitzvahs, deaf garden parties, you name it. If you want some terrible music, I am right there. And if you'd love to chat about old school malware, I can talk config and sanity over beer quite happily. I write, I talk too much, I dance around in front of PowerPoint slides, and if you'd like to come say hi on Twitter, you can find me at SafeSex with a CS at the end. Okay, let's pretend that I can see you. If you could just say your name, what you do, tell me about yourself a little bit. Cool, nice to meet you. That was great, thank you. Okay, what are we going to talk about today? Well, what are we not going to talk about? These things all come up if you Google SOAR, maybe if you can't spell. I have no idea why that came up, and this is a complete mystery, but these things all were available through the awesome power of Google, and other search engines are available. Here's what we are going to talk about. So what is SOAR, how it can help you, how you can think about approaching SOAR, what you should automate, what you shouldn't automate, and then how to measure SOAR success. I do work for a company that sells a SOAR product. We're not going to talk about it. You're not going to see it. If you want to talk about it, go to exabeam.com. There's loads of stuff on there. This is more really thinking about SOAR as a process and the ways of doing it. So let's talk about what SOAR is. So SOAR stands for Security, Orchestration, Automation, and Response. I imagine, given the DevSec part of the conference name, automation isn't exactly new in dev. It's not really that new to security either. It's been around a while. And there are loads of lovely ways of automating things. I have my hilarious automated out of office. But automating tasks really is because computers. That said, in security, we often are still doing things manually, which is just a bit weird sometimes, I think. But there can be lots of reasons for that. Trust can be a challenge. You know, if computers are going to screw things up, they'll do it quickly. That's something I've said sorry for a lot. So getting this right and understanding kind of where to start, not trying to literally boil the ocean or indeed automate the ocean is a good thing. So there are some good candidates and some things that are maybe best left for humans, it turns out. So our lovely friends at Gartner, this is how Gartner explains SOAR. So I'll give you a second to read this fantastic description. But ultimately, it's about bringing the pieces together within your tool set, getting rid of that low-hanging fruit, and then understanding where humans fit into that automation process, because it's not a good idea to go and automate everything you do in security operations from start to finish, because things will and can go wrong. When people think about SOAR, there's kind of two real areas that kind of come up when we're talking to organizations. This is kind of the first thing. People talk about playbooks and then having some workflows. Now, you can have playbooks and workflows without touching SOAR whatsoever. They can be completely human operated. But generally, these things take time. And time is not your friend in security operations. So hopefully you kind of got a bit of what SOAR is. So you've got automating kind of the things that happen, and then orchestrating by bringing different tools together to perform some of those tasks. And that's great, right? But so what? Should you bother is the first question, I think. Computers can do things very quickly. And if you haven't set things up properly, they'll do what you told them to do. And that can be bad. Or, you know, it might not work. So it may not be that they cause a huge issue, but then we might have just something that's broken and not performing well. And if you're expecting it to happen and it doesn't, that can have a whole host of knock-on effects. There is definitely concern if we do loads of automation, does that mean we'll actually have a job at the end of it? Especially if you are, say, working in a security operations center, just getting started in a tier 1 kind of function, does that mean my job's going away? And that's a real concern, right? And if you're kind of hiring people or, you know, you're in a leadership position somewhere, does that mean then that people become more expensive? Do you only need seasoned analysts? And we can talk skills gap all day long, but certainly there are fewer seasoned analysts than there are junior analysts coming through. What happens to my junior people? How would I attract new talent? Do I have to just go for these people who've been doing it for years and years and years and years? What happens to the folks coming up from university that are smart and keen and know all this new stuff? What do we do with those guys? And then really it just becomes a bit too much, right? So I mean, we can just sort of automate anything. So where do I start? And then it just, you know, should we just not bother? Thank you very much. That's been my talk. No, we should bother. Let's talk about why. So these are some good questions to start with as you're approaching some sort of SOAR process and thinking about what to automate within security operations. So you might have folks currently who are super skilled, but they're not spending time on tasks that are kind of worthy of their skill set, especially if they're doing a lot of manual processes. If you don't necessarily have a tiered system where you've got different people on different tasks with an escalation process, you might have folks who are loads of experience and they're still spending time doing a lot of manual querying, lots of manual investigations, running malware, and it's all stuff that takes time. Manual is generally bad when you're up against a clock. Alerts are definitely a challenge. SIMs are brilliant. Kind of security products have been sending alerts in security products. It's very easy to get a lot of stuff coming in from all over the place without having real context and knowing what to do first. Security technology does create false positives. I refer you back to my chief apology officer imaginary role title that I had. So, you know, if you're using software that's looking for bad stuff, sometimes it gets it wrong. And we did some research a little while ago that security operations teams are telling us that they are spending around about 25% of their time just on false positives. And that's a lot of time. And if you want to go work in security, you want to do some cool stuff, chasing ghosts is not cool. Chasing ghosts is boring and demoralizing. And ultimately, it's stuff that really, you could be doing something more interesting. Is there a bunch of work we aren't getting to? I think that's a fairly obvious one. I don't know anyone who works in SecOps who thinks, wow, I really don't have anything to do today. Maybe I should go and find something. It's busy, right? Training can be a real challenge as well. Again, more research. We've actually got some research coming out. I can't talk about it yet, but this is something that comes up repeatedly in security. It seems we work in an industry where it's a given that you spend your own time learning, and it's less likely you're going to get learning time within the office, especially if you work in an operational role, where you are literally churning through stuff all day long. Taking time out to do formal training can be really painful. So, again, if it's you working in a security operations role, if you're a manager of that sort of team, if you're a leader in security, really do think about like how often are you training people, or is it like you think, oh yeah, they can go to conferences on weekends or in the evening or those kind of things. They can learn in their own time. And again, that's not necessarily a great commitment to your folks, but it's hard to do if you are working in a busy operations team. And then a slightly random number, but if you were around on the break, you will have seen Trend Micro as one of the sponsors. My lovely friend Rick Ferguson over at Trend, I caught one of his talks last year, and he was saying that they'd done some number crunching. And if you had about 100,000 alerts coming in every day, which is kind of standard for like a large bank type SOC. So not all of our security operations centers may be like that, but to handle that level of alerts coming through, you'd need 217 analysts. And I can probably count on a hand how many, without the outsourced MSPs, how many actual in-house security operations teams have 217 analysts, or even 215 or 216. Generally, it's a much smaller operation. So if you can answer these questions, chances are you've got a requirement for security automation, orchestration, and response. Okay, so here's really why you should bother them. There are a load of good reasons for doing this. Operational efficiency is cool. Accuracy is cool. Take that with a caveat first, though. Hang on 1 second, I need to cough. I don't want to do that in your ear. That's cool. There we go. All right. So yes, efficiency and accuracy, we like those things. Reducing risk and security, you'd think would be a given, but with manual tasks comes risk, especially if you're doing the same thing over and over again. I used to work in a team at a large vendor who has the original founder doesn't work there anymore, and his surname is the name of the company. So I'll leave that with you as to where you think that is. One of the processes that we had that was a very daily event took 1,000 mouse clicks from humans. And if you're doing 1,000 mouse clicks every day, it's very possible that you may think you've done that mouse click today, and actually you haven't, because you've done it every day previously. It's a big benefit behind SOAR is where you're getting rid of those manual tasks, you're getting rid of that human ability to also go, I think I did it. Maybe, be all right. You can also get more value from the security stack. Linking security tools together is a good thing, generally, as long as they talk to each other properly. But being able to use them as kind of part of the whole, rather than just having them sat there as individual islands, you get more value. And really what this all boils down to is eliminating wasted time. And time is probably the most valuable commodity in security operations, apart from you, obviously. John McAfee, nice to see you. So here's my mad theory, and having John McAfee wrapped in tinfoil is possibly related to something being slightly madcap. I see having this in place as an HR benefit. And some of the reasons on one of the previous slides around things like training and interesting work are why that is. Not having enough interesting work to do is in the top reasons for employees leaving a company in security. And it seems obvious, right? We're people who want to do smart stuff. We want people to get into security for a whole host of reasons. But you know, when things are really hotting up, you think you've got something potentially bad going on, or you're doing proactive work and you're finding things before they become a problem. That's kind of the cool stuff. Sitting there churning through phishing emails, trying to work out if a link's good or bad, that can be soul destroying. So there is without doubt an HR benefit to doing this. And also, you know, as well as it being better for your people from a doing more interesting work point of view, there's also the benefit of burnout is a real thing in security, right? And if people are doing manual work and wasting time, burnout can be very, very easy. So lots of good reasons beyond, you know, we've got computers and they should help us. So some research from Exabeam, the new version of this is about to come out. So I can't give you the new numbers yet, but stay tuned. It's this week. But some of these things won't be that surprising. Most security operations teams have some challenge around staffing. 38% called out that they were understaffed last year. And of the analysts that we spoke to, 42% said challenging work is a reason that they stay. And that's pretty high, right? On the leadership end of the scale, certainly at the C-suite, people are concerned about staff inexperience. And if you happen to be in America and you're still awake at this time, great. Sunday night, good for you. Enjoy that Monday morning experience. But trainings still aren't as regular. Certainly where I am here in the UK, to have even quarterly training is pretty unlikely. So again, it's expected that we learn in our own time as opposed to getting training relevant to our job during the hours that we're being paid. So some third-party research, in case you think I've made it up because Exabeam. So again, training has become an issue. This is a great report. It's quite long. I see there must be a way that we can get this across to you, or you can quickly scroll down that URL. But the life and times of cybersecurity professionals goes into a lot of detail on a lot of subjects. But some of the interesting bullet points related to this, training, the right level of training is not being provided by the employer. They're having to do stuff in their own time. More than that, people don't have enough time to do any training anyway, if it was available. And as far as the thought process on security automation, pretty much everybody, I mean, not the 22%, we like the 78%, they're our friends, definitely see that having automation will have a positive impact. I don't know how the other 22% felt. Interesting. So all of the points are true, whether or not you look at some Exabeam research, you look at this third-party research, or indeed you're a person that's just been through this and you know yourself. So if you're going to go and start doing a SOAR project, and this can be something ongoing, you may have already started. There are different ways of accomplishing this. There are plenty of tools available you can go and buy. Some are more complex than others. Some are more mature than others. You could build your own. And I imagine we've got quite a lot of builder folks that are on the call right now. The benefit of building is obviously it's cheaper. You've got your own skills in-house. The downside that I've seen, and if I refer you back to the 1,000 mouse clicks, if you're building automation systems and one person knows how it works and nobody else does, you better keep paying them a lot of money and hope they don't win the lottery. That can be the only downside. But if it's built well and it's well documented and great thing to go do, build it yourself, no problem. Or you could partner. If you're a smaller organization, you could bring in somebody else to do that for you. But again, same rules apply, making sure that it's well documented and understand, you know, if something goes wrong, you've got the right Ghostbuster to call. If you look at kind of what do you have today? So what tools are available, good old features that don't get turned on, and what skills do you have in-house? Who's going to be responsible for upkeep? And then the toughest question, without doubt, is where do we start? I worked for a different vendor a little while ago. He had acquired a SOAR vendor, and this was kind of early in the days of SOAR being a real kind of, well, Gartner had given it a name, so it became real, right? And trying to understand from people, like, what can this thing do? Because, yeah, if you start broad, you're like, wow, anything. I mean, anything do anything. That would be really cool, right? And then it's like choosing your anything. You can sit there kind of going slowly insane as to where to start. So unsurprisingly, don't try and SOAR all the things. Don't do that unless you want to update your LinkedIn profile, which you could also automate whilst you're SOARing all the things. but starting small. Don't sort all the things to begin with. Some good initial candidates for security orchestration, automation, and response. It's the low-hanging fruit. It's the repeated, well-documented processes. Phishing triage is kind of the main one I see people start with. And you can really, really make a huge time impact on your operational processes. Phishing triage can take anything between 15 minutes if you're super quick. I've seen people say that their average is somewhere between half an hour and 2 hours. And if it's something really meaty and you've got something that's like super targeted, and you're really going down that rabbit hole, that can be hours and hours and hours potentially, especially if you're trying to work out, who did this and why. Malware triage is another one, especially again, some of that early things you might want to find out. So running something in a sandbox, getting a report back, doing some checking with third-party threat intel feeds, all that's super quick to automate. It's not very complicated to do. If you have regular threat hunts that you want to run, if it's the same thing repeatedly, say every day, that's a good one to go automate. Again, threat hunting really is best performed by people with a curious mind. But if you've got something that you just want to run repeatedly, if it's something APT related as an example, automate it, get it to send you the response back, get it to pop something into a watch list if something comes up. Again, simple to do, will remove that manual time that you've been taking. This is kind of really relevant to right now for this new work from home world that we live in. If you're seeing out of ordinary VPN connections, harder to do probably at the moment, although actually things should have settled down. It depends which country you're in as well as to how working from home your world is right now. So looking for anomalies on simple things can be a good thing to go and automate as well. But if in doubt, I would say start with phishing and you will just gain back hours and hours and hours and hours very, very quickly. Terrible initial candidates include things that are not repeated, not well documented, something you don't do very often, especially if you're not sure how the bits go together. It seems obvious saying out loud, right? But it's got to be the repeated, well-documented processes, because that way that you've got something you can follow. So building out those automation workflows is following your own process. If this all sounds slightly terrifying, and I was talking to somebody a while back about automating patching, and they were just laughing slightly maniacally about why on earth would you want to do that? Because doom. Most tools, and certainly if you're building it yourself or having a partner come in and do it, put human touch points in, like automate a bit of a process. Don't do all of it to begin with, something that's, 1,000 if this, then that, don't do that, keep going. And this thing is now in tiny font and you can't really read it. Small things, something that can knock 5 minutes out of a process. If you're doing that thing all day long and you've got, those 5 minutes will stack up. Get comfortable. Now, if you're happy with that bit's working, then you can start automating more bits. Eventually you might join them together. Eventually you might not. There are certainly times where you think, wow, at this point, I need eyes on this. I still need to make a decision because there might be a business related thing that I need to consider at this point. Or I need to review these results and think through it first before we move on. And that's okay. You don't need to automate everything. And if it comes down to remediation, be that patching or changing or updating a firewall or whatever it might be that seems a little terrifying and possibly could be career impacting, then wait. Like, start with the easy stuff. You don't have to go full bore. Everybody loves measurements. Well, management love measurements, right? So here's a big surprise. Most of the things that you can impact with SOAR, you're probably tracking already. So things like response times, investigation times, you will see those come down. You don't necessarily need to implement a whole lot of tracking metrics within security operations. It should be stuff you're already tracking because you should be automating processes that are well documented and repeated. However, this may go back to my John McAfee madcap theory a little, but I think this is an important one. if you're a manager, you're a leader, and you're implementing SOAR, think about the impact to your people, like from an employee satisfaction point of view, especially now if you free up time and you're able to do more interesting things like, oh, I don't know, training. You should be able to see an improvement around people's thoughts about the business, people's thoughts about the work that they're doing, that it's more interesting. That's probably the newest and best measurements I think that you should implement to see that human impact, to see the reduced burnout, to see people being more, just happier in their jobs. So they'll be the hardest, the newest things to implement. The rest of it you should already be measuring already. And we have hit the lovely point of questions. Do we have any questions in the chat? Where are you, my friend? Okay, Liran's telling me there are no questions for now. And we have run out of time. I could sing, dance, maybe put some records on, or maybe I could leave you lovely folks to get on with your days. It has been a pleasure talking to you through the awesome power of the internet. I hope you guys will have a great conference. Thank you so much for having me on. It's been a joy first thing on a Monday morning with no caffeine in my body presenting. And I'm really excited to catch some of the talks later on. So thank you so much. Cheers, everyone. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Samantha, for this talk and for joining us. I guess we can't have too many Star Wars memes, so thank you for that.
Never too many. Never too many.
Perpetuating the culture. All right, I think you're just on time, maybe a bit ahead of it. So that's actually good for us. We'll give everyone a bit of a few minutes to kind of like catch up with your breaks.
Cool.
Did you want to take some takeaways? I took a bit. I was kind of live tweeting it. So it's like, time is not your friend in security automation. I guess that is from getting a bit burned on security incidents, or is it somewhere else?
I've worked in a whole bunch of operational areas, and time is always the first metric that comes in, right? Everyone's like, what's your time to respond, your time to answer, your time to fix? This clock's like ticking all the time. And then we're sitting there doing manual processes, and you're like, hang on a sec. These two things don't add up. But the flip side is you can cause yourself a lot more time-consuming things by automating the wrong stuff. I remember some amazing auto-update software that when I was at a previous company, the power of how quickly that software could distribute new packages across the world. When something went wrong, it went wrong at absolute breakneck speed. So there's the kind of two parts to it. There's, are you spending time sitting there, querying in a sim all day, looking for things, going out, doing a load of research manually, going to third-party sites. That clock keeps ticking, and it's not that what you're doing isn't valuable. It's just your time is worth more than that. So you can get computers to go and do those things for you, and then you can get onto the more proactive stuff. So no, I don't know anybody that gets to kind of all the work they need to do in a day in security operations. There's always more. Sure. But if that more is just more boring stuff, then it's that's not a great feeling either. Yeah, exactly.
Yep. All right, so we do have one more question. That is, what about working in a startup with no processes?
Yeah, that can be fun. Get some processes. I mean, it depends what you're doing, right? But if you start trying to automate things you haven't figured out what you want to do, you're flying blind. I know it seems obvious, but you can start with the most simple things. Like say phishing triage is always the one in operations that people think, I want to go do that. But at the very least, kind of write down the process, maybe go through it a few times manually, get a few other people to look at it manually, and trying to be objective about, does this work? Is there any likelihood this is going to break? And ultimately, as long as it's not going to go and change some code somewhere or update some patch somewhere or change a rule on a firewall necessarily that can, good old firewalls. When you can't connect to something, everyone's screaming firewall. What did IT do? Yeah, if you're just using automation to get you more information, then the chances of you breaking something are pretty minimal. So, but yeah, I would say always make sure it's written down, because if you've built something and then you're not really sure why it's doing what it's doing, if it does something you're not expecting, then picking that apart can be, again, more time consuming. Cool.
Gotcha.
Good question. Any more questions?
You look around and see if there's anything else. Yeah, nope. Nothing more than
quiet. That. Okay, cool.
All right, so thank you so much.
Again, thank you. It's been a pleasure. So enjoy the rest of the conference.
Thank you. You too.
Cheers. Take care. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
All right, so we are going to be back in a couple of more minutes with Ignite Talks. So coming up for us is some lightning talks from Moran Weber, Sabine Wojniak, Victoria Kalmanovic. So I am going to put on a few moments of breaks, but be sure to come back in a few seconds, about 5 minutes from now. So see you soon. Alrighty. So we're back. We're going to start our lightning sessions. For that, I'm going to welcome first Sabine Wojciak. I am hoping I'm pronouncing that correctly. Hello there.
Hi.
How do you say your name?
Sabine Wojciak.
Sabine Wojciak.
Wojciak, yes.
All right.
It's a little bit complicated, but it's fine.
Alrighty. All right, I'll kick it off. I'll go ahead and now add your screen. Thank you for joining us, Sabine. I'll just introduce you maybe shortly. Sabine is an enthusiastic Agile and DevOps enabler from GetNext ID. And you can go ahead with it.
Okay, thank you very much. So let's start. Welcome everybody to the first Ignite, which is obviously mine. And the title of my Ignite is Going DevOps, Why Top-Down or Bottom-Up might be the wrong question at the beginning of a transition or your way to DevOps or DevSec. Many greetings from Kiel. My name is Sabine Wojciak, and together with my husband Mike, we are running GetNext IT. And with GetNext IT, we help people on their way to become more agile or to go to being DevOps. So that's a very interesting topic. The first time I entered the international stage of speaking at DevOps Days was 2015. And from this time, one question came along my way again and again and again. And this is, what is the best approach to implement DevOps, top down or bottom up? And for me, the whole question feels somehow wrong. But I didn't know why it felt so wrong. So I started my journey to discover what is wrong with the question. I found out that all the answers of is it better to go top down or bottom up are absolutely right and true from the points of view. And so, I had a look at the top-down advocates, and they say we need the top management to support the DevOps initiatives because it costs money, it costs time, and if they do not support it, we will not make it. But we also have the bottom-up proponents, and they say, okay, it costs time and costs money, but we need the people at the bottom to do the DevOps style, to implement the whole culture. Without them, it does not work. And we had the third party, the it depends champions. And to be honest, I'm more the it depends style. And they say, just take a look and look how the company and the teams are working. And then we can find out what's better, top down or bottom up. But still, it was not the right thing for me. And I started to step back and had a look at what's the goal of doing DevOps. And we have a lot of different goals, but I picked just out some 3 of it. On the one hand, we want to build better products. We want to build in a better quality. But in the end, it's about happy customers, delivering value to them, delivering benefits to them, put them in the center of whatever we do. So what do we need to make our customers happy? What do we as a company, as a team, need to make them happy? And in the fast-changing times, we have some special needs. And one of these needs is to get rid of silos, because silos slow down the whole process and silos don't help with interdisciplinary communication and continuous improvement. So the first thing is get rid of silos. The second thing is eliminate the blame game machinery, because blaming each other does not help to improve. We want to learn. We want also to learn out of failure, and we want to learn fast. And for this, we need to found a communication and a decision-making at eye level. So we can talk about different hierarchy levels, different positions in an open, transparent way, without blaming, without getting stuck in the silos. But with asking what is better, top-down or bottom-up, we implicitly build silos, we implicitly build hierarchy, and we implicitly build a we versus you, depending on your point of view. So also this question, what is better, implicitly has the chance for blaming. If we are at the top and we start the top-down approach and it does not work, we can say, okay, it's not our failure, it's their failure because they're at the bottom. And what about the people in the middle? We all know when we want to do a transition in a company, the people in the middle are extremely important for making it work, that all the communication can work along the whole stream and we can come to a stronger we. And I think this is the most important thing. We need to have a strong we to come closer to DevOps, to DevSec, or whatever you want to do. And therefore, we should ask the more beautiful questions. What do we want to achieve together? What do we need to achieve it? And how can we do it together? So it's about we. And when you want to ask who should start, then I can say it's you. Start with yourself and be the change in the whole company. Be the first one who asks the question, what should we do? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sabine. That was a quick one and a lot of agile there.
Yes.
Alrighty.
I hope you enjoyed it.
We sure did. I see no questions on the chat, and you're just on time. So I'll go ahead and kick it off with Moran. And thank you so much, Sabine, for joining us.
Yeah, thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Alrighty, there we go. We are with Moran.
Hi.
Hello, Moran.
Hello.
You ready for your lightning talk?
Sure. Yeah. Okay.
Awesome. So this is Moran. She's a social entrepreneur. I'll let her introduce herself and go on with the lightning talk. So thank you for joining us, and go ahead. The floor is yours.
Sure. Hi, everyone. It's no secret that women are underrepresented in the tech industry. When considering the security world, the numbers are even worse. Some say that this is a given natural fact and that there's virtually nothing we can do about it. Well, sorry to burst your bubble, but you're probably doing it wrong. There isn't anything natural about it. You can make a difference just by doing some things differently. Some are quicker than others and can be regarded as quick wins, while others require deep and profound changes into your company's culture. Today, we will focus on the quick wins about editing your job descriptions. I will give practical and scientifically backed up techniques to adjust your job descriptions in order to attract more women into tech positions into your company. Well, I didn't introduce myself yet, so hi, my name is Moran Weber. I'm a social entrepreneur. I recently founded a platform called womenonstage.net. You're more than welcome to check it out. I'm a software developer. I have 10 years of experience as a software developer. I was working at Wix up until recently. And other than that, I'm also a social psychologist, which means I have a master's degree in social psychology. And I have gathered this list I'm about to give you based on my academic background and as a woman in tech myself, and based on my experience as a woman in tech myself for the past 10 years. Before I start, I want to say that it's really, really important to say that I do not, by no means, I do not mean hiring underqualified applicants just because they're women. That's really not what I'm suggesting. What I'm suggesting is to broaden our search and to change the way we look for new candidates in places we didn't think about before. So let us start our journey in making sure that your job descriptions are more inclusive to women. Number one, you need to specify your real must-haves. Say, for example, that your job description states that you're looking for someone who has 8 years of experience, but you'll actually settle with one who has only 4 years of experience. Don't write that as a minimal requirement and write that as a nice to have. That's because research has shown that women tend to apply to job descriptions only if they fit 100% of the criteria. Check, 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 check. Whereas men usually apply if and they settle only at 60%. Number 2, avoid superlatives and terms like ninja, rockstar, superstar. Once again, research has shown that women rarely identify with those terms, which are so common in job descriptions, and this will more often than not will cause them to withdraw their application. And here's a really funny example for that. This is someone I know. A rockstar, ninja, guru developer. Never met a job description I don't fit. Generally speaking, you really need to choose your language carefully and to keep it as neutral as you can. If you're using a language which is not gender neutral, such as Hebrew, German, or French. In Hebrew, for instance, there's a different form for a female developer and a male developer. Do not use the masculine form. Always keep it as neutral as you can. And number 4, if your job description includes images, verify that those images are diverse and that they include women. Count the men-women ratio in your photos. Verify that those women are upfront, active, and doing the same job as the men and not serving coffee in the back or something like that. Here are some good examples of diverse images. By the way, diversity in images should also apply to different ethnicities, races, different age groups, people with disabilities, LGBTQ, etc. So here are some good examples, and here are some bad examples. The first image, the upper image, those are all white males. And the second one, which is also quite common to job descriptions, assumes he is a programmer and she is a designer, and God forbid that it will be the other way around. So let us recap on how to make our job descriptions more inclusive. Number 1, specify your real must-haves. Number 2, avoid terms like ninja, rockstar, or superstar. Number 3, always choose your language carefully and keep it as neutral as you can. And number 4, include diverse images. And if there's something you're not sure about, and you don't know if it's inclusive enough, just ask a female friend, and she will tell you if it's inclusive for her and if it's appealing for her. Thank you. You're more than welcome to follow me on Twitter. And if you're interested about other ways to adjust your recruitment funnel and other ways to attract more women into your company, you're more than welcome to read my blog post about it. Thank you. Bye.
Thanks, Moran. Super insightful tips. I like the do and the don'ts around like what you should also avoid, right? It's like sometimes you set traps for yourselves. You don't even know it. So this is really insightful tips on this. And I see people on the chat who are also very enthusiastic on it. So thank you for all of this. It's been a pleasure.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye-bye. All right, so coming up next is Victoria Kalmanovic. I think we need you to share your screen, Victoria. And there we go. So Victoria is an engineering team lead at Aspectiva. She'll be your next and final Ignite session before the 15 minutes break. And we do have some time for questions if you wanted to leave anything for Victoria afterwards. So Victoria, thank you for joining us.
Thank you for having me. I'm really glad you joined my talk. And today I'll talk about two of my greatest passions, which is musicals and software. So my name is Victoria. Thank you, Liran, for the introduction. And I'm a software team lead at Aspectiva, which is a Walmart company. And I'm also a huge musicals fan. And what is a musical? It's a performance which combines song, dance, and theater. During every performance, you get to experience the entire range of emotions: happiness, sadness, fear, hope. All these feelings, song, dance, and theater, are integrated into one amazing act. So this one night before the coronavirus outbreak, I went to the theater, and while I was watching, a play, it hit me. Theater is for actors. A ballet is for dancers. A concert is for singers. But musical theater, on the other hand, combines all of the above. In order to perform in a musical, you need to do singing, dancing, and acting. Does this multidisciplinary approach sound familiar? This is how I feel when I create software. I need to know plenty of technologies and have people skills and be familiar with different stacks in order to stay ahead. So that's a musical. And you know, in musicals, sometimes the leading character bursts into song about when in life or where in life they wish to be. When Simba from The Lion King wishes to be king and Roxy Hart from Chicago wishes to be famous. This song is called the I Want song. The I Want song comes early in the first act when a character sings about their desires and what motivates them. Just like Tevye from Fiddler on the Roof says, if I were a rich man, he'd basically do all of the things, and you know exactly what he's dreaming of. But you, the audience, won't be able to relate to the I Want song unless the characters make the song relatable. And how do they do it? By justifying their actions. In musicals, the singing characters don't only stand and sing on the stage, they act while they sing. When you're on the stage, you justify your actions and your decisions. In Hercules, when Hercules sings about going to the distance and finding his parents, why does he lift his head and look at the stars when he talks about getting help by the gods? In A Little Shop of Horror, when Audrey dreams of a house in the suburbs, why does her voice tremble when she speaks of her future children? Every move needs to be justified, or it will look out of place and will jeopardize the song's credibility. When we make software-related decisions, we need to keep in mind that this also requires justification. If we make a decision to refactor a piece of code, we need to be able to explain why. When we choose to prioritize one task over the other, we need to be able to explain why. If we're facing issues that keep us from completing our tasks, we need to be able to explain why. This justification really helps everyone who is working around us. And just like actions on stage, this helps people relate to you better. And when you justify your decisions and people relate to you better, you can get things done much more effectively. And I know your team probably isn't made of a cowardly lion, a heartless tin man, and a brainless scarecrow following you blindly. But you can still be a Dorothy and lead it over the rainbow when you're delivering code and features. We always talk about ownership and impact in my company. We don't believe in half a process. There's no just write your piece of code and now it's somebody else's problem. We are our own feature owners, and so the end-to-end responsibility is ours. If I need to get something done and I depend on other people, I'm the Dorothy. I have to find a way to motivate the people I need. They aren't necessarily on my team. I might need cooperation from another product manager, a different QA, teammates from parallel teams, or any other stakeholder. I'm responsible to driving my team to success. There's no place like home, and there's no sense like ownership. Another thing we can learn from I Want songs is the distinction between the short and the long run. When you write your I Want song, what will it say? Look ahead and think. Where are you going professionally? Do you want to be the best people manager in the world? Do you want to be such a great architect that your name will precede you? Do you want to be a keynote speaker? Remember Tracy from Hairspray? She wants more than anything to be a star. From the moment she understands that she needs to work hard and convince everyone she's the right person for a TV show role to be on track to becoming a star, there's nothing that can stop her from getting there. This approach can be life-changing for us. We get so caught up in our short-term goals that we don't allow ourselves to think long-term. Understanding our long-term goals is as important as short-term goals. So make sure you set these goals alongside a plan of how to get there. And what comes after the I Want song? Yes, the I'm Great song. The I'm Great song is sung by someone who can sing an I Want song because there's nothing left for them to want. They're accomplished, popular, and undisputed masters of their field. It's mostly sung by villains, but we can all learn a thing or two from a musical villain. And just like Tamatoa from Moana says, I'm too shiny. Watch me dazzle like a diamond in the rough. Strut my stuff. My stuff is so shiny. When you get to this point, it's either you know all there is to know in the software world, or you've settled really well in your comfort zone. Either way, it's a great point to reach because it's probably your career's junction and you get to reflect and calculate your next steps, which is always fun. So in conclusion, write your own I Want song, justify yourself along the way, own your decisions and take the lead. Don't forget to think long-term, take the time to reflect, and eventually you'll sing your I'm Great song. Just like Barbara Streisand, you're the greatest stars. I hope this talk will make everyone a musicals fan like me, and I've already written my I Want song. How about you? Thank you.
That was awesome, Victoria. Thank you so much. I like the forward-thinking kind of insights here.
Thank you.
All right, I don't see that we have any other questions for any of the talks. Still useful and great content. So I'm gonna break it up with going on for our 15 minutes break, almost like a 20 so. So thank you. I want to thank you again for joining us, Victoria, Sabine, and Moran. And I hope I'll see you on the chat and later on the talks as well.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Hi, Simon from Snyk here. At Snyk, we specialize in dev-first security. And what that means is enabling developers properly to find and fix vulnerabilities both in your application's open source libraries and in your container images. You can come and find more at snyk.io. That's SNYK.io. Now, we since last year acquired DevSecCon. So at Snyk, it is our absolute privilege to be here and also to make sure we amplify and absolutely push DevSecCon to continue to be the premier DevSecOps event around the world. Come visit our virtual booth in the Brella application and come and talk to us about how you can enable your company to work in a dev-first security way. Thanks for listening. Enjoy the conference.
Hi, I'm Matthias Madou, the co-founder and CTO at Secure Code Warrior. So we specialize in helping developers to ship secure code with confidence, and you can find us at www.securecodewarrior.com. So we are thrilled to support DevSecCon24 because we love to see these wonderful community coming together. And we want to be involved no matter what. So visit our virtual booth for more information. So that virtual booth includes some interactive activities, prizes, and challenges. See you there.
Hi, I'm Chris Weissopel, CTO and co-founder of Veracode. We specialize in application security for modern development pipelines. You can find us at veracode.com, that's VERACODE. We are happy to support DevSecCon24 because we believe application security experts and developers need to come together to secure modern software development. Come visit us at our virtual booth, speak with our AppSec experts about all things relating to secure development, and participate in our password program. Hope to see you there.
Detectify is a scalable web app security service that automates thousands of security tests to help you write safer code and release secure applications. Detectify's security scans are non-intrusive and can run safely in staging and production environments. Instead of performing version tests, Detectify checks your app using real exploits, simulating a hacker attack with harmless payloads. The service is continually updated with new security tests thanks to Detectify Crowdsource, a global community of security researchers. Detectify equips you with the tools you need to fix critical security issues. Getting started with Detectify only takes a couple of minutes. Just verify domain ownership, run your first scan, and access your first security report. So what are you waiting for? Fix vulnerabilities, build your security skill set, and release safer apps with Detectify. Go hack yourself and start your free trial at detectify.com.
Hi, this is Brandon Eyring with Zero North. I lead the sales development team. Thanks for joining us at DevSecCon24, the event. It's definitely a cool place for leaders in the development and security communities to get together, and the speakers and the topics are right on point. While you're here, feel free to stop by the Zero North virtual booth, get some information on the solutions that we offer, but don't take our word for it. Come see a demo for yourself and enter to win a cool prize. Thanks, and we'll see you there.
Hi, DevSecCon. My name is Heidi Waterhouse, and I work for LaunchDarkly. We're a company that does feature management or feature flags as a service. We have a virtual booth here, so if you'd like to stop by and see how that works out, we'd love to talk to you about it. I want to say that as you're thinking about security, I want you to think about how feature flags could actually make your security more effective and more cost effective, because I know that we're all thinking about how to do more with less. And one of the ways to do that is to make it really easy to control your features at a modular level. So stop by and talk to us about that, and we'll be happy to see you. Have a great conference, and I hope you get a lot of wonderful content out of it. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Fernando Cardozo. I'm Solutions Architect at Trend Micro, a global cybersecurity company and leader in cloud workloads protection. Join me on DevSecCon24 on June 15 for a 15-minute talk as I will outline the importance of cloud security posture management for cloud service and compliance. Demonstrate how you can quickly set up a CSPM solution and introduce it into your infrastructure as a code pipeline using security plugins in the VS Code or in the CI/CD pipeline. You don't want to miss it. Watch the live DevSecCon Conference 24 or click in the Trend Micro virtual booth to see our schedule for talks. Let's help organization with the DevSecOps culture. See you there.
Hey DevSecCon, what's up? My name is Idan Tendler, CEO and co-founder of Bridgecrew. We help security engineers automate their public cloud security by streamlining remediation throughout the CI/CD. With our platform, you could scan for misconfigurations from your infrastructure as code to your runtime, but we also provide the fixes. So for each misconfiguration, you will find the fix delivered as code as pull request in the platform. We're super proud to be part of this event and to contribute back to DevSecCon and to the community. Come visit us at our virtual booth and also at bridgecrew.io, and you have to try the platform. It's for free. Have a wonderful day.
Hey, what's up, DevSecCon? Scott Gerlach, CSO and co-founder from StackHawk here. Big thanks to DevSecCon for letting us help sponsor. StackHawk is a dynamic application security testing tool built for developers. And when I say built for developers, I mean you can run it on your laptop, like your linter. You can run it in CI/CD. You can run it in staging. You can run it in pre-prod. Run it anywhere you want. We want you to be able to identify, find, and fix those problems before they become vulnerabilities. Please check us out at StackHawk.com. I hope your DevSecCon online is great. Thank you to DevSecCon for hosting a virtual event. It's awesome to be able to connect with our peers during social distancing time. I hope you find some great talks today and learn a bunch. When you're all done, check out StackHawk.com, sign up for early access, and get some scanning running. Have a great day.
Hi, Simon from Snyk here. At Snyk, we specialize in dev-first security. And what that means is enabling developers properly to find and fix vulnerabilities both in your application's open source libraries and in your container images. You can come and find more at snyk.io. That's SNYK.io. Now, we since last year acquired DevSecCon. So at Snyk, it is our absolute privilege to be here and also to make sure we amplify and absolutely push DevSecCon to continue to be the premier DevSecOps event around the world. Come visit our virtual booth in the Brella application and come and talk to us about how you can enable your company to work in a dev-first security way. Thanks for listening and enjoy the conference.
Hi, I'm Matthias Madou, the co-founder and CTO at Secure Code Warrior. So we specialize in helping developers to ship secure code with confidence, and you can find us at www.securecode.io. securecodewarrior.com. So we are thrilled to support DevSecCon24 because we love to see these wonderful community coming together. And we want to be involved no matter what. So visit our virtual booth for more information. So that virtual booth includes some interactive activities, prizes, and challenges. See you there.
Hi, I'm Chris Weisopel, CTO and co-founder of Veracode. We specialize in application security for modern development pipelines. You can find us at veracode.com, that's Veracode. We are happy to support DevSecCon24 because we believe application security experts and developers need to come together to secure modern software development. Come visit us at our virtual booth, speak with our AppSec experts about all things relating to secure development, and participate in our password program. Hope to see you there.
Detectify is a scalable web app security service that automates thousands of security tests to help you write safer code and release secure applications. Detectify's security scans are non-intrusive and can run safely in staging and production environments. Instead of performing version tests, Detectify checks your app using real exploits, simulating a hacker attack with harmless payloads. The service is continually updated with new security tests thanks to Detectify Crowdsource, a global community of security researchers. Detectify equips you with the tools you need to fix critical security issues. Getting started with Detectify only takes a couple of minutes. Just verify domain ownership, run your first scan, and access your first security report. So what are you waiting for? Fix vulnerabilities, build your security skill set, and release safer apps with Detectify. Go hack yourself and start your free trial at detectify.com.
Hi, this is Brandon Eyring with Zero North. I lead the sales development team. Thanks for joining us at DevSecCon24, the event. It's definitely a cool place for leaders in the development and security communities to get together, and the speakers and the topics are right on point. While you're here, feel free to stop by the Zero North virtual booth, get some information on the solutions that we offer, but don't take our word for it. Come see a demo for yourself and enter to win a cool prize. Thanks, and we'll see you there.
Hi, DevSecCon. My name is Heidi Waterhouse, and I work for LaunchDarkly. We're a company that does feature management or feature flags as a service. We have a virtual booth here, so if you'd like to stop by and see how that works out, we'd love to talk to you about it. I want to say that as you're thinking about security, I want you to think about how feature flags could actually make your security more effective and more cost effective, because I know that we're all thinking about how to do more with less. And one of the ways to do that is to make it really easy to control your features at a modular level. So stop by and talk to us about that, and we'll be happy to see you. Have a great conference, and I hope you get a lot of wonderful content out of it. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Fernando Cardozo. I'm Solutions Architect at Trend Micro, a global cybersecurity company and leader in cloud workloads protection. Join me on DevSecCon24 on June 15 for a 15-minute talk as I will outline the importance of cloud security posture management for cloud service and compliance. Demonstrate how you can quickly set up a CSPM solution and introduce it into your infrastructure as a code pipeline using security plugins in the VS Code or in the CI/CD pipeline. You don't want to miss it. Watch the live DevSecCon Conference 24 or click in the Trend Micro virtual booth to see our schedule for talks. Let's help organization with the DevSecOps culture. See you there.
Hey DevSecCon, what's up? My name is Idan Tendler, CEO and co-founder of Bridgecrew. We help security engineers automate their public cloud security by streamlining remediation throughout the CI/CD. With our platform, you could scan for misconfigurations from your infrastructure as code to your runtime, but we also provide the fixes. So for each misconfiguration, you will find the fix delivered as code as pull request in the platform. We're super proud to be part of this event and to contribute back to DevSecCon and to the community. Come visit us at our virtual booth and also at Bridgecrew.io, and you have to try the platform. It's for free. Have a wonderful day.
Hey, what's up, DevSecCon? Scott Gerlach, CSO and co-founder from StackHawk here. Big thanks to DevSecCon for letting us help sponsor. StackHawk is a dynamic application security testing tool built for developers. And when I say built for developers, I mean you can run it on your laptop, like your linter. You can run it in CI/CD. You can run it in staging. You can run it in pre-prod. Run it anywhere you want. We want you to be able to identify, find, and fix those problems before they become vulnerabilities. Please check us out at StackHawk.com. I hope your DevSecCon online is great. Thank you to DevSecCon for hosting a virtual event. It's awesome to be able to connect with our peers during social distancing time. I hope you find some great talks today and learn a bunch. When you're all done, check out StackHawk.com, sign up for early access, and get some scanning running. Have a great day.
Hi, Simon from Snyk here. At Snyk, we specialize in dev-first security. And what that means is enabling developers properly to find and fix vulnerabilities both in your application's open source libraries and in your container images. You can come and find more at snyk.io. That's SNYK.io. Now, we since last year acquired DevSecCon. So at Snyk, it is our absolute privilege to be here and also to make sure we amplify and absolutely push DevSecCon to continue to be the premier DevSecOps event around the world. Come visit our virtual booth in the Brella application and come and talk to us about how you can enable your company to work in a dev-first security way. Thanks for listening and enjoy the conference.
Hi, I'm Matthias Madou, the co-founder and CTO at Secure Code Warrior. So we specialize in helping developers to ship secure code with confidence, and you can find us at www.securecodewarrior.com. So we are thrilled to support DevSecCon24 because we love to see this wonderful community coming together. And we want to be involved no matter what. So visit our virtual booth for more information. So that virtual booth includes some interactive activities, prizes, and challenges. See you there.
Hi, I'm Chris Weissopel, CTO and co-founder of Veracode. We specialize in application security for modern development pipelines. You can find us at veracode.com, that's VERACODE. We are happy to support DevSecCon24 because we believe application security experts and developers need to come together to secure modern software development. Come visit us at our virtual booth, speak with our AppSec experts about all things relating to secure development, and participate in our password program. Hope to see you there.
All right, and we are back again. Thank you all for waiting. Thank you all for being here. My name is Brian. I am one of the developer advocates for Snyk. And with me is Mr. Simon Maple, who you've already seen in this amazing video that we have been playing around this break, right? How are you, Simon?
I'm doing all right. I'm a little bit tired, but all good. Ready for the long slog now. I'm on for about 12 hours or so, I think. So all good.
Good for you. I'm only on for 4, but I have another shift later on, so people will see me later on. We will start now with the future of DevSecOps, which is a panel and will be moderated by Mohammed Imran, if I'm pronouncing it correctly. So let's bring Mohammed in.
Hey,
Mohammed, how are you?
I'm doing good. How about you?
I'm doing great. I'm just starting. I mean, for me, it's 11 o'clock in the morning, so I'm not complaining at all. We are just getting started. For Simon, it's even 10 o'clock in the morning, so we're good.
Great.
Well, Imran, we met about 7 hours ago as well, right? Imran?
Yeah. 3 a.m. for you, right? That was crazy. Yeah.
Excellent.
Great.
All right. I will remove myself and I will get the rest of the panelists in, so we do not have too much fuss from us. And I will leave it up to you, Imran.
Great. Thank you.
So let's get me out.
Hi, Stefan. Hi, Jeremy.
Hey,
Hi, Sarah. Hi,
Hi.
Mohan. Great. So these are our amazing panels for today. We are joined by Jeremy, who is a director of security modernization for VMware. He's been with Pivotal before it got acquired by VMware. We also have Mohan, who is a global AppSec head for Prudential Insurance. And he has a lot of varied experience from being a research scientist to leading a global AppSec engineering team. Pretty amazing. Glad to have you here once again, Mohan. We also have Sarah. And if you have not checked our previous talk today in the morning, please do check it out. It was amazing. She's from Microsoft. She's Azure security architect and based out of Australia, Melbourne, right, Sarah? Sydney.
Yeah, I'm actually not in Melbourne at the moment, but yes, that's where I should be. Thanks, COVID.
Hopefully that's not too late for you. Great.
Oh, it's 9 o'clock. It's not too bad. Could be worse.
Great. Yeah, not as bad as like Simon, who had to wake up like 3 a.m. in the morning. Great. So we are also joined by Stefan. Again, he's the CEO of a DevSecOps company called Guardrails. So I'm really excited to have him here. Let's see what kind of experiences he would share with us today.
Thanks, Imran.
Right.
Happy to be here.
Everyone.
Yeah.
So
thank you.
What would do now is I think I just gave probably a Twitter style introduction to a few of you guys, and I'm sure that's not doing any justification for what awesome work you're doing in the industry and the kind of so Stefan here, I would like to call him a DevSecOps pioneer. He's one of the few people who were the early bird probably to the DevSecOps kind of technology. So yeah, so we'll start with Jeremy, then Mohan, Sarah, and then Stefan. Right, Jeremy, take it away.
Sorry. Yes. So, what was your question again? Sorry, I got quick
yeah.
lag.
So I was thinking you would introduce you more. I think.
Sure.
Yeah.
Well, you've done a good job in introducing me. I worked for VMware as part of the business unit that does cloud native and modern platform. We call the product suites called Tanzu, and I was at Pivotal before, which was doing the same thing, but Cloud Foundry, cloud native transformation. And my role is really to help our customers at the same time as they're moving towards more cloud native and agile practices to embrace those changes for improving security. So I do not sell security products. I help what I believe, which is doing better security with what actually IT use to do their own job.
Great. Thank you for introducing yourself, Jeremy. So Mohan, why don't you go next?
Yeah, sure. Thanks, Imran, for the opportunity to share my experience here on this panel. Well, I started my career as a developer. I was part of Linux kernel and then device driver development in a startup. And then I moved my way up to application security through mobile application security, mainly Android, and then eventually to iOS. And then I opened the domain to web application security, and eventually to infrastructure and IoT. I was lucky to travel around the world working with different clients across different continents. So the journey has been very nice. I could see some early trends in Europe, and that's where actually I got the DevSecOps. Fortunate to work with the DevSecOps for almost 5 years now. It's been a nice journey and a lot of changes. Absolutely, a lot of changes. Yes, look forward to the discussion and hearing from other experts.
Great. Next, we have Sarah.
Yeah, hello everyone. My name's Sarah Young. If you were on the stream about 6 hours ago, I was on 5-6 hours ago. I was on then doing a talk. I'm now back, so thanks for having me back again. And sorry if sorry that's getting a lot of Sarah today. So my name's Sarah Young. I am New Zealand in Australia. I'm currently in New Zealand, thanks COVID, and I am an Azure security architect working with Microsoft. So I've done a lot of security work over the years. I've been a consultant. I am particularly interested in things like security operations because obviously that's very important. I spend most of my time talking about that nowadays. And just very interested in the whole DevSecOps thing and how, and just helping people understand how they can do it. How they can get going with it because it's still so new and people struggle. So, I love talking to people about that. But yeah, I'll leave it there.
Great, thank you. Stefan, I guess you're the last.
All right, hi everybody. My name is Stefan, and I've been in security for a long time. I think I started in 2003, and started out as a pen tester. Only on the infrastructure side of things, like it used to be back then. Then more and more got actually involved in helping development teams securing the applications as part of the Secure SDLC, doing a lot of like code reviews and being very deep in the technical matter. And then, I think Agile came and the whole thing became like so interesting and so different, right? And that's why the first ever DevOps conference, DevOps Days conference in Singapore was really a game changer because I started to realize that Agile is just the beginning, and with DevOps we have to change our game of security as security experts. And this has really put me on the journey, and that's also why I founded Guardrails, which is a platform that helps get DevSecOps deployed from a technical point of view in organizations very quickly. And very happy to be here today and have a conversation about the future of DevSecOps, because I think we are just getting started, and in 10 years, things will look very, very differently. So that's it.
Great, thank you, Stefan. So now that we have amazing speakers with us, now what I would request everyone do is that this discussion would be primarily driven by your questions. So if you want to ask any questions to this panel, as you can see, they come from a different background, varied background. We have someone from a cloud service provider, we have someone from VMware, and then someone from industry who has been doing DevSecOps for a long period. He runs a company, and then we have Mohan with us, who's an AppSec head, right? Now, if we don't use these amazing expertise we have currently with us, then we would be at loss. So what I would request all of you in the panel, also the people who are on the stream, please do ask us questions on if you have any questions related to the panel. So the topic itself, or in general, anything related to DevSecOps. What are the challenge you see while implementing DevSecOps, or how you are trying to handle the challenges apart from what are the opportunities you see here, right? So if I want to introduce you before, I'm Imran. I'm the founder of Practical DevSecOps. We are a company who runs the DevSecOps training. We have a platform where we teach people on how to implement or learn DevSecOps. Now, with that said, let's start with a question which we got from our previous, previous attendees. The question was that what does DevSecOps mean to you from a panel perspective? And when you say DevSecOps, do you think it's just a marketing gimmick at the moment, or do you really see that it is providing some value to the end user or to the organizations in providing value to their end customer, be it the security team itself, or developers, or operations, or the end users of your organization, right? So, Sarah, why don't you go first? What does DevSecOps mean to you?
Sorry, I'm being efficient and I'm muting myself, and then being too slow to get back to unmute myself. DevSec, what does it mean to me? Oh, such a big question. But I mean, look, we have to go back to DevOps, right? DevOps is doing development and security together. DevSecOps is adding security in there, and it's not just tacking it on as an extra. It's not just kind of ticking a box, which is often what security is considered to be. DevSecOps is truly actually just embedding security in, having all the different devs. I know a typical DevSecOps model will be, having one particular resource within a team, maybe be focused on security. But of course, it's kind of more than that. It needs to be that all the devs and everyone gets a more security-focused mindset when they're developing and when they're trying to operate things. So it's kind of like, basically, I'm oversimplifying it hugely here, but we're kind of making everybody a security person. There's no longer going to be a separate security team. I mean, there will be, but go with me on the analogy, that everyone's going to have some responsibility for security. Like, it's going to become part of everybody's job. And that's when we're going to get closer to what truly is DevSecOps. But I will hand it over to any of our other lovely panelists, see if you agree with me or not. I know that I've massively oversimplified it there, and it's also very idealistic, because most businesses, of course, are not nearly there. It's a journey for everybody.
Yeah, Jeremy, you want to give it a go?
You asked me because you've heard so much me ranting about DevSecOps that...
That's exactly what I'm doing.
Well, I mean, DevSecOps, even though it's important, and I fully agree with what Sarah is doing, the future of security and the purpose we're trying to achieve is to enable the organization to be better at security. And if you look at when one of the rants in security for years has been, people click, people do the wrong thing, but then security acts on its own and doesn't really solve. What makes the difference between an attack and a breach is whether people on the ground are able to pick it up and respond. So my complaint has always been that most of the DevSecOps discussion I hear is either security vendors who are trying to place their product to go inside the pipeline, or very often on the customer side, a lot of people who ask for DevSecOps are people who don't do DevOps already, who don't really embrace the culture and are trying to give me a guideline and give me a framework on how am I supposed, what tools do I need to use, what do I do to do security? And as Sarah was pointing out, it's really a question of embracing the whole organization to what being better. So that includes how SecOps works, that includes how developers are working, how do we influence the outcomes. And so I've been talking too much about security as an outcome instead of DevSecOps. That's a number of practices. And DevSecOps is a good way to frame some of the work that needs to be done, but it's not complete unless you realize that the goal is to enable developers to deliver better and more secure.
Great, but what do you guys say about this philosophy of security is everyone's job, right? When it comes to DevSecOps.
Someone wants to take it?
Yeah, probably Stefan.
Happy to, yeah. So, I mean, one of the main issues is if everybody's responsible, that nobody's responsible. If it's everybody's job, then it's nobody's job. Yeah, so I think responsibility is the wrong word. It's more about who is accountable, because that typically is also not the developer. Is also always a business question, right? Because ultimately, in a perfect world with lots of budgets, lot of time, no deadlines, you could theoretically get this perfect environment going, right? But I think that's not the goal here, because it has to be, it's always a trade-off between what can a business achieve, what are the key requirements that we have to meet. And so I think it's more a question about what are the things that can be automated away, or what are the mundane tasks that can be kind of like added in as a foundation, so that the limited resources that we have, no matter if it's a security engineer or a developer, that they can really focus on more high impact issues. But I think for DevSecOps, it's more about providing security as part of the workflow. So it's not having many different new dashboards and many different tools and many different security tools that you have to get in there, but it's how can you get the right information to the right person at the right time. And that's, I think, where automation is key, because, for example, if you do a code test if you do security testing in as part of a pull request workflow, that's where you can actually give developers the right code information right then and there, what the issue is, and also how they can actually fix the issue. For example, if you talk about the SAST capabilities. And I think this is important in terms of empowering developers to have the right information to make the right decisions that end up with a better application quality and more security. And I think that's what DevSecOps is all about.
Cool. Thank you. Mohan, you want to?
Yeah, not much. I think everyone has covered quite nicely. Only thing probably I would just add on another dimension of DevSecOps is the feedback. The early feedback that you get, that you should get as a developer, right from IDE to till you put it in a pipeline, either CI pipeline or a CD pipeline, right? So I think the job of DevSecOps folks is to minimize the overhead or any friction that is present in the whole journey till your build goes to production, and ensure that the developers get transparent as well as frequent feedback right from the beginning. It could be as simple as giving them feedback when they're considering an MVP, like minimum viable product. And imagine they're thinking of adding some open source libraries. And if you are able to give a quick feedback saying that, hey, if you're going for, say, logging based libraries, these are the options and these are the possible security or insecurity around it. So I can just pick up one which has least or no insecurities, and then just go ahead and put it in my MVP. So if you start from that level, you can achieve a lot, I guess, in the overall long run.
Great. So we do realize that there are a lot of benefits when it comes to DevSecOps, but it can't be as rosy as it looks on the paper, right? Definitely. So are there any problems or pain points which you keep on hearing when you're helping your clients or you're doing in your organization? Yeah, Jeremy?
Sure. Well, there is a number of challenges you can see. First, let's start with technology first, since with culture. Usually, I start with culture. If you're telling a developer that he's responsible for security and he needs to reinvent the wheel of everything, configure a Tomcat server, build everything, you're asking for trouble. So being able to provide him with pre-built environment, consumable components so that you minimize the amount of work he has to do, even on security, and he can focus the discussion on security and what matters for him is really important, right? In a lot of our security standards, we're sending pages and like forms that have pages and pages and pages of documentation to developers that has absolutely no clue on encryption and all those things. So a lot of the role on DevSecOps is actually building those components and building these automations so that a developer just pick up the pieces. At the end of the day, you want the developer to spend time on customer value and less time on reinventing the wheel. So the more you're automating and help him spend time on ideation, on listening to the customer, testing hypotheses to better deliver, the more you actually improve and reduce the friction. And that comes to my second aspect of it, is really culture, right? We're coming from years of security blaming people, and you were mentioning about security is everyone's responsibility. For years, we've been saying, hey, you failed again, your phishing test, you're bad, your developers, you're bad. But you can't create a responsibility with this approach, right? It is everyone's responsibility because security alone cannot pick up attacks. It cannot have the business context necessary to make the difference between an early stage, an anomaly, a platform anomaly, or an actual attack. And so you need this constructive way of working together so that you don't apply just standard rules to everything. You standardize and automate everything that can be so that you can have a discussion meaningful on what matters. And most of what matters is business logic of your application, and it's out of all the tools we're talking about today. It's very rare that we have this discussion ongoing. We want checklist of things to test instead of saying, what is your normal behavior of your application? What do you expect your application to do? Let's identify when it starts doing something else. And that's what we need to work towards. And that requires a lot of technology of building the building blocks for developers, but also a different approach to collaboration.
So a quick follow-up question on that, this looks great, right? But then how do you handle the pushback from management? Let's say they are not aware of the benefits of DevSecOps. Probably they are too involved in the DevOps transformation itself, and then they don't want to concentrate on security. How do you convince management in terms of probably selling DevSecOps to them?
Well, first we need to convince security to look at things differently. Very often when you have a discussion, you say, oh, we need all those security tools, we need those protections. But if you look at the capability you're able to do with just normal practices, and okay, I'm biased, I work on application platform and containers, so there is a lot of problems that goes away. But there is a few hygienes that you can look that really, without any security investments, that your developers, your platform operator can really improve security without doing anything. In VMware and Pivotal, we try to build a practice of the 3 R's of facilitating the ability to repair. If you're able to patch faster, whether it's dependencies or your own code, repaving, the ability to destroy and rebuild regularly. If you do that, I can guarantee you disrupt a lot the kill chain and so potential attacks, and the rotation of certificate. You do those 3 things already, you've massively improved your security. I would say if you look at the last Verizon report, 98% of breaches have to do with those 3 things, right? So what I do is talk to security saying, look, there is a lot of benefit we can have without doing any security. Let's look at it. Let's make sure that we're doing that. Our new baseline is practices and common metrics that are not purely security, not purely developers, but everyone needs to contribute to it. And that's the fundamentals of DevOps if you look at it, right? So those 4 metrics of DevOps, no team can achieve them on their own. Everyone needs to add a little bit, and you need to collaborate. And on security, it's the same. You have a number of practices you can improve to do that. So you do need to get the security on board with a different, more positive approach to it. You do need to get the business to realize that they are gonna take some responsibilities they didn't have to, right? They didn't have before. They can't just send the log to the SOC and hope that they will pick up everything. That doesn't work. So this is where everyone has a part to play, and you need to do those workshops we do on redesigning application, redesigning operations, and redesigning processes around towards what Mohan was mentioning earlier, like better feedback loops and being more lean in terms of processes.
So yeah, to the other panel members, maybe someone want to pick it up. What do you see? Do you think the organizations are embracing this cultural aspect of what Jeremy mentioned? And specifically around, do they think that security is adding value to the organization? Are they taking security, are thinking about security first, the culture of security first?
Let me take that. I think it depends on the organization, right? I think that, in my experience, definitely security has, when I started off in security maybe 6-7 years ago, I mean, it could be like a really hard sell to get businesses to understand that they needed to take security seriously. I mean, it would still depend on the organization, but it was because of course good security, and when your security is working well, you don't see anything and you don't have breaches, you don't have bad things happening. So security was always a hard sell. I think nowadays we've had so many high profile breaches, it's definitely that have come out into the public with big companies, government organizations, educational establishments, etc. I think that definitely now it's not as hard to explain why security is important, and it is at the forefront of most like high level, C-level executive leadership mind for sure. But most businesses will now tell you, security is first. We have a security first mindset, security as a first class citizen in this organization. But I still think the discrepancy comes when you have those competing priorities in an organization. Like, do you need to get the delivery done, or do you need to get the security right? I still think there are times where security still will lose to other competing priorities in a business. And I think that's the bit now. Everyone now talks the talk, right? And everybody knows they should be doing security and having it built in and putting it first. But when it comes to the crunch, security can still lose. And I don't know what anyone else thinks, but that's that. And it depends on the business though. But I still think, yeah, that's the change that I've seen in the last few years.
But does it have, so when we talk about this, security people usually feel pretty bad about it. Okay, security is not taken seriously here. But does security team has to feel bad about it? Like, oh, yeah, we were just sidelined to this. We see this typical in the CISO circle as well. Oh, I'm not reporting to CEO or the board, I'm reporting a CIO or CTO. I think this point sits nicely with that kind of a concept. What do you think here? Mohan, probably you are one of the senior folks here.
Very interesting question, and very apt, I would say. You're right there, and as Sarah rightly pointed out, not every time security is the priority, when it comes to strategy. Of course, there are competing, goals and strategies that come in the way to implement security. Yes, the glaring breaches actually do help give us some impetus, to push the security in the overall framework. However,
never let a breach go to waste, right?
Yes, yeah, exactly. However, what I've seen is the FUD, right? The fear, uncertainty, and doubt, that doesn't work anymore with the management. They do understand. I mean, people are now. So I think if you talk the language of FUD, it is not going to work with them. So you need to, if you have to appreciate, if you want them to appreciate the security, I think we need to talk in their language, and their language is basically business risks, right? So I learned that from Sapsa actually, that earlier, since I was a completely technical, my language used to be only, hey, it is SQL injection, hey, it is process scripting. But the moment you're talking to some senior folks in the business who are having a very good say in the matter, with them, you can't talk technical. You have to explain that or translate into a language which they understand, which is basically business risk. How much amount of business you would lose, what is the brand reputation that you think is at stake by if someone exploits this kind of vulnerability. So if you talk their language, they do appreciate. And yes, it will take some time, as Jeremy rightly said. It's part of culture, right? And culture normally eats strategy in breakfast, they say. So yes, it takes time. But I think the change is already happening, and people are slowly realizing that the security, earlier it was only at the pen testing end, just before the production release. Now it has come, to the left. I have seen SREs getting matured in terms of security. The developers are getting maturity, in terms of, their work. Of course, thanks to the tools, the processes that, we have seen that are working, as well as the ops folks, so they are even more careful these days. They work with development teams, security teams, as well as the SRE teams. So I think the trend is shifting towards left, from the maturity perspective, and same is the case with the security as well. So yes, breaches have helped, but at the same time, the language change actually, conveying the right message in the business risk. actually helps people at the top understand better.
So, a quick question for you, Mohan, probably. Do you see the similar trends happening in banking, financial institutions which are very highly regulated? And if so, what are the how are they different then? Because you have varied experience, right? You work for research organizations, you are working for a bank now, before that you were in consulting. Do you think the banking industry is ready for this? And if so, where do they fall under this spectrum of DevSecOps maturity?
Yeah, very, very good question. In fact, when I just entered the InfoSec industry, right, I didn't appreciate the concept of compliance or regulatory compliance, rather, because I thought that is just a minimum level. And once I matured in the whole, of my journey of around 8-9 years now, I realized that compliances are required per industry, because you want to bring everyone at least at one level, and then it is up to the individual players actually to go beyond that and ensure that they are doing justice to their customers, by delivering secure products, secure services, right? So compliance, yes, banking, finance, insurance, these industries are highly regulated. But what I'm seeing, the trend, across the regulators in different continents is that now they are getting more educated, more informed, and when we talk to them, if I have to recollect, like 5 years down the line, if I have to sit with a regulator and explain, I had to start from scratch. But now, if you see MAS here, right, MAS, my God, they are quite ahead, and sometimes we feel we are lagging, So I really appreciate
probably MAS
yeah.
is an outlier. You cannot really take them into the account, probably.
Yes.
What? So I see that Jeremy is nodding there. So
yeah.
Are you agreeing with us? Are you not?
Well, I've worked for a bank for 11 years before I was a CISO at the bank, so and an insurance. Yeah, the regulatory landscape is a bit complex, and I would say it's hurting more than it's helping. Sorry, I'm a bit blunt and controversial, but we've created over the years with Basel Accord this culture of 3 lines of defense, and very often when you're talking InfoSec for banks or for regulated industry, people will ask you first line, second line, so you will have the controller and the controller of the controller and the controller of the controller of the controller. So when you do that, you create a whole industry of people who have a native incentive to create more work and more controls. Instead of becoming lean, you have people whose job are justified by controls. And we've seen the effects on the banking side. It doesn't really help that much. So MAS is starting to reassess that. But the main problem is we have a whole industry that thinks that security is a compliance matter, right? You just need to comply to all those things. You also have sometimes regulations who are, because they're trying to set up a standard approach, or kind of forcing down the ones who are trying to go and challenge the mindset. So it's an industry, to go back to your question, where does the banking go is in DevSecOps? It's a very interesting mix, because banking is under pressure from all those fintech and all those internet companies who are entering the market. So you have at the board level, a lot of pressure towards innovation, velocity, a lot of investment in its fold. But it's also an industry that has easily 30 to 40% of their staff being control functions. So there is this internal challenge, and it's slowly moving, but it's really where we need to set up a number of, they will go through a transition, and some companies are going better than others, but there is a really deep rethinking needed on how do we do control in a DevOps environment or in a fintech environment. And it's definitely not hire separate people to do controls, and it's more about what do we want to control, automate what can, and improve your ability to discover when something is not the way it should be.
Okay, so sorry to you there, Jeremy. I think also have a lot of experience in, especially banking, fintech, and Sarah, you must see it. Like, do you think even the banking industry or regulatory industry is moving towards DevSecOps? Are they buying into that idea of DevSecOps providing some value to them and not be a blocker for their regulatory requirements?
Yeah, I think big question. You're hitting me with the big questions today. But yes, yeah. I mean, I used to work for a bank. Okay, so I in the past I worked for a bank, and of course banks, of course, are highly regulated, as we know. There's a lot of regulations that they must adhere to, and there can be more or less of that depending on precisely where in the world you are. But generally, they've got to follow certain standards, and we know that regulations take a long time to catch up with technology. So, you know, they can be 5 or 10 years behind the reality of what technology can do, but of course they are beholden to still stick to those regulations. So it's interesting because I think in a way regulations can hold not just banks either. Regulations can kind of hold companies back because they will force them to do things in a legacy way that's not probably the best way to do things anymore, but because the standards and regulations haven't been updated, they're forced to do that. But I would say that banks, and also banks often, they have a really mature traditional security process. They've usually got some of the most thorough security processes that you'll see in businesses. But and it's not that there aren't other businesses out there, but certainly banks have always had to very much prioritize their security. Even before security, it became trendy and more in the forefront of other organizations' minds. Like banking's always had to pay attention to it. So that's great because they're usually, compared with other organizations, relatively well resourced, and they have a lot of security people that have got a lot of processes that are usually fairly mature. But when we move towards DevSecOps, there's definitely an appetite for doing it. I would say their appetite is probably the same as any other organization, but they have different constraints and things that pull them in different directions. So they may want to do it, but a regulation might not let them. And ironically, sometimes I think those very mature processes that they have can actually hinder because they're usually based on like waterfall type things, very stage gatey, very, very linear. And they and doing DevSecOps and DevOps in general kind of goes completely against that. So it can be difficult to kind of marry up the two. And I've seen that myself in not just previous, like I've seen that with many customers I've worked with in a couple of different jobs I've done, that they can conflict with each other. And again, it's a big culture shift generally, which is what we talk about with lots of organizations. But I do think definitely the banks want to do it. I have no doubt for their appetite, but when it comes down to practical things, it can be, I think, slower, or it's often done in sort of pockets in different departments or for different initiatives. Though I can't, of course, claim to have seen like a scientific survey, I think what I've seen in most large organizations, not even banks, is that it's being done in pockets quite well, but they're still trying to bring all of that together to like a cohesive organization-wide thing. But I'd be interesting to see what other folks have seen as well, because that's that's what I generally see.
I think I see a lot. Stefan,
go ahead first.
Go ahead. Yeah, so I think you're hitting the right cards. I see a lot of people saying that yes, I agree with Sarah. Yes, I agree with Sarah. At least 10 to 15 people are saying here now. Yes, what Sarah is saying definitely makes sense, right?
Yeah, I'm glad people agree with me. It's better than people saying that they don't. Though of course debate is healthy and great too. So
Yeah. So yes, sorry about that, Stefan. Go ahead.
Yeah, I think there's an interesting case study I can share where actually working closely together with auditors for compliance concerns up front and essentially shifting audit left was a very important, was a success because they actually first started understanding what do auditors need, what do you need to verify, what is in terms of compliance, what can we give you so that you have an easier job. And so they actually got the compliance concerns in there from the very early stage. And got to a point where they can completely automate the reporting against it. So you can say you need to run this script to give you to cover this checkbox, and you need to do this to do cover the other one. So they were actually able to make any subsequent audits be done in pretty much 1 hour, which is unheard of, because before that it took weeks and weeks and weeks. But because you actually understand what they need, you work with the auditors to make sure that they get the artifacts that they need through infrastructure and everything as code. You can actually do audit as code and compliance as code. And I think that's a huge opportunity that when done right, yeah, it's a game changer. But I think, like Sarah mentioned earlier, it's in theory it can work really well, but it also, that's where it becomes a cultural question, and how open teams are between different departments to actually say, okay, look, we're not gonna do it like a pen test at the end with the audit for you, but what we're gonna do is we're gonna get you on the same table from day one. Let's work together on giving you what you need later on, so we can make your life easier and subsequently also our own lives easier, because, you know, auditing and even pen tests, no development team I've ever seen is like, yay, another pen test, yoo-hoo. So I think it's...
I agree.
So I think it's great if this can be kind of a paradigm shift in how teams work together, which really is in the spirit of DevOps.
But a quick question there, right? But do you think auditors in general are ready to accept this philosophy of DevSecOps? Do they really get the point, like how it's different than a traditional SDLC, traditional way of doing security? And what do you see? Like, do you see there's a increasing trend in the industry where auditors understand this and they don't question you or say, oh, this is just some crap which I don't even understand. Like, you're not doing separation of duty because you're giving access to developers to production machine, which is against most of the compliance initiatives. What do you have to say about that?
Yeah, it's a good one, Imran. I think ultimately it's the same question we have to ask with how security teams work together, right? Because the traditional mindset, as we see many times nowadays, is just very difficult to sway. And if it's still a department of no matter what you do, no matter what show you give them, it's going to be a very hard sell. But I think there's always people that want to do things differently, that see what's happening. And if you find these people in an organization, I think it's a very worthwhile conversation to have. But I can't unfortunately tell you a very broad answer to this question, because I don't know too many auditors myself. I only know a few case studies where it was successfully done. But I think this was also as part of a digital transformation where many departments got together, and was really a lot of support was given from the C-level management as well.
So if I have to, probably paraphrase it, please correct me if I'm doing it wrong, that you're saying if we educate auditors in terms of what they want eventually as part of regulations, standards, and best practices, if you can educate them, yes, we are following separation of duties, we are trusting our employees, but verifying that they are doing the right thing under right conditions, then they will not have any issues. So it ultimately boils down to awareness, security awareness or DevSecOps awareness.
And trust, right? Because and trust as well, right? Because if you involve people very early in the conversation, they will trust you, build a relationship with them. And I think that's often where between departments, especially if it's audit, where it's like, okay, we're here to like really very thoroughly like check everything. But it doesn't have to be this way, because it doesn't have to be like a competition between the departments. It can be, okay, what can we do to make your life better? Are you okay with this? Find a compromise and then move forward alongside the progress to make a process to make sure the right things are being done. And then it's showing respect to them, right? And it's showing that you can trust them, that you're building this together. And I think this is really what changes the conversation. And this is also very much the DevOps cultural part of it.
Yeah, let me add a couple of points here. I think Stefan raised very important point. To start working with auditors right from initial days of your program. And I see a potential that change is happening. So I remember around a year back we had ITSM conference in one of our business unit countries, and we invited internal audit team as well. And they. We gave them a good overview of what we are doing in terms of DevSecOps, what they can actually check at different points. So they started appreciating the effort, and they realized that with DevSecOps, there's more transparency. And when there is more transparency, you can trust the systems, the data. I mean, data cannot deny, right? So if you're able to see, hey, how many projects are doing regular scanning on this? What is the vulnerability fixing rate compared to the other developments in that particular team or the business unit? So the moment we are able to see more and more data in a transparent way, without even asking the concerned teams, they actually start seeing that change, and then their job of auditing, which normally happens at the end, can actually start from the early stages, and then they can get involved in the early stages, and instead of they themselves feeling good about finding a lot of issues at later, they can actually start pointing, giving feedback to the people involved, saying that, hey, I think this can be an issue at the end. Why don't you start fixing it? And I've seen it working actually, So I got a couple of my friends in audit team. They said, hey, this was the issue found, and they fixed it within a month or so, and it was never heard of in the earlier time, So I think the change is happening. The auditors have started learning more about how the developers and other SRE, the ops folks, have changed the way of working, and they have started, taking interest in learning what they're doing and trying to see how they can extract the data, which they can properly utilize to give good, meaningful feedback. I mean, at early stage rather than at the end of whatever time when the audit actually starts.
Yeah, I'll conclude this one. We've seen it on quite a number of customers. First audit is usually painful. You need to spend the time to explain, and then the next time they come, say, "Oh, it runs on this platform. Okay, we know where you put all your configuration file. We'll go on Git repository. Don't worry. We won't bother you. We'll come back to you if we have a question, right?" And that's really a massive opportunity for audit. I think audit has evolved, and I love the way Stefan earlier talked about audit, and then the first word he said was compliance. Right? Audit has changed over time as a compliance check. People would just go extract the configuration of a server and just validate whether it's configured the way it should be. This is not what audit should be, right? Audit is supposed to review processes, to review an overall and make sure everything's optimized to your business goal. And over the time, because of the amount of churning of data we've had to do on audit, it became massive IT audit organization that basically our compliance check, right? This can be automated, and that means that the auditors can move back, the same as security, right? Can move back to the meaningful discussion on reviewing end-to-end processes. Is the control relevant for what we're trying to achieve? We know that we want our companies to be agile, so to change and to evolve regularly. That means that the control points we have can't be reviewed every 3 years or every 5 years. Or you need to constantly readjust the way you control. That means the way you were doing the control might change in 6 months, right? And that's really where IT will benefit from being more agile, but also will need to get on board very quickly because you can't wait 3 years to review a configuration.
So, are you saying that even audit needs to shift left? And if I use that word shift left, I think it's pretty loaded term in the industry, probably a bit abused more so often, I guess. What do you think? Like, so you brought the point, Stefan, that you said audit as code. What did exactly you mean by audit as code, and how that fits into shift left kind of thing?
Yeah, so I think this goes back to where I see the benefits of DevSecOps or DevOps come in general, which is codifying, getting the human element out of the equation where possible, and not having to do manual efforts so much anymore, right? So I think that's where also when it comes to security, there's all of these hardening guidelines and these kind of things that are super tedious if you have to do it yourself manually. And when you set up a system, all of these things can be very tricky. So I think the opportunity is essentially codifying as much of the audit as possible. And there's many, many ways to do this. And it's not going to be 100% perfect ever, right? But hey, if we can work on making the audit process 40% automated, 50% automated, 60% automated over time. I think that's a worthwhile pursuit because, like Jerome said as well, the goal is not to look at a server, look at a configuration file and see if it's up to date with a document that you have somewhere. That's a waste of time. How can you actually get this foundation automated so that you can actually give more meaningful tasks to auditors, to have meaningful conversations? And the same goes for security, right? Like, how can you get these mundane tasks automated away so that we don't have to do like the simple checks, but something that's more meaningful, that's also more rewarding to actually do. And that also makes use of the human brain much more than, like comparing two values to, because it's what's required, right? So I think this is ultimately where it's more a question of what can be automated and where's the value add in automating some of these tools. Because many times, I think we're quite good. And I think DevOps as an initiative and the S-code movement, if you will, has laid the foundations to make all the other things that build on top of that, which includes quality, which includes security, which includes audits and many others, to actually take this to the next level and start working together to automate some of these things away and make audits shift left as well.
Yeah, and I definitely see this trend happening in the industry with our customers, the people we train. They are they are of accepting this idea that we can shift left and implement or automate some aspect of compliance, as Jeremy and Stefan just mentioned, and more so if you are in cloud, right? If you have maybe you are using AWS, Azure, or GCP. I personally believe, and again, don't quote me on there somewhere else, is that their security defaults are probably much more mature than we doing it in on-prem in our data centers. And it's pretty easy as well. Let's say probably you want to change the VPC setting from one network block to another network. It's just not as difficult as it used to be in our typical data center. So I definitely see that there's definitely a scope for automating compliance, as Stefan mentioned. If not 100%, there's significant gains in automating probably 40 to 50% of it. And there are free and open source tools to do this, even paid support to help you do that. So this definitely makes sense. Now, in that topic, since we are talking about tooling here, what do you think, Sarah? Like, do you think being on the cloud versus on-prem makes your job of implementing DevSecOps easy? That's the first question I have for you. The other one, Sarah, yeah. So the second question I have is that when would we be seeing this kind of approach wherein you don't have to even think about security? Probably, I'm hitting this back to the shared security model, right? Now I see that someone asked a question like, when would we see the tools where security is taken care of altogether, end-to-end, in a CI/CD pipeline or on the cloud? Yeah, over to you, Sarah.
Oh, big questions. Gosh, big questions today. Right. Can we ever have, when will we get to the point when I'm going to go backward from this. When will we get to the point where people don't even have to think about security? I don't know, but if anyone has ideas, like, tell me, because we could become very rich. But also, we're going to become very, very rich if someone works out how to do that. I think the main problem is not necessarily the technology. Like, technology is fairly black and white. I mean, yeah, there can be nuances in how you implement it and what you do with it, but what's difficult is context. So what is critical or what is really important for one business is not going to be really important for another business. And that's why we need security people to interpret the tools, the regulations, and all the things we have. And that's why I don't think we will ever, sadly, get to a point where security is taken care of. We can definitely get to a point where we can minimize what you have to do. But even then, so take cloud providers, for instance, it depends precisely how much responsibility you give to a cloud provider, depending on, precisely what services you're using. But we know that as a minimum, you're giving them your physical security controls. But even then, we don't say, and I can say this as a cloud provider, we don't say, oh, you can completely forget about it. What we say, and this is in the guidance you can see that we have online, is trust but verify. So you of course have to trust we do the right thing, but you should go and verify that what we do is acceptable for your business. So that's not completely obviously there's less hands-on and less effort, and that's the great thing about cloud, that you can hand over that responsibility, but it's definitely not saying, oh, I can just forget about it. It's that we're never going to get to that point, because you know, with all the security regulations that we have, it's all going to be about, you know, have you verified that if you've handed over responsibility to a SaaS provider, a cloud provider, whoever, did you verify they were doing the right thing? So you're never going to be able to forget about it. However, having said that, we can definitely minimize that. And I think it's really important that I think we're a long way off, and I don't think we'll ever get there. I mean, this is why security is a thing, and this is why so many of us still have jobs, I guess, and probably will continue to do so. You know, it's very much up for. There's so much context that is required. You need to understand a business, understand the teams, the politics, the tech, and the only way we could probably come up with a definitive security plan or a process that works for everyone is to literally have exactly the same business. If everybody ran exactly the same way, which is never going to happen. So it's tricky. I think with DevSecOps, because it's still very new, it's still relatively new in the grand scheme of things, I think that we'll get more processes and methodologies that people can follow to be able to fit it into their business. And I think that's what we should be aiming for, as opposed to saying, hey, I'm just cookie cutter done, because that's just oversimplifying it too much, sadly. It would be great if we didn't have to think about security, but we're always going to have to, I'm afraid.
Yeah, I think more so if privacy engineering is also involved in it. So I have a question for you, Mohan, here from someone. When it comes to SREs, SOC operations, or other relevant stakeholders, where do you think privacy as code or monitoring as code fits in automation, like more like a tooling perspective? Like, do you think the tools are ready yet to do that?
I don't think so. So yeah, right from my pen testing days, you know, I found that people either they lack the developers. In fact, either they you know, are just completely focused on the business aspect, or they completely are not even you know, getting a hint of what privacy means. I mean, I'm talking about 8-9 years you know, ago. But I think over a period of time, there are a lot of processes that have come in. The tools have matured, and they are playing important role. You know, like for example, SREs now I see they're using technologies like you know, CyberArk, HashiCorp Vault, you know, to ensure that you know, the sensitive data, the secrets, etc. You know, those are kept in place, so that the people who are actually trying to invade the privacy will have enough difficulty levels in place, so that you know, it becomes very difficult for them, you know, to get through and go reach the sensitive data, the customer data. So in short, yes, processes have matured, the tools have matured. However, I think it's you know, it's the people element, you know, that is actually the one which you know, can actually compromise the data privacy more than tools and processes you know, in general. I mean, relatively when we speak. Yeah.
Okay, so can we conclude by saying the future of DevSecOps is pretty bright, and if you're not into DevSecOps yet, probably this is the right time to hop onto the bandwagon and then just benefit from it? What do you guys?
Sure. I would say it's a good start, you know, but it's not the end, you know.
Yeah. So it's more, if you think about DevSecOps in general, it's more like a process than the destination, and then there's more to about the process itself than we achieving DevSecOps. I say realistically, we are talking anywhere between 3 to 5 years in the future to really implement DevSecOps in any organization. And no matter if you're spending $2 million or just a couple of $1,000 to implement DevSecOps, it's gonna take a lot of time convincing, educating people. As our panel members rightly pointed out, you have to first build the culture. Even in the banking industry, people are benefiting with the help, seeing the benefits of DevSecOps. And I think if banking can do it, I don't think anyone else have any complaints in implementing DevSecOps. So right, so the future of DevSecOps is pretty great. We can educate auditors in terms of how DevSecOps is different than traditional environments and whatnot. So again, there's a lot to DevSecOps, and unfortunately, we don't have unlimited time, so we have to call it a day now. But then again, if you have any questions, please do reach out to these amazing people, the panel members. Every one of them have like a decade of experience, at least, more so with Mohan and Jeremy there, right? So yeah, please do ask them questions. They are available on social media platforms, various social media platforms. And then thanks a lot for keeping this session very interactive, very interesting questions. I couldn't get to all the questions, but I will definitely make sure I do ask on Twitter with DevSecOps24 as a hashtag. And I appreciate, again, everyone in the panel, Stefan, Jeremy, taking time from your busy schedule and then discussing this with the community. Really, really appreciate that. Thanks a lot. And also thank you, DevSecCon, for giving us this opportunity to share with the broader community, DevSecOps community. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thanks a lot. Bye, everybody.
Thanks, everyone. Bye.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
So I will slightly remove everything off, and I will put my dear friend Simon back on. Imran, thank you for hosting this one. It was amazing. It was amazingly insightful. A lot of questions, as you have seen. So I think it was a good thing to do. So thank you so much, and I hope you stick around.
Yep. Thanks a lot. Looking forward to it. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much. Bye-bye.
Hey,
So,
Brian,
Simon, check.
We have completed the APAC region, so we are 1/3 of our way through the conference, would you believe?
Oh, wow, 1/3 already.
1/3 already, and in just a few minutes, we're going to be kicking off EMEA. So we'll put a break slide on just for a few minutes, and then let's kick off EMEA, shall we?
Yeah, it's a good idea. I will put a break slide on, and we'll be back at 5 past. So see you then.
Awesome. Just one quick thing. One quick thing before we go. There's a passport program, so make sure we'll be talking about that right in our opening in just a second. But if you're already familiar with that, go check out the sponsors and fill out the passport program for your chance to win one of three iPads. So check that out, and we'll kick off just in a couple of minutes. Thanks all.
See you in a couple of minutes. All right. Yeah, it's 5 past. So just I thought I will bring you in already. What do you think, Simon?
Good. It was a quick break, right?
Yeah, it was a very quick break. But I will leave the opening to you, and let's bring someone in special. I see he's already backstage. Francois, welcome in. How are you?
Thank you very much.
Francois, how are you doing? For those who don't know Francois, let me introduce Francois. Francois is the founder of DevSecCon, which she created 5 years ago now, right, Francois?
Yeah, 5 years ago, at just after coming out of a pub. That would be a really good idea.
It's amazing how the ideas are always spawned from a pub, right? That's where some of the best ideas come from.
Yes, definitely.
Right, let me go ahead and share my screen, and then we'll kick off. Whoa, look at that wonderful inception.
Oh, wow.
There we go.
Let's open EMEA, and I will leave it up to you folks to do that. See you in a second.
Absolutely. So, welcome everyone, and it's my pleasure to open EMEA with Francois. How are you doing, Francois?
I'm really good. Welcome everybody. It's well, thank you very much for doing the one on APAC about like 8 hours ago. I apologize for that, but I'll do the later one. It's it's great, and it's just really the nice progression of seeing DevSecCon just starting back 2015, where we're just about like 100 people, just like trying to make a conference together, and we've grown a long way since then. For this year, we actually had, after our acquisition from Snyk, we planned about 6 conferences this year. But something called a bit of a virus just like created a few issues. So we just canned all the plans and just preparing very hard for 2021. But in the meantime, it's a real pleasure to just bring DevSecCon to be completely virtual. So it's a new experience, and really like it so far.
Absolutely, yeah, and of course, you know, back in 2021, when we think everything's going to be safe for the community to run in-person events again, we're going to be making the right announcements at the right time to make sure the community's safe and we can bring everyone together in a well planned and thought out manner. So look out for some things in 2020, late 2020 from us. That's going to announce our 2021 schedule. But for now, we're virtual, and we're using the Brella platform as our main platform, which you can do a whole bunch of stuff in fact on here. Now, one thing that's really important in physical conferences is meeting people, and I think here with the Brella platform, we have the ability to set up meetings, to chat to people who have similar kind of things that they want to chat about, similar interests and similar hobbies. So Francois, I mean, networking is super important, right? The hallway track in DevSecCon. How would you sum up the kind of culture, the community, and the networking at DevSecCon?
So DevSecCon has always been about like bringing the people together. So there was always bringing what used to be the two sides, which was developers against security. And this was the real aim of DevSecCon, is making the people mingle together, have a few drinks, and that's really good to see that the Brella platform is actually providing this. When I first came into it, I just thought, like, oh, it's a bit of a matchmaker and everything, but it's actually quite clever the way it's taking the interest of people. So as Simon was explaining, you've got the ability to set up some meetings, just have some private chats. I'm sure everything is just respecting data privacy, so you don't need to worry about this. But that's really as close as possible as we can get in order to mingling with each other. So I encourage you, please use it, chat, organize some meetings, speak to the sponsors. They're really good. They've got a really good bunch this year. So I'm really pleased to see that coming together.
Absolutely. And from this toolbar on Brella, you can just click on people and you'll see the people that are kind of like most closely matched. You also can plan your schedule. So as you want to look through our EMEA schedule, the next 8 hours, we have a keynote first off with Wolfgang. Then we have a number of sessions. We have Ignite talks. There's a whole bunch of really great stuff. So you can look at that and you can watch that on the stream. So in the stream, you can click on mainstream, which is the obviously the main flow of all our sessions, and there's also an alternate room as well, as and when we do new activities. Every region has about a couple of hours of those. You can also speak to our speakers as well, right? We have a great setup of lineup of speakers, and I guess speaking to the speakers, Francois, is just as important as speaking to each other in the conference as well, right?
Yes, yeah, definitely. So usually, I think we all used to the speaker is just finishing his speech and just come off the stage, and there was this long queue of people wanting to speak. The good thing here is the speakers have got the ability to actually just like take it into their own time. Not having to answer like 25 people at the same time, say, sorry, just finished the conversation. So that's a great thing here. It's also speaker really approachable. They're all here to answer all your questions about the talks, about further concerns you've got, any ideas you'd like to exchange. I'll for one be using it. That was actually much more reliable than using text messages from where I live. But no, it's really good. It's I like this opportunity to actually just like have the difference between not speaking to everybody else, but also dedicated for speakers. So well done, Snyk, and well done, Brian, on this one.
Absolutely. And of course, our sponsors. Don't forget to say hello to our sponsors. We have
yes,
a good number of sponsors here, right?
So again, DevSecCon is here to represent the ecosystem of the DevSecOps environment, and we've got plenty of sponsors to actually support us. So GitHub, Secure Code Warriors, Snyk, which are platinum sponsors. We've got as gold sponsor Bridgecrew, Veracode, Zero North, Datadog, StackHawk, Trend Micro, LaunchDarkly, Detectify, Sonatype, and it's really good to see the sponsors coming year after year, event after event. They're coming all around the world. It makes some really good relationships. Some of the sponsors were actually just followed us around the world. So we know each other's suitcase, but like this year is really about like understanding who would be your contact there and what you can get out of them. They're really jolly bunch, so don't worry, they're not going to bite, especially electronically. And as Simon was saying, there is the passports. We're still doing the passport contest, and to do that, so it took me a second to actually find it. You actually need to go on the sponsor page. You need to go into the partner communities, which is my DevSecOps. Thank you for highlighting this. Then when you click on it on the top right, you've got passport program. So I thought that was a bit of a typo at the beginning, but no, that's just like how much the screen can display. And on here, you can actually, so the way we're doing it, instead of you've got to go and meet the sponsors and just like be friendly, and in turn you get a t-shirt, but you've got to exchange some information so you get onto the passport contest. Here it's about, do you know about those companies? So spend a couple of minutes in each of those virtual booths and learn about them, because the questions which you will need to answer, the clues are in there. So we didn't make it quite easy, so it took me a minute to actually get those. But take the time to actually go through that. They've got some really great technologies. They represent the ecosystem, and that's your chance to actually win an iPad Mini. So please go for it.
Absolutely, yeah. And there's a couple of sponsors actually that are running a couple of things which are alongside the main track today. So do check out our platinum sponsors, Secure Code Warrior, who are running a secure code challenge. So I love Secure Code Warrior. They actually have a really great platform that allow you to really test your security knowledge, find vulnerabilities, find issues in your code, suggest the fixes, and you get scored and you get points on that. So it's a really great challenge. It's a really good problem-solving lab. So do check that out. I really do encourage you. Go to the Secure Code Warrior booth, and you can find the link there. And also, our friends at Trend Micro also have a lab, an app security challenge, which they're running as well. So go to the Trend Micro booth, and there's also links there that'll take you directly to that lab. So please do check out both of those if you're interested in doing a bit of hands-on.
And obviously, DevSecCon being virtual, that doesn't change the code of conduct. So it's still about respect. We never had any issues, so please carry on like this. Really proud to have set up this event where basically people feel free to express themselves within the confines of what you can actually say. So let's remember that. So be respectful. be nice. If you've got any issues, contact me directly, contact Simon, contact Sharon, contact Sam, anybody from the organization team, and we will resolve as quickly as possible. I might have trouble this time to actually go and speak to the person personally, but I will do my best, don't worry. And please be assured that this is a nice, safe working environment.
Absolutely, and I think it's even more important somewhat on you being virtual, because it's easier to do things behind a keyboard than it is in person. So please do have that, exactly what Francois said, have that respect for other people, and please be very, very careful with the way you conduct yourself as well. Any issues, you also have this info@devseccon.com, which is monitored by everyone that Francois mentioned just then. So yeah, we won't take any much more time. Everyone, please do enjoy the conference. Use everything the platform has to offer, and please do make connections, because you'll meet and network with people beyond the 24 hours that we have here. So yeah, enjoy the conference.
Enjoy the conference, and yes, it's true. I stole Simon's hair. So don't worry about it.
I thought yours has got longer and mine's got shorter, Francois. I didn't know what.
Yeah, that's the trick. Step together. Excellent. Enjoy the conference. I'll be here all day. And if you've got any questions, please come to us.
Wonderful. Thank you. And we'll hand back over to Brian, who can introduce our special keynote speaker and also show the sponsor for this session. Over to you, Brian.
Yes, thank you so much. Thank you, Francois. Thank you, Simon, for the opening the EMEA part of this conference. And let me bring up Wolfgang, because he will be doing the keynote for us today. But first, of course, I have to show our sponsor slide over here. And this session was sponsored by Snyk. Every session will be sponsored by some of our sponsors. And please visit the sponsors within the umbrella environment that you just saw within the keynote or the opening presentation that Simon and Francois gave. So, Wolfgang, welcome. How are you?
Doing great. Thanks for having me here.
All right. All right. Well, let me just share your screen. Like, it's up over here. And I would simply say, give it a go. The floor is yours. Thank you.
And for a bit of background, Wolfgang, I think I believe we invited you actually to keynote originally in either the Singapore, I think it was Singapore, right?
Oh, it was the Australia event, New Zealand.
So yeah, apologies. Obviously, we couldn't do that, but I think it was absolutely the right decision, right? But it's absolutely a pleasure to have you keynote on our virtual session. That's absolutely wonderful for us to have you back.
Yeah, I'm so glad that a lot of these events and our ability to still stay connected and have community has continued as we've moved so many things virtual. So fantastic to be here with everyone today.
Wonderful. And we'll pass over to you. The floor is yours.
All right, let me flip over to my deck and make sure that things are moving forward. Looks good. Okay, so this session is on design thinking for secure development. As previously mentioned, my name is Wolfgang Gorlick. I'm the advisory CISO for Dual Security. Dual Security, the multi-factor, single sign-on, zero trust portion of Cisco. And previous background in financial services and in healthcare, where I was fortunate in both organizations to, in addition to my security responsibilities, champion the secure development function. So I want to take you back way, way older than me. I want to take you back to this point in time. This is the original computer mouse. This is the computer mouse of Douglas Engelbart. Douglas Engelbart, he of the mother of all demos. If you haven't seen it, you should. It is almost as if he time traveled. And he came up with this mouse. And this was one of the inspirations that led to everything we do in computing today. But what I want to point out about this mouse, and I'll shift a little forward to a more refined version of Douglas's work. What I want to point out about this is not only was it new, not only was it novel, but it was a technologist technology, right? And what that meant was, with this mouse that you see on one side of the screen, with the command pad that you see on the other, it took a long time to learn. As a matter of fact, the original mouse had a 6-month course that college kids would take to learn how to use it. So, of course, Douglas Engelbart comes up with this mouse. It inspires many people. One of the organizations that inspires Xerox, right? The Xerox PARC story, 1970s. We've all heard it. They go ahead and they build their own version of the mouse. This is again a technologist technology, right? It's a precise piece of engineering. You can see in the bottom side of this there the mouse ball itself. Heavy steel. You can see the screws. There was a maintenance program that was performed on this every week to keep this precision mouse in tune and working. And what was interesting about this is the mouse itself, for each one of them, cost around $400 in 1970s money, which is the equivalent of around $1,200 US today. A little bit pricey, but still just a precise piece of equipment. So as we all know, Apple comes on the scene, right? And Apple revolutionizes. Well, that's always what Apple does. However, one of the things I think oftentimes gets overlooked at this period in time is the first mouse that you see here on the left, inspired by Xerox, which was inspired by Douglas Engelbart. First mouse for the Apple Lisa wasn't actually designed by Apple. It was designed by a industrial design company that Apple hired. They brought aboard this like, hey, we need a mouse. Build us a mouse. And this company, which would eventually become IDEO, they took a different route. They took this concept of design thinking. And early stages, but the refined version of design thinking as practiced by IDEO, you'll see in the top. The version of design thinking as practiced by Cisco, you'll see in the bottom. And it goes through several stages, right? You empathize with the person, you empathize with the user, you put yourselves in their shoes. You prototype, rapid prototype, really near and dear to the heart of Agile, to the heart of DevOps. Build fast, fail fast, move forward fast. And this was the way that the first mouse was made. And if you look at the approach that IDEO took, it really is such a radical difference from how so many of us build things today. This is a poster of the first 5 stages of design thinking. I actually have this hanging in my office, and it just kind of keeps me grounded, especially when I look at how we build technology. And when I look at things like ITIL, I was working with an organization, and they're like, we're following the ITIL service design process. I'm like, that's fab. Let's talk about what that is. And you look at the stages, and it's things like, do you have the capacity? Do you have the availability? Is it secure? All right, kudos for secure. I'll give them that. Is it? Do we have it in the supply chain? What's missing from this? There's no talk about the end user. There's no talk about the people, right? There's no talk about the human being and the human element. And if you notice, there's no rapid prototyping. And I think too often we build security in like a technologist's technology, right? We build security in like an ITIL process. We don't build it in like a design thinking process. And when you go back to that original mouse, right, the pricing difference was so radical, $400 to $25, or the equivalent of 75 US today. Fun fact, the computer mouse, the Apple mouse, still costs about what it did when you factor in inflation. So huge drop in price. The Apple Lisa, anyone could sit down, and you could put a 3rd grader in front of a computer mouse today, probably younger, really, and they pick it up like that. Steve Jobs once had this video talking about how you can learn it in 6 minutes. Compare that to the 6 months Douglas Engelbart required of his grad students to learn the mouse. It is a radical departure from how we build things. So this talk is on design thinking. This is actually one of my design series of talks. And what we're looking at today is how can we capture a little of that magic, right? A little bit of that cost reduction, simplicity, a little bit of that speed. How can we capture that when trying to secure a DevOps environment? And it begins with empathy. As we undoubtedly saw in the poster, right? And unfortunately, empathy isn't something you can just buy off the shelf. I wish it was. Make things a whole lot easier. But it really begins with putting ourselves in the shoes of the developers. And that's not something we do, right? So typically, when we're securing stuff, it goes something like this. Like, you have DevOps. Awesome. You want to secure it? No problem. All you need to do is design, review, code inventory, container security, cloud security. Make sure you're doing SaaS, DAST, IAST. Do you have composite analysis? No, you should have that. Change monitoring, file integrity monitoring, vulnerability management. You should put it in RAS. And by the way, make sure you have a WAF on your internet-facing things. Oh, and you should hire a pen testing firm. That's it. That's all you got to do. You're done. Thanks for coming. Anyone who faces that barrage of controls will be forgiven if their head explodes. It's a whole lot to put in place. And again, it's a technologist perspective. Here's what we need to do. Here's where we're going to buy it from. Let's put it in place. And you can forgive, I think, the developers for not wanting to engage security. You can forgive many DevOps teams for thinking that their agility comes from avoiding security. As a matter of fact, oftentimes the conversations would go something like this, right? You know, the developer's like, hey, we're going to take a walk before sprint pounding. And their teammate be going, well, isn't it supposed to rain? And out of nowhere, out of the corner, right, comes rushing up, security guy, right? I got this. Wait, I will secure the experience. And you end up with this. Will this keep the rain off? Yes. Will this make for a good experience on that walk before the sprint planning? Probably not. I want to give a quick shout out, by the way. My transition slides, this one included, are courtesy of The Uncomfortable. And The Uncomfortable is a fantastic industrial design website and artist where she makes what I would say are the physical embodiment of security controls. Now, it's actually uncomfortable industrial design, but I highly encourage you to go check that out. So today, as we're looking at design thinking, I want to look at how we put the sec in DevSecOps, starting with that empathy and starting with an approach that makes it easier, cleaner, less cumbersome for the dev team. The fundamental insight is this. There are effectively two directions that design goes in. And it's the equivalent of you've got two wolves inside you. I know that meme's going around a lot. The one I like the best is you've got two wolves inside of you. That is a problem. The ideal number of wolves is 0. You know, things like that. But seriously, we've got two audiences. We got our developers who are banging out code, and we got the adversaries who are banging into our applications and trying to break in. And the trick, of course, is to build something that delivers good experience for one and bad experience for the other. But all too often, as we lay down code, as we lay down systems brick by brick, we accidentally create experiences, not intentionally. It's not with the design thinking. And so we need to step back. But how can we design a better experience? What does that look like? I would argue there's really two dimensions. One is the paths they take throughout our applications, either the users or the adversaries, or the developers throughout the SDLC, and the choices they make along those paths. So a couple different metrics we can look at when we're doing some design work. We can look at how many steps are we asking, right? How many steps does it take to put code into production? How many steps does it take to sign up for a trial version of our software? How many steps does it take for the bad guys to break in and get our credit card data? What's the familiarity of each step? Is it common? Does it look like they would think it would? Does it make sense, or is it something unusual? And what's the friction as we move from step to step to step? Are we introducing friction as we design, or are we minimizing friction? From a choice perspective, it's similar. You have the number of choices, predictability at each step, and the cognitive load. So you can begin to see we're playing with frustration. We're playing with cognitive load. We want to make it simpler where possible and harder where going against the criminals. Now, this is just one approach. There are others, of course. I do think there's a lot of work being done in industrial psychology right now that backs this up. There's a lot of work that was done in UX. So I would encourage anyone who's interested in playing with those steps, playing with those choices, to look at things like wayfinding, choice architecture, cognitive behavior analysis, those types of things. What is going on psychologically as people move through the things and the experiences we create for them. But let's take just the paths they take. So we all know the DevOps path, right? We build code. Hopefully, we've got a DevOps lifecycle. I'm working with a SaaS company right now in an advisory capacity, and part of the fun, part of the benefit to both the security team and the DevOps team, part of the challenge has been defining what that actual build process is, because even there can be a little fuzzy sometimes. I remember too, one time I was working with another organization, and I'm like, all right, so tell me about your pipeline, and they're like, well, which one? All right, how many pipelines do you have? And they actually had over 100 different pipelines, depending on what they're doing and the validity of it. Of course, trying to rationalize all that and put controls, all that was. But we have the path that developers take. And if we get in the way of that path and we slow that down, we know what developers do, right? They charge right through. They get to what they're trying to accomplish. They get in, they get out. Likewise, we know we've got the path the criminals take, everywhere from doing the initial access, to escalating privileges, to collecting the data, to eventually exfiltrating. We can look at those paths, we can look at those tactics using something like the attack framework to tease out what the criminals are going to do at each step. And again, we know if we're not good at that, if we miss the path they're taking, it's very easy for get in, get to cheese, get out. Mission Impossible style. So when we have this, we can begin to look at where we would overlay those controls into that life cycle. That's good. That's good. It's a good start. We know the path the good guys are taking. We can put controls in place, and those controls ideally should intercept steps on the path the criminals are taking. We're going to look at a couple of examples of this at different levels within the application next. But fundamentally, the key here is we want to introduce controls which are easy on DevOps and wicked hard on the attackers. We want to look at ways to reduce the steps, reduce the cognitive load, reduce the choices on the developers, on the operations folks, and only incur those costs, only spend that that friction, that time, only spend that effort when it's on the path of the attackers. That fundamentally is the artistry of security. And that is, again, a different way of thinking of it than saying, here's our checklist. We're going to go down that checklist and we're going to just, slide everything in. So let's look at one example of this from a perspective of life cycles. When we go ahead and design security, there's a fundamental way to do it. This lines up, if you're interested, with TOGAF's framework, but effectively you start off with what's the vision? What are we trying to accomplish? Good code, clearly. Good applications, clearly. Fewer breaches, yes, but defining that vision. And then figuring out where that matters to the business. Are we doing this because we're trying to avoid something? Probably. Are we doing this because we want to increase our market share? We want to, continue to have the clients we have? Awesome. Are we doing this from a security and developer partnership because we need to drive availability? Those types of conversations happen at that level. So we plan out our vision, we plan out our business case. And then we start thinking about the security case, right? What is it we're trying to do? And equally important from a design perspective, how is this going to integrate with everything else? So if we've got a secure function within our SaaS app, how does that get back to our monitoring team? How does that trigger our incident response? When we're doing vulnerability management for overall infrastructure, how does that integrating with the vulnerability management of the application? Then we get to the individual controls, right? Tick box, ISO controls, NIST controls, the controls that are required in our region, in our industry, by our customers. We get to those specific requirements and we start building out what we need to actually accomplish. And then and only then do we get to tooling. How oftentimes do we start with this, jumping right to the tooling and neglecting all those other steps? but so fundamental we design in each one of these levels so that when we get to tooling, we're getting the right tool that can integrate in with the business, integrate with the security functions, and take out those controls. And then the other thing that we all too often forget is the implementation plan. How are we going to phase this in a way that makes sense for the developers? We know people have a finite ability to learn. We know that teams have a finite ability to absorb change. We know that cultures have a finite ability to be shifted in a direction. So we want to make sure the implementation plan takes advantage of that, takes advantage of everything we've learned about Agile and DevOps in a very iterative, small loop to phase controls in. And that fundamentally gets us to tooling. We always start with tooling. I love the tools, right? I love walking the vendor booths. I love visiting the sponsor areas, seeing what everyone's building, seeing what's going on. Fantastic innovation going on in our space right now. But fundamentally, we've got to start at those earlier design steps to make sure we have the right tools in place. To give an example, we take something like application security testing, right? Your SaaS, where you're statically looking at code, DAST, where you're dynamically running your test cases, interactive security, where you're going through the pages and testing along those paths that the users take, and of course, software composition analysis, so critical because we've got, for every line of code, we usually have around 100 to sometimes 1,000 lines, and our OSs, our platforms, the modules we bring in, all the rest of the things that are in our life cycle, right, are in our build. So we want to use application security testing to find code level vulnerabilities. So we start off by looking at the path they take. We know that the criminals are breaking through code level vulnerabilities all the time. Verizon this year, 2020, says 45% of the breaches were from that. Another 10% were because of misconfigurations. So we've either coded something wrong or we've configured something wrong, people break in. Gartner came out and said in their application security testing that by 2025, 70% of these attacks, not a big change from what Verizon's seeing now, 70% of these attacks would be from known vulnerabilities and configurations that could have been remediated. We know we got to find these things, but at the same time, well, we know that when we write a single line of code, we're increasing the attack surface. At the same time, we need, again, to go back to design thinking and think about what the impact is of bringing these tools on board. Because so oftentimes in my experience, it's ran something like this. Security guys like, scan all the things, right? We're ready. Put the scanner in place. Find all the vulnerable modules. Find all the unpatched things. Find all the code level issues. Take down that OS top 10 and send it over to the developers who are quickly overrun. So what we need to do in this case is use that design thinking to go, all right, let's perhaps get full visibility. I'm all about full visibility to the security team, but let's only focus on one classification of bugs and give that information. Let's only focus in on one area of the application, give that information in, right? Let's very carefully phase in the loop to the development team so that we're not swamping that team so they can adjust, incorporate it, build their processes, build their cycles. Let's also shift left, as we often talk about, and get ahead of the problem. You know, one of the examples that I ran into was I had a dev team, and every time we would have a pen test, the pen testers would find an issue in my code that would connect back to the databases. And there'd be a finding and a recommendation, and developers would fix it. Time goes by, next pen test, new app, finding, recommendation, developers fix it. This went way too many times, way too many cycles. I eventually get my dev leads in a room. I throw that code up on screen. I'm like, what is this? They're like, oh, I recognize that code. I'm like, you should, because every pen test, we're fixing this. They're like, oh, that's interesting. No, I mean, it's on our wiki. Like, what? Well, yeah, this is the code we use when we're setting up new projects to connect to the database. So as we phase these controls in, as we phase these approaches in, focusing in on core bugs, focusing on core issues, also doing a deep dive analysis, doing a root cause analysis, because in that case, I fixed the wiki code, No more pen test findings, right? Easy. Everyone's using the right thing from the get-go. So the fundamental idea here, of course, is uniting code quality and security. I fundamentally believe developers and DevOps teams want to have a high level of security because from their perspective, they want to have a high level of quality. They want to feel good about the code they work, want rugged code, resilient code, code that stands up to attacks and defects. All right, let's look at another layer of this, specifically empathizing now with the attacker. When we're doing defensible development, it's a pretty straightforward process, right? You threat model, you create your abuse cases, right? Use cases allow users to do stuff. Abuse cases prevent attackers from doing things. You add codes and controls, which add steps to the attack path the attacker is taking. You write some code, you write some tests, you're good to go. From a threat modeling perspective, we were talking about conferences being virtual versus in person. The last conference that I was at in person was in Zurich, and I was giving a keynote on securing without slowing. Similar ideas to what we're talking about today. And I know, right? Threat model, check the weather. What happens in Zurich? It rains. So I bring my umbrella. I'm ready. Done my threat modeling. I've got my control in place. When you start thinking about controls and thinking about steps, the important point I want to point out is that the more steps there are in the attack path, the less likely the attack is to be successful. More information from the Verizon data breach report, it shows that when you increase the steps of an attack to 10, the success of that attack falls to 50%. When you get these steps to 15, almost every single attack is identified, caught, and stopped. Powerful thought here, introducing steps along the attack path to thwart the attack. So we clearly want to add steps where it counts. So threat model, add steps, and then there's an important thing, check. It goes back to my story earlier in Zurich, right? I packed the umbrella because I knew the threat model. I had my wife with me. We went out for a lovely night on town. We're walking by the water and up to this restaurant, and suddenly the skies open and we are drenched. And she's looking expectantly at me, and I'm looking back at her, and she's giving me that look, you know. I'm like, wait, yes. She goes, you talked about this. You packed an umbrella. I'm like, I did. It's like, where's the umbrella? It's at the hotel. It's like, what? You did? We walked by umbrellas leaving the hotel. I'm like, I know. Fortunately, after walking in the rain, we were able to find a nice restaurant to dry out. But the important point is this. So oftentimes we do the threat modeling, but we don't necessarily go back and check the controls. This is where pen tests get in all the time, right? So we want to validate not only the control, but is it present? Is it effective? Is it adding steps? Is it mitigating what could go wrong? And in this process, it's feasible to build very resilient infrastructure focused in on availability, focused in on keeping things running. And one of the good stories I like is a SaaS company, Silicon Valley, and around 600 employees. And their DevOps shop, they're running Kubernetes. So they put in place zero trust for the application workloads. And part of that is, from a development perspective, if something does something unusual, right? If it's not within the allow list, something is probably broke. So let's use our automation, let's use our tools, let's run an Ansible playbook and reload that thing. What happens is this. Criminals break in, right? This particular case was the Kubernetes zero-day exploit that came out. There's a misconfiguration in the Kubernetes controller on the internet. Happens, shouldn't happen, happens. So the criminals see this. They're scanning, they find the vulnerability. They exploit it. They're in. Next step in that path is to scan and look around and figure out what you're going to do next. They scan, they look around. In doing that, it's an unusual activity. From a developer perspective, something's probably broke. So the detection notices that's happening. The automation kicks in. Ansible playbook runs. Kubernetes controller gets flushed, reloaded. criminals are kicked out. They're like, well, what's going on? So they log back in, right? They still did exploit. They get back in. They stage the tools. They do it again. Boom, flushed. A couple more times of this. And the operations manager goes, wait a minute. This shouldn't be happening so many times. Let's take a look. They bring in security. They do the incident response. They realize what's happening. There's a zero-day exploit. Our controllers on the internet. Let's fix this. However, the resilience of the application prevented that attack from ever moving forward, right? It stopped it right in the first couple steps. And I really love that approach because developers get what they want, security people get what we want. So we need to incorporate feedback back into the beginning of this loop, feedback back to the threat modeling, right? Which then goes to our controls and everything else. Feedback from application security testing, certainly. Penetration testing, you better believe it. Internal reporting, feedback from a bug bounty if you're running one, and in this particular example, feedback from incident response. So that when we see things going on, when we know that there's vulnerabilities and weaknesses in our infrastructure and our code, we can threat model that, we can put those controls in place, we can track the controls so we don't end up getting wet, and we can cycle and iterate the process. So when we move from defensible development to ops, that's when we're doing things like routinely validating those controls and integrating it in with our incident response functions. What I really like about this approach, done right, is that we create effectively feedback loops between the teams. You know, so much of DevOps is about culture. So much of it is about efficiency. So much of it is about finding those ways to gain an advantage, to gain momentum without having to put more into the system. And by using these tight feedback loops of identifying what's going on, figuring out what it means to the attacker, figuring out how we're going to build something to do it, threat modeling, going through, putting the controls in place, validating them, and repeating, we can do that same acceleration with the combination of the security team and the DevOps team. But that's not the only way things can go wrong, right? Other things can certainly happen. So I want to jump up one level, and I want to look at the same design methodology, balancing usability with defensibility from the standpoint of someone using our apps. So this is a real-world scam. It's happening right now. The point that I want to make is the features we give our users, right? The features we give our users are the exploits we're giving our attackers. Always keep that in mind. We are either mindfully or mindlessly building a path that our attackers are going to move throughout our environment to get their cheese by the very features we're building. So when we create those experiences, let's give a real world example. There is a phone scam going on. It works like this. Shady telco wants to make money, obviously, who doesn't? And they do so by setting up a toll line. So this toll line now exists. Now, additional scammers, as we know in cybercrime, its entire network, right, its entire ecosystem, entire economy. Scammers take those 900 numbers and they trick people into dialing them. And when the person dials them, the person gets charged and the telco makes some money and the telco gets some money back to the guy who had tricked him into doing it. This is particularly problematic for any one of us who has a SaaS app that allows phones, right? Who has a SaaS app that allows free trials where you can leverage a phone to do something, such as in Duo's case, leveraging your phone system as one of your factors. It jams up the infrastructure. It jams up your team's time to go ahead and research it and kick them out. So we start off by asking some questions. Like, what's the path they're taking? What's the choices they're making? And from a path perspective, it looks something like this, right? The scammer would establish a trial account with a stolen credit card. Stolen credit card, important because it's a way to get money back off credit cards. The scammer registers that premium number as a second factor. They perform some authentication, oftentimes, again, automated in a rapid succession. The authentication calls that phone for that second factor. The shady telco picks that up, provides that kickback to the scammer while charging the organization, the SaaS provider, in this case us. And step 5, profit. So what can we do here? By looking at some of the choices the criminals are making, and just as importantly, looking at the choices they're not making, we can insert some controls. So we can look at where they're calling from. This is not real data, by the way. This is just example data. That's a choice they're making. We can look at how they are automating the signups. We can look at how they're automating the authentication. It's a choice they're making. Oftentimes a headless browser. And then we can figure out what controls we can insert that are invisible to our end users. Things like manually investigating and blocking accounts. Works, doesn't affect the users, pretty time intensive. Things like enhancing the credit card approval logic. Let's make sure it really is not a stolen card. Things like adding controls to limit the mass signups. Or if we know that the browser is headless, can we detect for that? Can we prevent that automation from moving forward? And then we can also look at things that are visible to the users. Maybe we limit the number of trial accounts. Maybe we geofence so we know that those decisions are being made by the attacker. Maybe we geofence. So that would affect people in those countries. Maybe we do credit card validation, right? You've probably seen this. You put in 2 different charges, you take them out, and then you use the monetary value of those charges as a one-time password that's used to validate that, yes, that person really does have that credit card. That last one, of course, very, very friction heavy, very likely to turn people away from signups. So as we start moving through these, we insert these controls. We measure the effectiveness against the criminals. We look at what happens with the users. And this is the way to balance out usability and defensibility. This is the way that we can insert security where we're not actually slowing things down and causing stoppage in the environment. All right, let's go ahead to some final thoughts. I'm skipping a little bit because I was talking a little bit long. Let's wrap up this conversation. I want to link the gears here that we've been talking through and give a few steps and a few takeaways. Number 1 is we want to start with empathy. Always start with empathy. What is it we're asking of our users? What is it we're asking of our developers? What is it we're asking for other teams? What does this look like in their world? I'll say something a little bit controversial perhaps, but I would argue that good security is as little security as possible. Good security is the security that is directly in the way of the attacker and not in the way of the defender. To do that, we need to design for usability, reducing friction and reducing effort. And of course, the opposite side is design for defensibility, increasing the friction, increasing the effort, using threat modeling, using threat intelligence to drive that effort. Balancing those two out is truly the artistry that is cybersecurity today. 2, we want to secure without slowing. Security can stop users. That's where so many CISOs began, right? The Department of No. It can slow users down, certainly. Now that I'm doing multi-factor into all my things, it adds a couple seconds to the process. It can be invisible to users, possibly in an ideal state, right? The security that doesn't affect them at all. And of course, it can speed up users. And users in this case includes the users of our apps, also includes the developers that are using the secure pipelines we build. It is okay when we get measurements back to drive that, right? We need to instrument our tools to know what the performance impact of any control is. Something we oftentimes don't look at. Instrumenting the pipelines so that we know when we add a control, what is the impact on the developers? What's the impact on the end users? Friction isn't a problem. We don't need to avoid it all the time, but thoughtlessly adding friction is. Every time we're spending, a little bit extra time of the developers, a little bit extra time of the end users, that is a spend that we need to be very conscious of making and spend it in the right way. 3, we need to do the security in layers. Today, I was looking at bugs. Obviously, the fundamental way that most people break in, you get your feature, you get your code, get some bugs in it. Code either that you've written or code you downloaded or code you bought and are hosting on. And of course, we also have the architecture and the design of apps, which leads to flaws. But we can address this with training and code practices. We can address this with threat modeling and architectural analysis. We can bring visibility into it with application security testing. We can bring visibility into it with DFIR and threat intel and everything else. But the fundamental point is make sure that we're addressing security on all the layers affected. And 4, think about design thinking. Empathize, define, ideate, prototype. IDEO launched this idea way back when, way back in the 70s and 80s. They've refined it over the years, and it effectively is a design process. It's very, very comparable to what we do in Agile, very comparable to what we do in a tight loop with DevOps. I'm a big fan of thinking about this as a cultural change. I know the Rugged Manifesto is a little bit out of date now. I know it's a little bit long in the tooth, but when I was leading DevOps teams, this was the exact approach we took. Let's build rugged apps. Let's build rugged processes. And let's do it together culturally and do it together as a team, finding those great accelerators where what the dev team, the ops team, security team are doing are all feeding together in a beautiful feedback loop. So act culturally. And remember that every time someone picks up a mouse, right? Every time they pick up a mouse, they're making a choice to either strengthen or lessen the security posture. It's our job from a security perspective to make those choices very easy, to make the default secure and to make the steps needed to do the security as quick and easy as possible. I would argue that empathy and kindness, where we start and where we end, empathy and kindness are the original security controls, because it's those controls that allow us to do everything else that we discussed today. And that is that, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Wolfgang Gorlick. You can find me on Twitter at jwgorlick. My email address is here. I also do a personal blog exploring design and its impact on security. You can find that at jwgorlick.com.
Thank you, Wolfgang. That was amazing. I personally love the phrase, the features we give our users are the exploits we give our attackers. I will keep that one, and maybe I even will reuse it in some form. I will credit you, of course.
Go for it.
All right. We are basically out of time, and in a few minutes we will have Liz on. I see Liz already backstage at this point. Again, thank you, Wolfgang, for this amazing session. I have some feedback on it that people say, great talk, thank you, and they find it very, very interesting. So
a lot of Twitter love.
Yes, exactly. All right, we will be off for about 2 minutes, and in about 2 minutes we will be back with Liz Rice, who will be talking. She will be talking about container security. So see you in a few minutes. All right, let's go again. Here we are back, and let's move Liz in the screen. Hi, Liz. How are you?
Hello, I'm good. Can you hear me okay?
We can hear you perfectly, and I will share your
Wonderful.
screen so we can see that one as well. So where are you based, Liz?
I am in the outskirts of London, North London, in a sort of, it's a town called Enfield.
So basically a town, rain, that's London, right, or not?
It's a London borough. So
okay.
Yeah, we count as London technically, but it's more like a suburb, really.
Oh yeah, I know Enfield. I'm a little bit further out on the other side in Basingstoke, but yeah, I've been to Enfield. So.
Oh well, Basingstoke. I grew up in Hampshire, so.
Oh really? Oh wow, there we go. Well, Liz, it's awesome to have you. Awesome to have you here on DevSecCon24. If you haven't heard of Liz, where have you lived all your life? Liz is the VP of Open Source Engineering at Aqua. Liz is actually also an amazing speaker, so I'm really looking forward to this session. Feel free to ask questions in the stream chat just to the right. Anything else we're missing, Brian?
No, I will just have to mention, and I will put this slide one more time up, that this session is sponsored by Bridgecrew, one of our sponsors. And please visit our sponsor booth, our digital sponsor booth in the Brella environment, and see what they are up to. We have that passport program. Please check that out. And but without any delay, I will give the word to Liz, because I'm looking forward to this talk. Go ahead, Liz. It's yours.
Well, thank you very much, Simon and Brian, and thank you everyone else who's joining us on the stream today. And thanks for spending your time here. And I hope you're going to enjoy this talk. I really hope you are going to ask questions, because I love it when it's kind of interactive. So today I'm going to talk about the container security checklist, and this is really sort of comes from a book that I have recently written called Container Security. Now, this might look like a thinly disguised plug for my new book, kind of is, but if you go to containersecurity.tech, you'll find, as well as the links where you can buy it, you'll also find a link to where Aqua have sponsored an electronic copy. So you can get hold of that for free, or at least just in exchange for your contact details. So yeah, do go ahead and get hold of the book. Now, in that book, I have created something called a checklist. Now, I'm going to tell you, I am not a massive fan of checklists. I really feel that people should understand what it is that what they're doing, and in particular in security, I think we quite often see checklists that people tend to kind of use in a sort of auditing tick box kind of a way, without necessarily understanding the reasoning behind it. Now, I have heard some speakers this morning. I know that the panel talked about understanding the reasoning behind this kind of auditing. I really hope that as an industry we can move away from just ticking boxes and actually getting to understanding how security really works and how things work. So that's something that I've really tried to do with the book, is to explain how containers work. Containers are really the sort of fundamental building block that we're mostly using in cloud native environments. So if you can understand how containers work, and in particular, how that impacts on security, what are the strengths and weaknesses of containers? What are the different ways that you can compromise a container or weaken it, perhaps with bad configuration? So I've tried to explain all those things in the book. But people often ask, what should I do? How can I make my deployment more secure? So I have actually written an appendix in the book called the Security Checklist. Now, I don't think it's going to be comprehensive, but what I have tried to do with the checklist is ask a series of questions. It refers back to other places in the book so that hopefully you can understand the meaning behind those questions. And I think if you are able to think about those questions in your deployments, you will be able to figure out whether or not you're doing good things from a security perspective. Now, that checklist has, I think, 28 different questions in it. I don't have time to do 28 questions today, but what I thought I would do is really pick out a handful of my favorite questions and we'll dig into sort of the reasoning behind them. If you can answer yes to all 5 of the questions that I'm going to pose today, then I think you're off to a really good start. You know, go out and check the other questions if you want to challenge yourself further. So the questions that I'm going to pose today, there's one each for each of these 5 orange blocks that they're really representing different stages along the life cycle of a container. So we're going to start at the point where we're building images, and we're going to end at the point where we're running those containers live in a production deployment. So let's get started. My first question, are your builds running separately from your production cluster? So why is this important? Because surely you've got this cluster of machines, you should be able to run different workloads on that cluster of machines. But I'm advising you it would be a good idea to keep your builds separate from your applications. So the reasoning is because of the shared kernel that you have when you're using containers. If your applications and your build processes are running on the same host in containers, they're going to be sharing a kernel. So if something were able to escape the build process onto the host, it would then be able to affect the applications. Now, recall that if you're using Docker files to build containers, your Docker file consists of basically arbitrary code instructions that get run during the build. So if someone can compromise the Docker file or insert malicious instructions into the Docker file, they can pretty much get that build to try to do anything at all. This is particularly true if you're using a Docker build that uses the Docker socket. And if you're using sort of traditional Docker, this is going to be true. The Docker socket is effectively root access to the host. So running arbitrary code instructions with root access on the same machine as you're running your applications is probably not a good idea. Now, there are things that you can do to secure your build processes. For example, you might be running those build processes inside a sandboxing environment so that they're not sharing the whole of the kernel, or they're only sharing a very small subset of the kernel with your applications. That might be sufficient for you. Another option is that you might be using rootless builds, and that effectively means you're not running as a privileged process when you're running those builds, so it's a lot safer. If you're not doing something like that, the simplest thing to do, make sure you're not running your builds in the same cluster of machines as your production workloads. All right, let's move on to container images. So these images that we're building, is all the executable code that you're going to run in a container added at build time? Hope you're answering yes. Now, best practice is really to treat your containers as immutable. Once they're built, as far as possible, they could be read-only. So the reasoning behind this is that once you've got your application container image, you can scan it for vulnerabilities. And then if you deploy that container, you know that the container you're running was based on that image, and as far as your scanning was able to detect, it doesn't have any known vulnerabilities. If you subsequently go in that container and run something like curl or a package manager process like apt or yum or something like that to install more code, that additional code has not been scanned. You don't have much in the way of guarantees about that code. I mean, maybe you're pulling it from somewhere that you know has been scanned already, okay. But if you're pulling code from the internet, pretty much guarantee that it's not safe to run. So really best practice says, don't add or update the code in your running containers. If you need to update your container, rebuild the image, build a new version of the image, and then redeploy your containers. Because this is one of the joys of containers. We can delete and recreate workloads at will. That's part of what being cloud native really means. There are also tools that can detect when you add, or rather prevent you from running code that was not present in the container when the image was scanned. This is known as drift prevention. So look out for that if you want to be really sure that you're not running unapproved executables in your containers at runtime. So yeah, drift prevention is a pretty advanced but very powerful tool for ensuring that your containers as running are exactly what you built. We not only build containers, we also configure them. So if you're typing in a Docker command, you might add some parameters to that Docker run command. If you're using Kubernetes, you've got YAML files that define the specification for your pods, and that YAML contains all kinds of configuration about how you're going to run that particular container. There's a lot of things that you can do to compromise containers by configuring them, perhaps with dangerous mounts, for example. One of the flags that I really want you to avoid, if you possibly can, is -- privileged. Andrew Martin from Control Plane has called this the most dangerous flag in computing. I am really open to hearing stories of things that you might consider to be even more dangerous than -- privileged. I think it's certainly a pretty strong candidate for the most dangerous flag in computing. So why is that? Before I even get on to what it gives us, let me explain why it's there in the first place if it's so dangerous. The privileged flag was introduced for a reason. It was introduced to allow Docker to run inside Docker. And that was done really to allow Docker developers to work on Docker itself, using all the principles of, running the same code on your laptop as you would run in production, and have that kind of portability. Docker developers wanted that for themselves, working on their own implementation of Docker. So because the Docker daemon needs a number of privileges, they introduced the -- privilege flag to basically grant all privileges, and that allows Docker to run inside Docker. Maybe you have a reason why you need -- privileged, but for the vast majority of normal applications, it really isn't necessary, and any actual permissions you need can probably be granted in a more granular way. And that's because of Linux capabilities. So if you haven't come across Linux capabilities, they give us a more granular way of assigning permissions than root. So back in the day, you were either root with all privileges or an unprivileged user with a much more restricted set of permissions. Linux capabilities were introduced to make it more granular so that you can grant or deny specific privileges. When you run a container, by default, it gets a pretty sensible set of capabilities, not including any of the three that I am suggesting here. So, for example, your containers probably don't need to be messing with kernel modules because the kernel is shared amongst all the containers running on that host. So you don't really want one container messing with the kernel while other code is running on that same kernel. For similar reasons, you probably don't want a container to be messing with the system time, because that can have all sorts of problematic effects on application code that, for example, expects time to move sort of continuously in a forward direction. Quite a lot of code will be unhappy if the time was suddenly to be set back into the past. So really don't want applications having permission to change the system time. And then there's things like the ptrace flag, which is very, very useful if you want to do debugging. It allows debuggers to attach and potentially modify other processes. Can be super useful, but probably not something you want to be allowing to happen in your production cluster, and you almost certainly don't want one production application to be able to attach to and then modify a separate application process. Unless you've got a very good reason. Maybe you have a very good reason. Most applications don't need to do that. So let's have a look at some of the capabilities that get granted. Now, one of the ways that we can grant capabilities when we're using the Docker run command is with --cat add and --cat drop. So my first example here, I've used cap add to add all the possible capabilities to an arbitrary container that I'm running, happens to be Ubuntu. And then if I look at the capabilities that have been granted, I can find those in a status file associated with the #1 process in this container. And we can see 3 lots of Fs. All those Fs are bit flags. Each one of those flags is a capability. So this is lots of capabilities that have been turned on. Basically, all the capabilities have been turned on. So if I drop all the capabilities and run the same container and I look at the set of flags, we see all zeros because all of the capabilities are turned off. If I don't specify any containers at all, oops, going the wrong direction. What's going on? There we go. Yeah, if I don't specify any capabilities in particular, if I just allow the default set, we can see this fairly random looking number, which represents some subset of the possible capabilities that are turned on. My point here is not all of the flags are turned on by default. If I use the privileged flag, you can see that that gives all the capabilities, exactly the same as if we'd done cap add all. So we've granted all the possible capabilities to this container by specifying privileged flag. Okay, but that's not the end of the story. Also, privilege is going to give us some additional ability to see devices. So if I run a container without specifying privileged, I can see a set of devices visible from inside this container. If I run the same container with the privileged flag, I get a lot more devices. In fact, it gives me access to all of the devices on that host machine. So from inside this container, I could erase partitions on the hard drives on the host, which doesn't sound very safe. Sounds remarkably dangerous. So this is something that I really don't want to be granting to containers in the normal run of events, particularly on my production cluster, because as soon as a container gets compromised, they might be able to do something like destroy the partitions on my host machine. There is a third reason why privileged is dangerous, and it's really about the name itself. So because it's called --privileged and it's something that you add, there's an implication that if you don't add it, you're not privileged. And that's not true. As many of you, if you've seen me talk before, I quite often have done demos about how you are root inside a container by default. So you don't need that privilege flag if you want to be root inside a container. You already are root. You're getting these additional privileges, all of those extra capabilities, and the ability to access all of the host devices. So it's dangerous because of the implication that you're not root if you don't use it, that lulls people into a sense of security that is misplaced. So if you want to read more about containers running as root by default, there's a whole chapter in the book about that. So do go and download that to find out more on that front. So now we've talked about building images, we've talked about configuring images and the way that they're going to run as containers. Now let's talk about the host machines that we're running our containers on. There is a lot that you can do to secure your host machines. One of the most fundamental things is to make sure that they are running up-to-date software. we talk a lot about vulnerability scanning in images. It's also important to make sure your hosts don't have vulnerabilities in them. Now, a couple of months ago, I got asked why KubeBench doesn't support Kubernetes 1.8. So KubeBench is a tool, open source tool that my team looks after, which tests your Kubernetes configuration to see if it meets best practices according to the CIS Kubernetes benchmark. And well, somebody, as it turned out, this wasn't just a random person on the internet. This was an enterprise customer of Aqua's asking about running KubeBench in their deployment. So this is, probably some large financial or some large media company, and they were asking 2 months ago why we weren't supporting Kubernetes 1.8. And I ended up being sufficiently, disturbed by the fact they were asking this question that I recorded a little video about it. Why was I so disturbed? Because the current version, even at that point where I recorded this video, the current version of Kubernetes is 1.18. There've been 10 more releases. Now, Kubernetes has a policy of supporting the current release and the 2 previous minor versions. So 1.16, 17, and 18 were the supported versions at this time. So pretty sure that with version 1.8, they did not have a full set of security patches. And I know that over that time, there have been a few significant issues found in Kubernetes. So super critical to run up-to-date software. When I posted about it, there were people suggesting that I should have been a little bit more vigorous in my response about why it is dangerous to be running these such old versions of Kubernetes. So do just go and check. One of the problems here is that Kubernetes does a new release about every 3 or 4 months. So you do have to be updating on a fairly regular basis. You might also want to be checking that your cloud provider is offering you a modern and up-to-date version of Kubernetes if you're using a managed or cloud provider or other managed service. The last question that I'm going to come to today is just one of the things that you might want to consider about runtime security or issues that affect runtime. I'm going to talk about secrets. Your application code may well need secret information like a password or tokens in order to do its job. Your application code might need a password to access a database, for example. And those passwords, these secrets, need to be held and passed to the containers safely. You don't want anybody else getting access to those secrets because they will then be able to get access to data. In order to protect those secrets, we really want them to be encrypted at rest, so while they're in storage, and in transit, so as they're being passed around the network or into different containers. Do you know whether or not your secrets are encrypted at rest or in transit? Now, I'm sure a lot of you are using Kubernetes, and Kubernetes has native secret support, which makes it pretty convenient to handle secrets. So, for example, I could have a secret here called my secret. If you look at the data from one of these secret entities, you'll see that it's only base 64 encoded. It's not encrypted in any form, at least when we get it using the kubectl command. So I can just ask for that password and base 64 decode it. Voila, here is my secret. But you might be thinking, well, here's a couple of things. First of all, how do I know that it isn't encrypted, but kubectl has given me a decrypted version? And secondly, what about RBAC? So let's cover that second one first. RBAC, role-based access control. Now, this is one of the good things about Kubernetes secrets. You can use the RBAC, which is configuring who has access to different resources. You can use native Kubernetes RBAC to control who has access to different secrets. And you can give different pieces of your application access to different secrets. So grant least privilege, only give the application code access to a password if it really needs it. And you can give your application code different service account tokens, and those different service accounts can have different RBAC permissions for different secrets. So that's really good. But by default, the information is stored in etcd. etcd is the database that stores all of the state information for Kubernetes. And by default, that is not encrypted. So if I were to go on the host machine and look for my password, which I've just extracted, I know what it is. If I go and grep for that string, if I search for that string in the database file, I can find a match. And if I go and look at the database, it's not very pretty because it's a binary file, but we can see that there it is in plain text inside that database file. So if I have access to the host and if I'm able to get to that database file, never mind RBAC, if I've managed to escape a container, and perhaps I've got root permission because the container was running as root by default, if I can get to that file, I can get hold of all of the secrets because they're in there in plain text. This doesn't sound great. You do have options. So one option is to encrypt etcd. This capability has been in Kubernetes as a beta function for, I think, 5 releases now. So you can try that. The file, the YAML extract on the right here is what you need to do. You need to create an encryption configuration and apply that to your Kubernetes API server. The interesting thing is then you have a secret sitting on your machine telling you how your etcd is encrypted. That's a secret that you could use to decrypt that data. So we're going to need to protect that file like gold dust. Another option is to offload the secrets into a dedicated secret store. So something like HashiCorp Vault, CyberArk have a solution called Conjure. Aqua, we have a solution built into our commercial product. And these solutions will take your secrets from some other secret store, not etcd, and inject them into containers at the appropriate moment. So that can be a safer way of ensuring that they're not stored in plain text alongside your Kubernetes state information. All right, so we have covered 5 questions today. We've talked about making sure your builds run separately from your application workloads. We've talked about making sure that your containers contain all of the executable code they need to run and that you don't allow them to drift. We've talked about avoiding the privileged flag and why that is so dangerous. We've talked about updating your host. So do go and make sure you're running an up-to-date version of Kubernetes. That also applies to whatever other software you're using on your hosts. If you've got, I don't know, logging built in, make sure you've got the security patches up to date. And are you encrypting your secrets safely? That is just a handful of the questions that I covered in the book, and I've tried in the book to explain why questions like these are important and what the consequences are of maybe not being able to answer yes to some of these questions. As I say, you can go and grab a copy of the book. If you go to that site, you'll find all the links. And I really hope that there will be some questions. If you can't think of questions now, you can find me on Twitter as Liz Rice. And yeah, I'm in the Slack channel today as well. So, do hit me up if you have questions.
Hey Liz, thank you very much. That was an awesome session. Actually, a question from me. In terms of, in my experience, when we look at the differences between like application security and container security, the lines are a little bit more blurred in terms of the responsibility, the ownership, and things like that. So I wonder if what your opinions or views in terms of the responsibility split between different individuals in a company, from development all the way through to security and operations. How do you see container security responsibility versus something like application set?
So I think one of the really nice things about containers is that they are a mechanism for, let's say, packaging. I'm not sure that's the best word I can use, but something that takes a piece of code and makes it a self-contained entity. And you can apply security and layers to that entity. And maybe application security is about the contents of the code that's going into it. And then we have all these tools that can be nearly always automated to apply different levels of security to that package as it passes through the pipeline. And then there's also the question of things like shared responsibility model that the cloud providers will talk about, where they'll take responsibility for host configuration. I think on the panel earlier, Sarah mentioned they are obviously looking after your physical security, for example. So we have all these different layers built in to cloud provisioning, to our organizations, and I think we can look at layering security at different stages through the life cycle. In some ways that makes it more complicated because there's all these different touch points where you can add security, but it also means it's powerful because you can add all these different layers around it.
Awesome. Lots of people in the comments saying great session, people loving the session. A few questions coming in. One from Nev Stokes asking, Liz, what's your view on signing images, giving the example of Docker's Notary?
Yeah, so I think image signing and the whole question of software provenance is very important and something that can be done better. There's a lot of work going on right now to do Notary v2, where Notary itself is really powerful but really difficult to use. I think that's why it hasn't quite exploded in the way that its value suggests maybe it should. I think the usability was not great. And I think with V2 that's being worked on right now, the intent is to make it more usable, more easy to configure, and I think that will be hugely important.
Another question in from Fernando Cabreto. Sorry for my poor pronunciation. Any comments or best practices on how to configure and use private registries?
Okay, so I would say that nearly all of our commercial or our enterprise customers at Aqua are using private registries, or they're using something like ECR that is effectively a private registry. Again, go back to the shared responsibility model. From the provider's point of view, it's your own private registry. I think private registries are very much preferable to pulling images directly from the internet on a public hub. They do give you the ability to do things like setting up regular scanning so that not just whether or not there were vulnerabilities when you built the image, but also whether any new vulnerabilities have come into place since then. Scanning, network access, obviously, I mean, the kind of obvious things that you would want to do to restrict access to the private registry to as few people as possible and to as few entities as possible.
And would you recommend pinning versions and putting them in the registry, or would you recommend regular building? And
That's actually interesting. So we definitely see that there's the images that you're going to run, and then there's also base images that you're going to build from. And we see a lot of organizations building and then approving a set of base images. There may be one, there may be a handful, there may be one per programming language that's being used in the organization, and that gives typically it's going to be a security team that's responsible for okaying that and that base image and making sure that base image is approved. And I think that gives the security team a lot of confidence in the applications that developers might then build on that base image, and using tooling to check that the base image is actually being used, that, you know, they haven't pulled a different version from the internet.
Cool. Some more questions coming in. Subhash Chandra asks, what is your opinion on how to best protect some privileged containers?
So a lot that there are applications that need to run with extra privileges, and there are applications that kind of set up to run with extra privileges for historical reasons. So really good example of this is something like Nginx, where you know, it was originally developed back in the day when we had host machines. You would run a web server on a host machine on port 80, and you needed the it's like capsys bind, something like that. It's a privilege that you need to bind to a low numbered port, and it's not given out by default to users on a host machine because you only want privileged users binding to port 80 because you don't want somebody else sort of, you know, preventing you from running a web server on that machine. So back in the day, Nginx built in need of that privilege on the assumption that it's going to be running on a low numbered port. When you run it in a container, we've got port mapping, so you can run it on any port you like and it can get mapped to the appropriate port at the host level. So that privilege is no longer really necessary. There are versions of Nginx that have been built to avoid needing that privilege. I mean, it's a pretty small change that's required, but so that, I guess, is an example of something where the application can just be hardened. Bitnami did a lot of work on building hardened versions of some common containers. Then there are applications that do need privileges for like really good reasons. They want to do something that requires extra privileges. If you really need those, you can grant them individually. Like the best practice would be to use that cap drop to drop all capabilities and then add back just the ones you need, so that you've got a minimal set of capabilities granted.
Cool. Couple more coming in. Deepam Kanjani asks, in terms of network communication paths and network policies, would just logical segregation of deployments in cloud providers work? Maybe like a cost-saving gimmick? What would be the what would be the right checklist item here?
I think this is a good example where it depends. So, and also somewhat depends on whether we're using the word deployment in the, you know, my organization has a deployment, or in a Kubernetes sense of individual sort of microservice deployments. This is another example of something where containers give us this really powerful ability to add layering, because we can say a particular microservice needs access to, you know, a subset of the other microservices, and maybe it does or doesn't need access to the rest of the internet. Really, I always end up using an example of a product search microservice. With, you know, let's suppose you've got an e-commerce site, you've got this microservice that, given a small string, looks up products that might match that string. It's going to need access to a product database. It probably doesn't need access to the payment gateway. So being able to restrict network traffic between, you know, prevent product search from communicating with the payment gateway is a really sensible thing to do. And you can do that with, you know, things like Kubernetes network policies. A lot of the you know, cloud native security platforms like Aqua will also give you the ability to limit the traffic between different services. You could, I think from the way the question is being asked, that's sort of suggesting having different deployments. I think quite commonly you would put them into separate VPCs, and you would be able to limit traffic between those deployments that way. There's lots of different ways you can cut this up, but the interesting thing is that you have these different services give us these different entities that we can protect individually.
Awesome. We have just about 1 minute left, so I'm going to try and squeeze in this one last question.
Quick answer, Liz, quick.
Quick. Yes or no? From Fernando again. We know that containers running in production should be empirical and refreshed regularly. How organizations are achieving this in your experience, and what are the challenges?
Yeah, so this actually sort of relates to that idea of drift prevention, like the idea that if you've got a service running, if you kind of kill it and recreate it on a regular basis, you know that it's running like to the state that you configured it with, and it hasn't drifted off to do something slightly different. So it is a really good practice to do this. I think I'm sure there are other people with field experience different from mine. I haven't seen that many cases where people deliberately do it. Maybe a bit of chaos engineering, people deliberately do it. A lot of the time people are actually refreshing things either to do updates or just because of scaling. You know, if you scale a service up and down, auto scaling, you're going to inevitably be killing and recreating some subset of your instances every now and again. But yeah, bring some chaos to your containers. That would be a really good thing.
Awesome. Liz, thank you very much. It's an absolute pleasure to have you on DevSecCon. Thank you very much for your support on that.
Thank you so much for having me. It's been fun.
Absolutely. And the best place to contact you again, Liz, would that be Twitter or?
I think Twitter is probably the easiest place to find me. Yeah. And I'm Liz Rice there. Yeah.
Excellent. Thank you very, very much.
Take care. Bye.
Okay. Cheers. Bye. Okay, Brian. Next up, what do we have? We have a 15-minute break, right?
We have a 15-minute break. We will be here. Yeah, well, back in 15 minutes, and Gadi will be here talking about GitOps. So that sounds interesting. And well, let's head back for that. In the meantime, we will have to, I will play some sponsor messages because, well, we couldn't do this without our sponsors, and I cannot emphasize enough. Visit our sponsors within the Umbrella platform and check out what they have to offer you. Not just grabbing a T-shirt or something. Well, it will be virtually impossible, but check what they have to offer. They have a lot of nice stuff and nice information. So we'll be back.
Some virtual clothing, maybe. Grab some virtual swag.
Well, I will grab some real coffee now. That would be that would be probably the way to go. So I will start with some messages, and we will see that. We see you back in a few minutes.
Excellent. See you soon.
Hi, Simon from Snyk here. At Snyk, we specialize in dev-first security. And what that means is enabling developers properly to find and fix vulnerabilities both in your application's open source libraries and in your container images. You can come and find more at snyk.io. That's SNYK.io. Now, we since last year acquired DevSecCon. So at Snyk, it is our absolute privilege to be here and also to make sure we amplify and absolutely push DevSecCon to continue to be the premier DevSecOps event around the world. Come visit our virtual booth in the Umbrella application and come and talk to us about how you can enable your company to work in a dev-first security way. Thanks for listening, and enjoy the conference.
Hi, I'm Matthias Madou, the co-founder and CTO at Secure Code Warrior. So we specialize in helping developers to ship secure code with confidence, and you can find us at www.securecodewarrior.com. So we are thrilled to support DevSecCon24 because we love to see this wonderful community coming together. And we want to be involved no matter what. So visit our virtual booth for more information. So that virtual booth includes some interactive activities, prizes, and challenges. See you there.
Hi, I'm Chris Weisopel, CTO and co-founder of Veracode. We specialize in application security for modern development pipelines. You can find us at veracode.com, that's VERACODE. We are happy to support DevSecCon24 because we believe application security experts and developers need to come together to secure modern software development. Come visit us at our virtual booth, speak with our AppSec experts about all things relating to secure development, and participate in our password program. Hope to see you there.
Detectify is a scalable web app security service that automates thousands of security tests to help you write safer code and release secure applications. Detectify's security scans are non-intrusive and can run safely in staging and production environments. Instead of performing version tests, Detectify checks your app using real exploits, simulating a hacker attack with harmless payloads. The service is continually updated with new security tests thanks to Detectify Crowdsource, a global community of security researchers. Detectify equips you with the tools you need to fix critical security issues. Getting started with Detectify only takes a couple of minutes. Just verify domain ownership, run your first scan, and access your first security report. So what are you waiting for? Fix vulnerabilities, build your security skill set, and release safer apps with Detectify. Go hack yourself and start your free trial at detectify.com.
Hi, this is Brandon Eyring with Zero North. I lead the sales development team. Thanks for joining us at DevSecCon24, the event. It's definitely a cool place for leaders in the development and security communities to get together, and the speakers and the topics are right on point. While you're here, feel free to stop by the Zero North virtual booth, get some information on the solutions that we offer, but don't take our word for it. Come see a demo for yourself and enter to win a cool prize. Thanks, and we'll see you there.
Hi, DevSecCon. My name is Heidi Waterhouse, and I work for LaunchDarkly. We're a company that does feature management or feature flags as a service. We have a virtual booth here, so if you'd like to stop by and see how that works out, we'd love to talk to you about it. I want to say that as you're thinking about security, I want you to think about how feature flags could actually make your security more effective and more cost effective, because I know that we're all thinking about how to do more with less. And one of the ways to do that is to make it really easy to control your features at a modular level. So stop by and talk to us about that, and we'll be happy to see you. Have a great conference, and I hope you get a lot of wonderful content out of it. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Fernando Cardozo. I'm Solutions Architect at Twin Micro, a global cybersecurity company and leader in cloud workloads protection. Join me on DevSecCon24 on June 15 for a 15-minute talk as I will outline the importance of cloud security posture management for cloud service and compliance. Demonstrate how you can quickly set up a CSPM solution and introduce it into your infrastructure as a code pipeline using security plugins in the VS Code or in the CI/CD pipeline. You don't want to miss it. Watch the live DevSecCon Conference 24 or click in the Trend Micro virtual booth to see our schedule for talks. Let's help organization with the DevSecOps culture. See you there.
Hey DevSecCon, what's up? My name is Idan Tendler, CEO and co-founder of Bridgecrew. We help security engineers automate their public cloud security by streamlining remediation throughout the CI/CD. With our platform, you could scan for misconfigurations from your infrastructure as code to your runtime, but we also provide the fixes. So for each misconfiguration, you will find the fix delivered as code as pull request in the platform. We're super proud to be part of this event and to contribute back to DevSecCon and to the community. Come visit us at our virtual booth and also at bridgecrew.io, and you have to try the platform. It's for free. Have a wonderful day.
Hey, what's up, DevSecCon? Scott Gerlach, CSO and co-founder from StackHawk here. Big thanks to DevSecCon for letting us help sponsor. StackHawk is a dynamic application security testing tool built for developers. And when I say built for developers, I mean you can run it on your laptop, like your linter. You can run it in CI/CD. You can run it in staging. You can run it in pre-prod. You run it anywhere you want. We want you to be able to identify, find, and fix those problems before they become vulnerabilities. Please check us out at StackHawk.com. I hope your DevSecCon online is great. Thank you to DevSecCon for hosting a virtual event. It's awesome to be able to connect with our peers during social distancing time. I hope you find some great talks today and learn a bunch. When you're all done, check out StackHawk.com, sign up for early access, and get some scanning running. Have a great day.
Hi, Simon from Snyk here. At Snyk, we specialize in dev-first security. And what that means is enabling developers properly to find and fix vulnerabilities both in your application's open source libraries and in your container images. You can come and find more at snyk.io. That's SNYK.io. Now, we since last year acquired DevSecCon. So at Snyk, it is our absolute privilege to be here and also to make sure we amplify and absolutely push DevSecCon to continue to be the premier DevSecOps event around the world. Come visit our virtual booth in the Brella application and come and talk to us about how you can enable your company to work in a dev-first security way. Thanks for listening and enjoy the conference.
Hi, I'm Matthias Madou, the co-founder and CTO at Secure Code Warrior. So we specialize in helping developers to ship secure code with confidence, and you can find us at www.securecodewarrior.com. So we are thrilled to support DevSecCon24 because we love to see this wonderful community coming together. And we want to be involved no matter what. So visit our virtual booth for more information. So that virtual booth includes some interactive activities, prizes, and challenges. See you there.
Hi, I'm Chris Weissopel, CTO and co-founder of Veracode. We specialize in application security for modern development pipelines. You can find us at veracode.com, that's VERACODE. We are happy to support DevSecCon24 because we believe application security experts and developers need to come together to secure modern software development. Come visit us at our virtual booth, speak with our AppSec experts about all things relating to secure development, and participate in our password program. Hope to see you there.
Detectify is a scalable web app security service that automates thousands of security tests to help you write safer code and release secure applications. Detectify's security scans are non-intrusive and can run safely in staging and production environments. Instead of performing version tests, Detectify checks your app using real exploits, simulating a hacker attack with harmless payloads. The service is continually updated with new security tests thanks to Detectify Crowdsource, a global community of security researchers. Detectify equips you with the tools you need to fix critical security issues. Getting started with Detectify only takes a couple of minutes. Just verify domain ownership, run your first scan, and access your first security report. So what are you waiting for? Fix vulnerabilities, build your security skill set, and release safer apps with Detectify. Go hack yourself and start your free trial at detectify.com.
Hi, this is Brandon Eyring with Zero North. I lead the sales development team. Thanks for joining us at DevSecCon24, the event. It's definitely a cool place for leaders in the development and security communities to get together, and the speakers and the topics are right on point. While you're here, feel free to stop by the Zero North virtual booth, get some information on the solutions that we offer, but don't take our word for it. Come see a demo for yourself and enter to win a cool prize. Thanks, and we'll see you there.
Hi, DevSecCon. My name is Heidi Waterhouse, and I work for LaunchDarkly. We're a company that does feature management or feature flags as a service. We have a virtual booth here, so if you'd like to stop by and see how that works out, we'd love to talk to you about it. I want to say that as you're thinking about security, I want you to think about how feature flags could actually make your security more effective and more cost effective, because I know that we're all thinking about how to do more with less. And one of the ways to do that is to make it really easy to control your features at a modular level. So stop by and talk to us about that, and we'll be happy to see you. Have a great conference, and I hope you get a lot of wonderful content out of it. Thank you.
All right, and we are back. Let me just make sure that, yes, we are running properly. Amazing. So thank you for hanging on, for staying here. And I will just briefly introduce our next speaker. And I saw that Gadi was already backstage, so I will just simply bring him in. Well, I would say good afternoon in my place, but I don't know where you are based, Gadi. Where are you based?
I am based out of Tel Aviv, so it's definitely good afternoon indeed.
So it's almost 3 o'clock in your place, right?
Correct.
All right. How is the weather? I know Tel Aviv these days can be amazingly hot.
Surprisingly, even though it's kind of start of the summer, we have like beautiful weather in the past couple of days. But yeah, I mean, things can get really hot here, but hot means no corona in the air, so it's a good thing.
That is definitely a good thing. For those who don't know Gadi Noor is the CTO and founder of Allsite, and he will be speaking shortly about GitOps. So without basically any further ado, I will just blend in your slides or your screen like this. And Gadi, thanks for being here. Thanks for being on our virtual conference. I hope you enjoy it, and I would say give it a go. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Hey everyone, happy to be here. Gadi Noor here from Allsite, and I will be talking in this 40 minutes or so about GitOps progressive security for Kubernetes. Briefly about myself, I am from Tel Aviv, from sunny Tel Aviv. In my leisure time, and it's really hard to kind of make some free time to do some skateboarding. That's kind of my hobby. You can see like real proof on the right-hand side, and from time to time, I do post videos on my Twitter. By way of professional background, I spent most of my career as a kernel developer for the largest cybersecurity companies you can think of. So I grew up at Checkpoint and then moved to a startup that built distributed firewalls for the ESX, that's the VMware kernel. And then at some point in time, when containers became what they are today and pretty much dominates everything and are everywhere, it made sense to start Allsite as a company. And Allsite itself is purely focused on security for Kubernetes. We really kind of deliver end-to-end Kubernetes security and for service mesh as well. And surprisingly, there is a secret hidden connection between skateboarding and Kubernetes. They are both abbreviated with the same letters. What are we going to talk about in this session or kind of overview? We're going to stick to the benefits and principles of GitOps. We'll see some of the challenges that GitOps can solve. We're going to take a brief overview of Kubernetes security, kind of a reminder of what are the challenges of this amazingly system that helps us build cloud-native systems and cloud-native applications. And then we will try to see what are the components and the substance that we really need to think of when we are moving our operational models to work with GitOps in the context of Kubernetes. So without further ado, let's dive into the deep waters. So what is GitOps? So GitOps, first of all, it's not a product, it's not a thing, it's a concept. It's an operational model where Git is the source of truth. It is not tied to any specific technology. So you can really apply those concepts into serverless frameworks, to your VMs, and naturally for Kubernetes. Git by itself, since everything is captured in a declarative manner in GitHub, in Git repositories, it kind of interacts really well with Kubernetes, where the spirit of Kubernetes itself is really about making things declarative and eventual consistent. And when we really think about what GitOps is, it's a set of principles. So it's mainly focused on why doing certain things the way we think that you should do them versus how to do them. And this is pretty much the essence of GitOps. So if we try to think about why we even kind of got to see GitOps as an emerging trend and kind of a novel approach to operationalizing our day-to-day activities with building cloud applications. So when we started, or at least many of us may be kind of captured in a semi-automated build environments and test environments where not everything is fully automated end-to-end, like from code commit to build the artifacts, to test the artifacts, to the integration tests, and then the delivery, and then promoting all of those new features into a production environment. This is something that really takes mostly practice, systems, and processes that we should really kind of engage. So when we think about GitOps, it's really the intersection between people, process, and technologies. And the rise of DevOps is actually something that takes the semi-automated approach, the IT approach, to the next level with things like infrastructure as code and managing things in Git and as code is really kind of the first steps that we see in terms of evolution into GitOps-based workflows. And what we see today, and we see even some of the companies in the space that are actually taking it to the next level, that the continuous delivery of our systems is really done from GitOps, which pretty much in an essence talks about having everything declarative, everything is version controlled, you can roll back, it integrates well with RBAC of Git itself, with the target platform, and kind of the next evolutionary steps is thinking about things in kind of Git native manner, where everything is kind of mirrored or echoed from Git repositories to the target application environments, with all the tooling geared and gravitated towards those workflows. So what are those principles that we really need to think about when we going into implement GitOps workflows in our work environment? So first of all, declarative everything, which means that our entire systems is described in a declarative manner. And in the context of Kubernetes, it does mean that we have everything as YAML files or as Helm charts or as customized resources, where the canonical desired state of the system is really versioned, which means that we can jump from one canonical state to another based on the revisions of whatever we have inside the Git repositories. Changes, however, are approved as part of the Git workflows that we are all used to on a day-to-day basis, which means that once we have approved changes, make it into a monitored branch, then we can really have something, and we'll see what this something is later. This thing can automatically apply those changes to the system, which basically translates into the fact that as far as GitOps principle goes, we have what we like to call in the Kubernetes world control loops. So these are kind of monitoring loops that pretty much reflect and make sure that whatever state we have inside our Git repo, we actually reflect those changes into our Kubernetes cluster. And if there is any divergence from the state of the cluster, from whatever exists right now in Git, the Git agent or the GitOps agent or the control loop of that agent will make sure that the infrastructure, the target infrastructure, would self-heal itself to the desired state that presently is represented and captured inside Git. And we can really see how from application repo, we go or follow through the development workflows and processes where we do the local development, do the pull request, and then we go into a test branch we do the continuous integration and the builds, and at some point we kind of push those changes into a GitOps repo that reflects the changes into the target environment. And again, the Git workflows that we are all used to as part of our application development are pretty much baked into this spirit of GitOps by itself. So there's always the question whether GitOps is right for you. And this is something that is more of a soft question and has a soft answer, because it's mainly something that relates to culture. I mean, if you are part of a team that is highly engineering oriented and everything is coming and driven by engineering, it makes sense to go the GitOps way. But if you want to think about things, or you're part of an organization where it's more of IT driven, more centralized, then GitOps might be something that you don't want to pursue. There's also the notion of whether we think about the software delivery or the delivery pipeline as something that we push into a target environment versus having something like GitOps agent to pull our software changes into the target environment. And there's a very different approach to each and every concept where push versus pull. And a great portion of it is actually related to how can we make sure the security of the source of the application version, and how can we make sure that these processes that led us to the push versus the processes that led us to the pull are all secured in a well-maintained manner, and something that both the security teams can live in peace with, as well as the engineering teams. And again, when we think about GitOps, we really want to think about engineering velocity and the ability to deliver and drive changes from code to production, and going through all the necessary steps in terms of both healthy of the systems as well as the security of the systems. The other element, whether GitOps is right for you, is really comes from the fact that Kubernetes by itself is a very sophisticated platform. And with this sophistication and flexibility comes great responsibility. And oftentimes you would think about complex systems as the systems that are pretty much terrible from a security standpoint, because complexity oftentimes translates, or even flexibility with this matter, translates into complexity in terms of securing things. So when you go into GitOps, there's an inherent blind spot associated with how the GitOps agent is operating, again, from a security standpoint, because the operational tooling is really nice and maturing from that perspective. And are you really ready to compromise on having Kubernetes become a black box as far as the operations that GitOps agents introduce into the cluster and the whole automation around it? One simple example around that is that access to the cluster may have been maintained using Kubernetes RBAC. And if we are giving that away and making everything read-only, and writing into the cluster becomes something that is a side effect of a Git commit, then this is something that breaks very basic notion of the security, trust, boundaries, and models with how we operate our Kubernetes environment. So maybe it's worth at this point to dive into some of the GitOps security considerations once we figured out that the notion and the concepts of Git are pretty much kind of reflecting whatever the state of the Git repo is really translating to the state of the cluster. So when we look at the slide here, we can really see all the moving parts that we have with Kubernetes. The one part that actually we do not see in this diagram is where the GitOps agent would reside. And effectively, the GitOps agent would actually be another pod that runs inside the system. And basically, this pod can access the Kubernetes API server. So if you really think about the trust boundaries and Kubernetes-related security challenges that we have, we really need to think about, first of all, the brain of the cluster. So that's the API server. Every operation or changes that are happening with the Kubernetes cluster are actually driven by making calls to the API server. So for example, we have users, operators for this matter, that can change or mutate the cluster by running, for example, kube control, apply, whatever. And the machinery behind it would actually go through the API server. When it comes to GitOps, so GitOps would apply changes to the cluster, and those changes will flow through interactions between the GitOps agent and the API server. When we think about the runtime, so necessarily we can think about the application workload. So those can be the build artifacts that we have as part of our application code changes. And those, once they are landing inside the Kubernetes cluster, they by themselves can introduce risks into the cluster itself. 2 weeks ago, I believe there was a vulnerability disclosure on the Kubernetes networking fabric that basically said that every container that runs with certain workload privileges, effectively that they can manipulate the underlying network, can effectively take down or take over cluster communication, and specifically can take over node level communications. And this is something that, whether this was coming from traditional, let's call it traditional in the context of GitOps, traditional Kubernetes deployment, like pushing stuff into the cluster, versus GitOps, both of them do require the same level of scrutiny in terms of making sure that we are not introducing risks into the cluster through our application components or deployments that we introduce into the cluster. The other element is really related to container images in general. I think that there are a lot of talks in this conference that cover this aspect as well. I will say that there's a huge difference between vulnerable and exploitable in the context of Kubernetes, and tracking CVEs and images could be a very tedious task and not necessarily the one that would yield results versus actually try to think about what those images are doing. Are they actually running everything inside the environment? So once we have mapped out those challenges, let's take a look. What do we really need to think about Kubernetes security in the context of GitOps? So let's take the first example that I started to describe earlier. Git push now becomes kube control apply. So the entity that actually performs this operation is our GitOps agent. So this can be Argo CD, Flux, or Jenkins X. Pick your poison for the task, but effectively, the GitOps agent monitors both container image registries, monitors them for changes, as well as the GitOps repo. So if there's any change in any of those, and that's completely configurable, the GitOps agent will actually propagate those changes to the API server. So in the past, or let's call it in legacy systems, we would normally have our API server only accessible from certain IP locations. So for example, we would set up a jump host or a bastion host and make sure that only this host can now access the cluster, the API server for deployments. Once we go into GitOps, all of a sudden, every user from wherever they are in the world can push stuff into the Git repo that effectively will propagate into our Kubernetes cluster. So this is something, for example, that completely breaks some assertions and assumptions that we had about who can push elements into the cluster. Another element that we actually lose once we move into GitOps model is the ability to attribute who made the changes into the cluster. So the API server tracks the entity that actually performed the operation through the API server. Now, if this is the GitOps agent that performs all the operations, then we really need to kind of think about the audit log of Kubernetes, where all the users that actually performs operations in mutating operations on the API server are actually, it's actually the GitOps agent. So we lost something in this translation. The other element is that the GitOps agent notoriously, just like Helm Tiller, which is something that luckily for us is already deprecated with Helm 3, is running with God privileges inside the cluster. So the GitOps agent itself becomes a weakness, or at least a risk point inside our cluster. And we really need to think about, from a blast radius perspective, how do we want to secure the agent itself? Because it basically runs with God permissions inside the cluster. So again, things to consider as far as the GitOps agent is, how can we enforce runtime security controls on whatever the GitOps agent is performing, because by design, it does require to run as a privileged workload inside the cluster. And by saying privilege, I mean privilege from an RBAC perspective or from the Kubernetes API perspective. If we think about Git as the source of truth, we start to think about how can we make sure that we apply the best security practices that we can think of when it comes to our Git repos that at the end of the day are propagating into the cluster as workloads. So again, we want to make sure that Git users impersonation is something that we completely eliminate from our GitOps repo that we monitor. So anything associated with making sure that GPG signatures are associated with commits to help us enforce identity and attribution. Make sure that you use pre-receive hooks to validate the pull requests and the commits in order to make sure that you can really apply or at least have attribution of operations made as part of the mutations or changes that we are applying into the cluster through the Git repo. Anything that can rewrite history inside the cluster is something that we can pretty much violate our compliance regulations. So for example, if you are a PCI audited, PCI regulated team, building a team that builds a PCI regulated application, by this regulation, you have to have audit trail that captures, for example, who access sensitive workloads or who is able to make changes that can potentially access those workloads. So attribution becomes a really key component, which means that we also want to make sure that we do not disable any security features as part of our Git provider. So for example, the audit log of the Git provider itself is something that we need to think about as critical component to stay in compliance, for example, or whatever security monitoring you apply. So again, making sure that there are any threats or behavioral changes with the behavior of developers and how they interact with Git repositories. So all of those security building blocks all of a sudden become very critical as far as whatever is running inside our production environments. So again, it's kind of shifting even further left the security controls that we need to apply once we adopt the GitOps operational model. So when we try to think about the applications themselves, so until now we've talked about the GitOps infrastructure and the tooling associated with that. So that would be making sure that the GitOps, the Git repos are secured and following security best practices. But what about the applications that we are deploying into the cluster? So how can we make sure, for example, that any application workload that we deploy into the cluster, and by design, we don't expect in the majority of the applications to run privileged containers or pods inside as part of the application itself. So how can we make sure that in staging, for example, even before production, we can really enforce those policies? And the answer for that is that with GitOps agents like Argo CD in this example, there are designated hooks into the system that actually captures or provides triggers as part of the synchronization events that happen as changes through the Git repository or through the container image registry happen in the system. And by leveraging, specifically here with Argo CD, we can leverage a post-sync event to trigger a scan of the application workloads and pretty much detect security drifts. So for example, if the cluster at version 1 of my Git repo, I didn't have any privileged application workloads, and in version 2, based on commit that one of the developers made or the DevOps, the sync event will trigger the scan of the cluster. And if my security agent would be able to tell me that now there is a privileged application workload running inside my cluster, I can fail, and specifically in Argo CD, this is a job that Argo CD would fire as part of the sync wave. And if the job would fail, it means that we were able to detect a security negative drift. And based on that, we can really roll back the cluster to the previous version. Now, it is oftentimes considered to have, like, how can we have auto remediation or automatic fixes to problems? In Kubernetes specific, and this is a very specific Kubernetes challenge, it's not as challenging as it with, for example, infrastructure as code and doing remediation on AWS resources, for example. Because of the eventual consistent manner of Kubernetes and the fact that we have custom resources applied inside the cluster that trigger using Kubernetes concepts, it's not really practical to have things automatically repaired because we don't necessarily know how to attribute all the chain or the chain of changes that happens inside Kubernetes based on the way that Kubernetes declarative manner and the notion of software controllers and how you implement them inside Kubernetes. So what you can really do is making sure that you apply synchronization event into the synchronization events, security scans that can help you understand whether those changes, especially as part of the testing environments and the staging environments, that can help you understand whether there are negative security drifts as part of those changes. And again, the checks that you can apply into the applications are extremely wide in terms of Kubernetes. They are not specific to GitOps workflows. They're actually very generic, but you really need to find the mechanisms to apply them in the context of the GitOps workflows, because the workflows do change from push to pull into the cluster. So as far as production goes, we really want to think about how can we not only alert on things and actually roll back the environment from one version to the previous one based on security events. We really want to leverage what Kubernetes has built in, which is an admission controller. It basically, think about it as like firewall for configuration, where extensions to Kubernetes can say yay or nay to certain changes in the cluster based on policies. So for example, we can really, instead of telling Argo CD that there was a security drift through a trigger that performs a scan, here we can really do this inline, which means that once Argo GitOps agent tries to push a resource into the cluster, a component can actually fail this API operation, for example, create a workload that is privileged based on policies and immediately reject the changes that Argo CD was trying to apply to the system. And again, Argo CD by itself will roll back the cluster to the previous state. In this example, what I really want to capture here is give you a sense, like the fact that in Flux, for example, which is another GitOps implementation that potentially would merge with Argo CD and will go by the name GitOps Engine, the egress traffic from the cluster to all those container image registries and to the Git repositories that reside outside the cluster represents an element that is extremely complex to build perimeter as far as segmenting the GitOps agent and securing it from a network runtime perspective. You really need to have, in the context of Kubernetes, special mechanism that can enable you to capture those interactions and actually limit them. So what you really want to do, because the GitOps agent is a highly privileged component that run inside the cluster, is to limit the egress traffic, at least the services that the GitOps agent is running with. So for example, it would be my container image registries, which can be kind of denoted by domain names, specific ones, of course, Slack for notification or anything equivalent, as well as the Git repos that this agent needs to connect to. And anything beyond that should be explicitly blocked. And Kubernetes native policies actually will not be able to support that. So you really need to go to additional solutions, either commercial or things like Istio that can really create applicative boundaries for workloads. In this example, you can really see an end-to-end GitOps workflows and progressive security implemented as part of this. So you can really see how, for example, D2IQ dispatch, which is a great it's a great GitOps platform that not only covers the continuous delivery, but also covers the continuous integration, everything over Git repositories and everything streamed and follows the Git spirit, where you can leverage also Kubernetes native building blocks to run our builds, as well as publish those builds and changes to the artifacts to a Git repository. And then from there, Argo can perform the publication of the changes or the synchronization of the changes to a target staging or production cluster, as well as performing progressive scan as part of the events that happen. So this is a really nice example that provides not only the continuous delivery, which the majority of the conversation you will find out there mainly revolves around the CD side of things, but actually you can really think about here as how the CI is also an integral part of our GitOps workflows. So with that in mind, I would be happy to take questions and also kind of point you to some references of where you can actually take some hands-on experience and to try implementing progressive security with some of the existing stuff that we do at Alcide.
Thank you, Gary, for this presentation. First, I have to set something straight, because normally we always start a session with who is the sponsor of this session, and I forgot. So basically, I want to show that Sonatype was the sponsor for this talk. Thank you and we appreciate that you are here and helping us out with DevSecCon. Big shout out to Sonatype, and of course, visit them in the Brella app. Visit their virtual booth. So, getting back to your presentation, first question: what is your vision on monorepos?
That's a great question. So I think that monorepos are a convenience. Oftentimes, this is something that was born out of we started this way, and then we evolved into staying this way because it's really complex to break repositories into multiple repositories. I think it's mainly a cultural issues. If the culture supports working with monorepo, you can really do with monorepo, like build microservice separately and trigger those builds based on changes in certain directories, and trigger an entire build of everything if common directories are being used. Personally, I think it's not a bad thing. It's really kind of a choice of how do you structure the velocity around that. I think that with GitOps specifically, monorepo is really hard to maintain because you really need to have like application repos, and you pretty much propagate changes through pull requests from one repo to another. So in the context of GitOps, I don't think that monorepo is something that you can really use.
So would you say it would be more wise to split your code and your configuration, for instance, in different repos?
Yes, yeah. That's a very common practice where config sits in one repo and then application code in another. But then again, there are teams that are actually even breaking their application repo monorepo to like multiple repos. There are pros and cons for that. I think that the key is whether it serves velocity or not.
Definitely. What do you think is the key difference between GitOps and DevSecOps?
So first of all, neither of the common thing, neither of them is a product. I mean, it's a concept. DevSecOps is mainly around shifting or making developers more accountable for security, because everything is engineering driven, and it's really important that we start doing the security dance with engineering as early as possible. And GitOps is something that tries to support this notion, assuming that you can really understand the security challenges around it. So for example, applying security best practices for your Git repo and how you manage users and audit trail and all that, it's activity that supports a better DevSecOps practice. So there's some sort of a dependency between those concepts.
So you would say they're not mutually exclusive. You can, if you do DevSecOps, you can do GitOps as well, right?
Absolutely.
All right. I will bring in my dear friend Simon. Maybe he has a question, because he always has questions for me during my talk. So
actually, I'm just looking at the questions that are coming in here. So you did the difference between GitOps and DevSecOps in terms of adoption of GitOps, because I mean GitOps is obviously a fairly well, is it that new? Maybe like five years or so old.
I would say like 2-3 years old.
2 or 3. Well.
Yeah. I mean, if you think about like Argo and Flux are the founders. Weaveworks is kind of I think they coined the terms GitOps, even though a lot of people were doing that before that. And again, it's not the product. It's really kind of a concept of how you utilize Git. So it's relatively young. Some of our customers are running this way. I will say that especially with Kubernetes, I mean, it hides some of the stuff with Kubernetes. So it sometimes affects negatively velocity. It's kind of even the opposite. I mean, you would think it would improve velocity. So you really need to figure out kind of your branching strategy and how you kind of sift all the changes through those Git repos and making sure that people understand like Kubernetes. I mean, you cannot hide at this point in time Kubernetes completely from developers. I mean, over time it will happen, but right now I think that developers still needs to be Kubernetes aware, and GitOps doesn't solve this problem.
What do you? Go ahead.
No, I guess my follow-on was going to be kind of like, in terms of, you gave a really good introduction here in terms of, the different ways in which you can use GitOps. And I guess one of my questions is, in terms of the driving reason as to why someone would want to adopt GitOps, do you think that's more of a security reason or more kind of like just an architectural flow reason? What's the kind of the biggest driving force you see?
Yeah. So from what I see, it's definitely not security. I mean, I think that, the conversation out there is mainly around the ops side of things. I think that the traction is because it's cool, it's new, it's different. I don't think that the security is something that was well thought before, someone came up with the idea of GitOps, but it makes a lot of sense when you think about policy as code and infrastructure as code. I mean, we were using Git for that since, Terraform kind of became something, and it is something for many years already. And when Kubernetes kind of joined the party, so it kind of made sense to couple them. So it's mainly, DevOps kind of thing as far as origin goes, not security for sure.
Because I guess from a security point of view, it takes a lot of the credentials outside of the CI style environment, right? That the CI is necessarily connecting to production. So I guess it's kind of a nice addition, but not maybe a driving force.
What do you think? Oh, sorry.
So maybe one comment on that. I think that Kubernetes specifically, the CD is an extremely important part of introducing what everybody likes to call shifting left security, because of the way Kubernetes renders configuration and with all this kind of CRDs and controllers and automation built into that, where you deploy one resource and it creates a chain of events that once the cluster stabilizes, then that's the only point in time that you can actually scan the cluster, which means that, some of the solutions out there, even our stuff, that scans the YAML files and everything, it's part of what you need from a security standpoint. You really need to scan the clusters themselves after they became, consistent in their state.
What do you believe is the biggest pain point if people are moving to GitOps?
That's a good one.
When you adopt
security, adopting security. I mean, you can get up and running with GitOps like really fast. And I would say the two main challenges would be, are the teams that are going to work in this workflow are aligned and synchronized in a way that, the workflow would be a good fit. And the second part is figuring out security in this context because it's different.
So the last one, how does GitOps impact delivery speed? Because all configurations move to the code. It's a question by Deepan. Maybe you can elaborate on that?
So delivery becomes almost immediate. As long as you have like end-to-end automation, like from code change to testing, like you do static testing, security testing, functional testing, and everything testing. If you have figured this out as far as your automation goes, then GitOps can serve you really well because you have all the components of doing the things before the delivery, and GitOps can pretty much improve incremental delivery and doing a differential delivery of changes, and it pretty much serves that beautifully. So the simple answer, it will accelerate that as long as you have the rest of the part figured out, which is not trivial.
All right. Well, thank you so much for your presentation and the questions that you just answered. I got a lot of great responses in the chat room. So thank you for being here. And well, I would say have a great day and hang on for the rest of the presentations.
Absolutely. Thank you guys for having me. Feel free to try our stuff. Happy to be here.
Of course, no worries. Thank you. All right. We will be moving on in about 4 minutes. Mario will be on. He is already backstage, so I see. We will having a short break, so grab a cup of coffee or your lunch or take a toilet break. We will be back in just a few minutes.
And Brian, I'm going to admit, this is my favorite talk title of the entire conference, Threat Modeling the Death Star. How cool is that? In fact, I have a Falcon and I have an ATAT, but I don't have a Death Star, unfortunately. So I'm really looking forward to this talk. And for everyone going on a break as well, feel free to pop into see the sponsors, as Brian's already mentioned as well. And don't forget to fill out that passport, the sponsor passport, for your chance to win one of 3 iPads. Do they make them still? iPads. So do check that out. And let's jump to a break. See you soon.
Yeah, I might be putting on my Star Trek uniform.
I'll go Harry
See
Potter. Cool. See you.
Our next session is made possible by StackHawk. Visit them in Umbrella, in Umbrella platform. Visit their virtual booth, and let's get back going. Hey, Simon, you're there. Have you seen my shirt? You know what this one is?
That's a cool shirt. This is from Dev Nexus, right, in Atlanta.
Yeah, they always made these funny jokes when they're mixing Star Trek and Star Wars just to make people crazy. So I bought my Enterprise. Yeah, how should I call it?
Let's see the shirt. Does it have?
That's the Millennium Enterprise, basically.
Oh, I see. I have one from that same conference. I think the year before, where it's. I think it's got the Millennium Falcon, and it's got the NC.
Yeah, I have that one too.
Name as well, which is pretty cool.
But Mario, thanks for coming up. And you see, we are all already psyched because of the title of your talk.
Nice. Yeah, Mario. There's a lot on your shoulders now. We've hyped this up. We've got props. Come on, you can't let us down.
Hope I live the hype.
Yeah, I'm sure you can. So we were getting your screen up and threat modeling the Death Star. I'm out of words. So get started. Go for it.
Isn't that a moon?
No, that's Death Star.
Oh, okay, that's no moon. Okay, cool.
What kind of fan are you?
Come on, that's a line from. I'm just gonna go right.
Yeah, me too.
You, Mario.
It's up to you, Mario. Thank you.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. Welcome to my talk, Threat Modeling the Death Star. Just a quick introduction. Mario, I'm a software security guy. I used to be a developer for over 10 years. The last few years, I moved to a full-time security position. I just recently joined Canva as a security engineer. Today, we're going to talk about threat modeling and Death Star, but that comes in a second. And threat modeling is a subject that's very dear to my heart for different reasons, but one of them is well stated by the DevOps report, State of DevOps report from last year. It's a report that's generated by Puppet and some other companies. They interview lots of people in different companies. And as anything DevOps, they also have a section about security. And the interesting thing is what they found is that security and development teams collaborate on threat models is the most effective way to improve security posture. And I believe that 100%. That matches my experience as well. So yeah, that's why I think threat modeling is quite important. And then can put the organization to the next level when it comes to secure posture. But then we talk about threat modeling, right? There are many definitions of threat modeling. And one of them is threat modeling is a process to identify, enumerate threats, right? It's straight one, it's very to the point, but it's not very engaging. Even Chewbacca is not very impressed, right? It's really hard to get people to buy in when it comes to threat modeling. There are people who are not security. And then we're talking about a collaborative process. So they need to have buy-in. So that was me a few years ago when I was trying to introduce threat modeling to a company that I was working at the time. And I was having this issue where threat modeling, I felt was so very important, but it was really hard to get buy-in of developers or product managers and everyone that's actually doing a good job building software. So I started to study a lot and I came up with a list of requirements what I wanted to get from my threat modeling process, which was really important for me. And for me, it was very, very important to be threat modeling should be an engaging exercise. I didn't want to have another process where it's boring, people are attending, they are not having fun, they are not engaged, they are not, because it's not very good. So that was my first requirement. My second requirement, it needs to be highly collaborative. And then again, because I strongly feel threat modeling is a process People need to collaborate together, development and security, to get like with a good result. So for me, from day one, a process where the security team builds the threat modeling, it just report back to the development teams is not good enough. And finally, it needs to be valuable for everyone in the room. So if you are trying to get collaboration from the people, it needs to be valuable for them, right? So that was like my whole set of requirements when I was trying to look at threat modeling process. And I look at various different processes. I look at Stride, I look at Pasta, I look at Red. I read lots of books. But what I liked the most was attack trees. I think it covered the three of them. So I did a pilot in that company with a few developers. And what I come up with was a process, and I released the process to them. And then I did survive to get results. It's like, how would you feel with that process? And the results were very exciting at the time, because then again, my like bar was, I just wanted them to like the process. They don't need like to love it. But as soon as I released the process, I got like very interesting feedback. 80% of developers found useful, some found valuable, and almost everyone wanted to participate in it again. And this is really, really important, because it's a process that you want to run lots of times through the company. So they need to see value, and they need to want to participate it again. So from now on, I'm going to use Star Wars as a methodology to explain the process I released at the company. So let's go to it. Star Wars. And that story starts with you watching. You just became the Chief Security Officer of the Galactic Empire. Well done. You started as a low-rank stormtrooper fighting the trenches, and you made it all the way to the top. So now you're a C-level executive, and then you overviewed the whole security of the Galactic Empire. That's a really important position. I'm really proud of you. But not everything's perfect, right? This guy, he's your boss now. And, you know, he's a different kind of leader. You know, this whole thing about like servant leadership, blameless culture, he's not quite into that. He's more like a high accountability kind of person. Let's say that, right? But you are very good at what you do, so I'm pretty sure you're going to be okay. And as your first job as Chief Security Officer, you need to look what's the most important asset for the empire, right? Luckily, it's very easy to find because it's huge, right? It's Death Star. It's an incredible big like spaceship that can like destroy planets. They have been spending 2 trillion credits building this spaceship. They also will spend like 20 years in the making, right? So the leadership is very anxious about like deliver that to production and release that and start to use the weapon. But any waterfall project is overdue and over budget. So the business is quite like anxious to get that sorted. But that's okay. You know what you need to do. You need to do a threat modeling in the Death Star. But before you start the threat modeling, you need to come up with like evil personas. It's not possible to try to defend against everything and everyone. So you did some research to try to identify what kind of attackers would actually attack the Death Star. And the first one is a script kiddie, Jar Jar Binks, right? Like personified by Jar Jar Binks. They don't have much expertise. They don't have much resources. They might have a weapon here or there. They might have a specific tool to hack. And organization, they don't organize themselves very well. They work like alone, trying to get some money here and there. I'm not even going to spend too much time on this persona because it's not very important for this threat modeling. This other persona, though, is a lot more important because that's personified by Han Solo, bounty hunters. They know what they're doing. They have a high level of expertise. They have a high level of resources as well. They might have a ship. They might have like weapons. So they can be quite annoying for the Empire. But the organization of them is also very, very low. They usually work alone or work in pairs. They're more like free souls. They're there just to get some money, but they don't have any big goals. They just want to have a good life. Let's say that. But then you have Jedis, right? And Jedis, they are really a problem, aren't they? Like, the expertise is very high. After all, they use magic. How can you defend against magic? It's possible. Lucky you, it seems your boss kind of killed all of them a few years ago, before this whole thing. There are probably a few here and there, but if they are still alive, they are like hiding themselves in the bush or whatever. So they have a high level of expertise that's really hard to beat. But if they are still over there, they probably have not many resources, they are hiding, they don't want to call any attention, so they are quiet. And organizations as well, they like probably don't talk to each other. They used to have the Jedi Order and have a high level of organization. But after this whole like Clone Wars kind of thing, this doesn't exist anymore. So you just hope that this kind of people don't show up in your path. And finally, you have, no, finally, there's one more. You have like an insider threat, right? And honestly, insider threat should cover a lot of personas, but in interest of time, I just covered in only one. So you can have like a low rank stormtrooper has a very different like threat level of a high like executive like yourself, right? But I just put like an average, even if you're a low rank stormtrooper, they have a high level of expertise. After all, they have been trained by the Empire. The resource as well is just a bit of the average, like these are low rank stormtrooper is probably like not much. If it's a person like yourself, a CSO, then they have a lot more resources. But they can organize themselves pretty well. They have been trained in the military tactics and stuff. So if they like want to attack against the Empire, they're probably gonna do in an organized way. And now finally, the last persona, Princess Leia. And she represents the rebellion, this terrorist organization. She has like a real level of expertise because the rebellion has this whole sort of people. They have pilots, they have spies, they have diplomats, they have all sorts of people. So they have a high level of expertise. For a terrorist organization, the rebellion is doing pretty well. They have an army after all. So they can like fight the Empire toe to toe sometimes. And then again, they can organize themselves pretty well since like they have been fighting the Empire for some years already. So Princess Leia is probably your best, is your worst headache. These are the 5 personas you have, right? From Script Kiddie to Princess Leia. But probably Princess Leia is the person you need to be really careful about. She's probably gonna be the one moving against the Death Star. Then you need to get, going back to the real world a little bit, you need to get data if you want to do that in your own organization. If you want to create your own evil personas, you need to get some data. If you are working in a large organization, you probably have already. You probably are already target of attacks. So you can get some data and try to understand what kind of attacks are going after you. But if you're a smaller organization, you can try something very like small, something like very generic. As you go along, then you can improve your own personas. But it's really important to have them to do your threat modeling. Then you start to do the attack tree, right? You come up with the personas already, so you know how you are up against, but now you need to do the attack tree. And the first thing to do the attack tree is to need to get the right people in the room. Or in this case, in the COVID world, you need to get everybody inside a Zoom meeting. I don't know. But if you think like it's hard to manage time zones when you're booking like meetings, imagine when people are in different planets all over the galaxy. But somehow you manage to get everyone in the room. You get like Death Star builders, architects, developers, and you got your own team, the security team, and you even got like Darth Vader to do like a 5 minutes introduction to warm up the room, you know, give them some motivation. Then you start to build the attack tree, right? And the attack tree is basically, we start with a root node, where does the attacker go? We're gonna go through that in a moment. And then you have the different leaves. That's how you achieve the goal, okay? We're gonna go together to this process to make sure everybody understand what it is. So you have your personas, right? Jar Jar, Han Solo, the Jedi, Obi-Wan, the Insider Threat, Stormtrooper, and Princess Leia. You try to think like them, which kind of goal they'll go after the Death Star. So for example, Han Solo might look at the Death Star and think about, maybe I can get some money out of it, can steal some weapons. Yeah, that's a valid goal, but is really that bad for the Empire if Han Solo accomplished that? Should you focus your efforts to protect against Han Solo? So you do a brainstorm and you come up with two kind of goals that your personas can try to accomplish in the Death Star that are really, really bad for the Galactic Empire. One is take control of the Death Star. Imagine you build like this 20 years old spaceship, just the moment you release that production, somebody just take over, use against you, right? Real bad. And then you have take Death Star out of action. Imagine like you just released that production and then it blows up or it stops working for some reason, and then you need to start all over again. So they are the two main goals you need to be worried about. But to be honest, you're probably gonna look at the take Death Star out of action. Take control of Death Star is not only really hard to do that, but also it's very like lots of proprietary technologies that are very specific to the Empire. So there is no persona here that can actually do that. Like Death Star is a huge spaceship. You need a huge crew, a lot of expertise. So it's probably not something it's feasible for any of your personas to do. To take Death Star out of the action, though, is different, and Princess Leia is probably the one who can pull that out. So you choose your goal. Take Death Star out of action. That's your root node. So how can you accomplish this, right? You can either disable the Death Star or you can destroy the Death Star. And when I say disable, it's not a disable like a small disable for 50 minutes or whatever. It's like when you break your iPhone screen. The device might be working behind the scenes, but you're not able to use anymore. And the screen is so expensive that you might as well just buy a new one. So we're talking about this kind of like disablement or destroy the Death Star for somehow. You can also like have that as a goal and then have as a way to accomplish your goal, that's take Death Star out of action. So let's focus a little bit on disable the Death Star. To disable the Death Star, you can do it in two ways. And then again, there was like a real brainstorm, people talking, and then you just figure out that's the most, the likelihood for this to happen is a lot higher than any other possibility. So I'm gonna focus on that. So you have a system failure and a mechanical failure, right? System failure is some sort of IT system running the Death Star, some sort of electronic system that if you cause a huge failure, you might disable the Death Star. Maybe you mess up with the heating system and the heating system is not working. Or you can like mess up with the navigation system and now the Death Star is lost somewhere. But you can also cause some kind of mechanic failure. Maybe you mess up with the reactor stopped working. And that's also another way to disable the Death Star. But how would you accomplish this? For system failure, you need to compromise some sort of critical IT system. Like, not everyone's gonna have a level of access that can do something like this. So you need to compromise the system to get to that. In a mechanical failure, you need to overload some sort of critical infrastructure, right? You might overload the reactor, you might overload the heating system, but somehow you need to overload the system in order to actually do this attack. But how can you accomplish this? And that's a really good thing when you see that on an attack tree that goes to the same kind of node. It shows this node is very, very important. That's saying like you need to have privileged access to the network, regardless if you try to compromise IT system or maybe overload the critical infrastructure. You might need to have some sort of access to the network that's privileged, and most people don't have it, right? And how would you do that? You would get by going inside the Death Star. Don't forget the Death Star is a weapon, right? So it tries it doesn't expose much to the outside world. It's very looking internally. So you need to have physical access in order to get the privileged access to the network. We could go even deeper and try to figure out how to get physical access to the Death Star. But remember, one of our personas is actually inside the threat, right? So your attacker might be there already. And like the DevStar it needs such a huge crew, like so many people, that's not very hard to get people to go inside the DevStar. So we're going to stop here, this part of the attack tree. That's all we have so far. You have the go, take that DevStar out of action. You have disable the DevStar, system failure, mechanical failure, compromise IT system, or overload critical infrastructure, and stopping at privileged access to the network. All right, so we go to the next node on the root node. That's destroy the DevStar. And destroy the DevStar is not as complicated. You have probably like two only ways. It's a strong military attack, which the rebellion can do. They have, for your personas, they are the only one who actually have an army. They can have some ships and attack the empire. Or, and that's a very interesting one, you found a vulnerability on the DevStar. You can destroy the reactor. And how can you do that? So the DevStar is a huge spaceship, and the very core of the ship, they have a fusion reactor, right? And that's very, very hot. And in order to make the reactor working, the heat needs to dissipate. And it needs to go through a port that's called a thermal exhaust port, which makes sense, but is also one way to go to attack the reactor, right? Look, the port itself is not very big. It's only 2 meters wide. So for a ship to go there and try to hit this port is really hard shot. And they need to know where the hole is, where the port is, right? It's not very obvious from outside where this port is. So they need to have some information in order to get to that. So to destroy the reactor, you need to shoot at the thermal port. To shoot at the thermal port, you need to get the DevStar plans. You need to know where it is so you can try to make the shot. That's the second bit of our attack tree. So we have destroy DevStar, military attack, destroy reactor, shoot the thermal port, and obtain DevStar plans. Oh, sorry. There you go. And then this is everything, the whole tree altogether. So what are the things you need to be concerned about? Princess Leia, either trying a military attack that's only trying to destroy the DevStar, the thermal port, and the privileged access to the network. These are the things you need to be very concerned about. Now going back to the real world a little bit. Why I like attack trees is because you put the problem as a problem-solving exercise. When you interact with people like developers, product managers, how these people, they have already a very strong mindset of problem solving, but they are very used to get this kind of mindset and apply to building things. What I'm asking for them to do is to stop building, start breaking. And that's, I think, where the magic is really important. That's where the magic happens for threat modeling. And that's where the secure posture improves, because now you get these people that never thought about how to attack their system. And then they have 1 hour and a half, 2 hours to actually go into the system and see how they can attack the system they build themselves. So they might find, and it's very interesting, they find vulnerabilities on the system they already built or they are about to build. That's really powerful because now they know they can't do that anymore. They cannot even argue if that's actually a vulnerability or not because they found themselves. So you get a lot of buying to be in the room with the people who are building the software, because you don't have this kind of pushback. Oh, this is a vulnerability, and they go back. Oh, it's not. So you get their knowledge about how to build the system. They know better than everyone else. With the security team that's used to think like attackers, get them together and brings a really good result. That's why I like attack trees. Going back to Star Wars. Then we need to talk about mitigating risks, right? We already identified a few of them. And the first one is a privileged access to the network. So remember, when I talk about the trees, is one of the ones that can actually go into different directions, to attack. So the impact is really high, because if you get privileged access to the network, you can eventually disable the Death Star. The likelihood, we just put as a medium. Medium because you need to have physical access to the Death Star, but it's not that hard. And the Death Star, like the Empire, is not very well known for the security practices. Like the Rebellion uses droids to hack the Empire all the time. But that can be mitigated, right? So you can improve like the network segregation, you can improve network monitoring, you can keep doing penetration testing, and after a few weeks, you can see your progress, and then you change the likelihood to low. Now it's a lot harder, even for a person inside the Death Star, to get a privileged access. Then you have a military attack, where the impact is very high, destroy the Death Star. And the likelihood is also high, as soon as the rebellion knows about the Death Star, they're probably what they're gonna try to do is try to destroy as soon as possible, right? But that also can be mitigated. You can have runbooks to respond to attacks, right? So if people are attacking you, you can train the crew to respond more efficiently, more quickly. You can get Star Destroyers on call. Star Destroyers are huge ships, and they can like support the Death Star. And to put this kind of attack, like a big military attack, the rebellion is gonna need to do a lot of noise and preparation. So if you do some monitoring their activities, like some sort of threat intel, and you get to know the attack before it happens, you can prepare yourself a lot better. And then you can mitigate those risks a little bit more. So you get like an impact that's medium. Even if the attack comes, your crew is going to be more prepared, and then you have support of other ships. And the likelihood is also medium, because now you are more prepared for the attack. So the rebellion might think twice before attack. And even if they do, you are prepared, like to, you might know beforehand, so you can avoid it altogether. Now shoot at the thermal port. And that's complicated risk to mitigate, because that's a design level. So remember I was telling how the Death Star is a huge project. It's a waterfall project where you have like over budget. So you come up with for the business and said, hey, you have this vulnerability here. There's actually no protection on the thermal port whatsoever. The only thing that's protecting us is the fact that the rebellion doesn't know about it. We need to do something. But the Death Star is about to be released. It's about to be done. The business is very anxious. So they said the likelihood is low, which is arguable. And they decided to accept the risk, right? Which makes our life harder. If you could have some sort of protection on the port, that would be a lot better, but the business decided against. And this kind of risk is kind of really hard to measure, because the impact is quite high. Of course, you can destroy the Death Star, but the likelihood is low. So it's really hard for humans to measure about this kind of risk. So the only thing you can do, really, is make sure the rebellion doesn't know about this, right? That's your only protection, is obscurity, which we all know it's not really great, but you kind of have your tie hands. It's really hard to argue against with Darth Vader, right? Yeah, so you try to hide the Death Star plans in a very secure place, and that's it. That's all you can do. So you go on with your life, start to do other stuff. You did the best you could to the Death Star. The Death Star was actually released in production. They managed even to destroy a planet. But right after, it exploded. So even with all your efforts doing threat modeling, you still had an explosion. Your Death Star exploded. Not really great. But you're a professional, and then you do what you can do. You do some sort of forensic analysis. And the first thing you notice about the forensic analysis is this guy, Luke Skywalker. And there's some interesting facts about him. First, he's a Jedi. They're not supposed to be dead or something. They're supposed to be your boss having got rid of all of them. Yeah, there you go. There's one. At the heat of the battle, when he's about to be destroyed, a bounty hunter actually helped him. But these people are not supposed to not be very well organized, be more like free souls kind of stuff. Why about Hunter's helping the rebellion? We don't know. He's also brother of Princess Leia. So besides being a Jedi, he's also a nation state kind of attacker? Maybe. And finally, the worst of all, he's the son of your boss, which makes things even harder, right? I've got a bad feeling about this. So you don't go too deep on that. That's like above your pay grade. That's Darth Vader and the Emperor are going to talk about this, right? But Luke Skywalker is a very special persona. The other thing to notice is you actually try your best to hide the Death Star plans, right? You did that. But how come Luke Skywalker knew about the thermal port? Well, it turns out the rebellion managed to get the plans. They managed to go to your data center, and that's footage of that. They loaded your hard drive, made a copy, and sent to the rebellion. You know what's worse? The worst thing is not even encrypted arrest. The basic protection is not encrypted arrest. So they managed to get the hard drive and copy over. Princess Leia got the plans, and they managed to destroy the Death Star. But now you need to deliver a report to your boss. Good luck. And finally, I want to talk a little bit about lessons learned. The first thing I want to talk about is you need to tread model early and often. So that's like the example I gave with the Death Star about the thermal port, and you know, like very later in the stage, it happens, right? Like a lot of companies, if you had doing the threat modeling at the early stages of the Death Star, you could have known there's a vulnerability at the design level where it's a lot cheaper to fix. You could have fixed this all the way back to the beginning. But because nobody did the threat modeling exercise, when it comes very later on the process, it's a lot harder to fix it. In the Death Star, in this case, actually like a chip that's built in and stuff. But that also happens to software, right? So if your software is already released to production and you found a critical vulnerability that's built in the software, is usually very hard to fix. So if you do early, if you do at the design level, you can mitigate that very easily. And that will have saved the Death Star. Also, when I was doing my pilot with some of the develop teams, the pilot, some people said, threat models are not cover everything. And they shouldn't be. It's impossible to cover everything in a threat modeling. You try to focus on what's important and what's more likely to happen. But there are always unknowns. There are always a vulnerability you didn't know about it. There is always like a kind of persona you didn't know about it. Imagine like Luke Skywalker, what kind of persona he is. You couldn't predict that. And that happens in the daily basis as well. You can't cover everything, but a good threat modeling, even though it's not perfect, it's a lot better than none. So don't let the thing about like, oh, it's not cover everything, stop you to do it, right? But always be careful. There are always unknowns. That's why some concepts like defense in depth are very important, so you can cover other bases in different places, but it's there are always unknowns. Finally, if there is one thing I want you to get from that talk, is this. Threat modeling must be engaging. You're only gonna get good results if you get a process that's collaborative and is engaging, where people go to the room and they try to participate the best they can. If it's a process that's very like cumbersome, people don't feel like it's bringing value, the collaboration doesn't happen, and then you lose the benefit. Make sure the threat modeling is engaging. And it's hard, as I said at the beginning, threat modeling by design is quite hard. It's quite like dry, it's kind of like not very interesting. So maybe mix Star Wars with it. Actually, that I think was successful. You make it like a little bit more interesting, but you need to make the threat modeling engaging. And then if you do that, you're gonna get good results. Regardless of the process, it needs to be engaging. That's it. That's what I had to talk today. Thank you very much. May the force be with you.
And also with you, Mary, that was awesome. I think you made a lot of geeks very, very happy in the chat. Fun conversation happening there. And yeah, Brian, where is that?
I don't get it. I don't get it. I'm trying to engage. But,
So, Mary, I absolutely love that last suggestion of yours in terms of trying to make it engaging, and I love the idea of like challenging a dev team or a security team or a mixture, right? Or trying to do a threat modeling of the Death Star. I think that's a really great idea, just to try and get people in that, because it's a really fun event. So if you get people kind of thinking about it like that, then they can kind of like move across straight to their app and their environment and do the same thing. But I love that idea. I think that's a brilliant.
Definitely. If you look at the chat right now, it literally messages are coming up like awesome talk. People are clapping, and they love the analogy of the Death Star and how you managed to explain threat modeling in that way. So I want to thank you for that. I think it's really engaging. It's a great way to explain it.
There's a really good question. There's a really good question in here, actually, which I think would be a great extension of this session as well. But obviously, where is it? There it is, from Bram, who's actually put a whole bunch of.
Yeah, I saw it.
Is there a dread analysis? So the idea of being able to. Oh gosh, I can never remember what it is. Oh yeah, damage, reproducibility, discoverability. E is what's E? Exploitability. A is I can't remember. That would also be a really interesting thing. How do you feel dread and something like threat modeling works together? I mean, it's pretty much you do them together, I guess, right?
Yeah, the dread thing, like what kind of like throws me off a little bit is because it brings lots of like security terms to development teams. I think like might be a barrier when you talk about like what's gonna happen. But then again, like if that works for a company, if you like that works for your team, go for it. Like as long as engaging and you get developers participating, that's where the magic happens, right? For me, like I've really identified the attack trees of the problem solving and try to break down in small things. In a way, that's what we do with Agile. We have a big feature delivery and try to break in small things and see how we can accomplish this. It's not very different from the attack trees. But if that's something you like and it works for your team, go for it. As long as it's engaging, it should work.
Awesome. Affected users. Thank you, Brian, for that. That sounds awesome. That sounds awesome. Question from Laura Collins. Great talk. Any good resources you can share with us to introduce the concept of threat modeling teams who have never done it before? I know of a good book, but I'd love to hear you as well.
The way I do it, I like to do by example. So the way I do it, I get like my first session for the threat modeling, I get a very small thing to do it. For example, I have done with like bank branches, right? So like something everybody knows about it. They have been there. Everybody knows it needs to be secure. So I just draw a bank branch and then I quickly go through exercise and get in to think about it. It's a very good like icebreaker because when you do the first threat modeling, people go to their rooms like, what is that about? I have no idea. Then you come up with something very quick, like 5-10 minutes. People like, oh, okay, got the exercise, and then you actually move that to the software world. And then it's funny because like I have done this like banking branches all the time. I have lots of ideas, but just for science.
No, really interesting. The book I was thinking of is Attack Trees by Bruce. I think it's Bruce Schneider. Yeah. I'll find that and I'll pop that into the chat. Also, Bram also put the dread risk assessment model into the chat as well. So do check that out. That's a really useful link as well. While I find that book and paste it in, question just come in from Louis Lam asking, who do you include in threat modeling sessions? Is it architects, devs, PMs, ops, security, or a mix?
That's a really good question. If it's, for example, when I did a Kubernetes threat modeling, I got the team involved and some other experts, ops team and the kind of stuff. If the scope of the threat modeling is more software, I tend not to bring ops people because it doesn't bring value to them. Product managers is good to have them at the beginning, maybe talk about goals and risks, what acceptable it's not. But when it comes like to try to go to the think about attacks and stuff, it goes more technical and then you lose them a bit. So maybe get like the product managers at the beginning for them to understand the process and help with the discussion at the high level. But then when it comes to the lower level, you just say like, you're free to go. Happy to stay, but you're free to go as well.
Awesome.
All right. Thank you so much, Mario. I love this talk. You already had us pumped up before the talk, and still, I mean, it's great to have you here. Thanks for joining, and well, stay around, of course.
Of course, thank you.
Yeah, and actually, I'd love to invite you into the main stage. Actually, there's a whole bunch more questions in there, so if you wanted to join,
definitely
spend some time answering some of them, I think that would be awesome. But
definitely, I'm gonna do that.
I said at the start, I hope the session lives up to the title and everything. It very much outdid it. I think it was an excellent talk. So thank you very much.
Awesome. Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity.
All right. In the meantime, we will be going on a small break. Well, small break, 45-minute meal break. It can either be your lunch, your dinner, or your breakfast, depends on where you are. But I have to tell you that there is a second stream. If you look in the Brella platform, and I will show you quickly if I can, a Chrome tab. I can share a Chrome tab. And you see my Chrome tab over here. It's a little thin, but over here you see main stage. That's where a Mario session was just on. And you can go to the activity stage. If you go to the activity stage, Trend, Micro are doing a capture the flag over this break with live commentary and that kind of stuff. So that might be interesting for you if you want to stick around. So we will be off this stream for about 45 minutes, but during that time, go to the activity stage. And of course, if you're not up to that, if you don't want to, go and visit our sponsors. That's what I wanted to say, actually. Anything from your side, Simon?
No, I'm just about to set off the sponsor videos on this stage, but yeah, just to repeat that was an amazing session, and that'll be available afterwards as well. Next up on this stage after the break, we have, I believe it's Guy Pajani, Dev First Security. So learning from the pioneers about how to get your developers to, enable your developers to use security from early stages forward. So do check that out straight after the meal break.
All right. Thank you for watching for now. Have a great meal. Check the activity stream, and see you in about 45 minutes.
And do passports as well. Do submit them. Thanks, everyone.
Definitely.
See you soon.
Hi, Simon from Snyk here. At Snyk, we specialize in dev-first security. And what that means is enabling developers properly to find and fix vulnerabilities both in your application's open source libraries and in your container images. You can come and find more at snyk.io. That's SNYK.io. Now, we since last year acquired DevSecCon. So at Snyk, it is our absolute privilege to be here and also to make sure we amplify and absolutely push DevSecCon to continue to be the premier DevSecOps event around the world. Come visit our virtual booth in the Brella application and come and talk to us about how you can enable your company to work in a dev-first security way. Thanks for listening, and enjoy the conference.
Hi, I'm Matthias Madou, the co-founder and CTO at Secure Code Warrior. So we specialize in helping developers to ship secure code with confidence, and you can find us at www.securecodewarrior.com. So we are thrilled to support DevSecCon24 because we love to see this wonderful community coming together. And we want to be involved no matter what. So visit our virtual booth for more information. So that virtual booth includes some interactive activities, prizes, and challenges. See you there.
Hi, I'm Chris Weisopel, CTO and co-founder of Veracode. We specialize in application security for modern development pipelines. You can find us at veracode.com, that's VERACODE,